Assalamu alaikum, everyone. This is Holkistan here with you on the for the Stani Watchalong show, Pakistan versus South Africa, first test, day 4. With me today, I have the doc.
Assalamu alaikum, morning everyone.
Cal.
Assalamu alaikum, morning everyone.
And Shazib.
Assalamu alaikum, hope everyone's well today.
So I'm going to come to you first, Cal. What did you make of yesterday, especially that last session that you watched so closely?
I'll be honest with you, I didn't watch the last session.
Right. How do I kick you? How do I kick you out of this?
You see that red ball up there? No, I've just seen the score, but 187 before. I think we should have done a little bit better than that, especially for what we had them down. And I think even with them last, I've just seen them wickets what we took, they were right at the end as well, wasn't it? And out of them, one wicket was a night watchman as well. We need to take some early wickets.
Oh, is that first ball?
That's early.
Get in there.
I spoke
There
too
we
soon.
go. They both stayed low there.
Man.
Right, that's the night watchman gone.
Come on.
Oh, is that the night watchman gone? Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you had him gone last night.
No, he's gone there, man. Oh no.
No, fine,
no,
man.
fine.
Easy, fine.
Yeah.
This isn't Wahab Riyaz, man.
The perfect start, man. Love it.
Wow,
Look how low that's
bold
played,
as
though.
well, man.
Damn.
Oh, is that ball? Is it swinging in then? I'm sure that did that come in?
It seemed like it kept, I don't know if it was going to
Or did it keep low?
Did it keep a little bit low maybe? But tell you what, first ball, right on the money.
What did I say to you last night? This isn't going to make the second session.
Inshallah.
It's only the first one yet.
Assalamu alaikum to everyone who's viewing in. Adam Khan, I just took into our prawn sandwiches.
Kept low.
Adam, man, what are you doing with the prawn sandwiches, man? Assalamu alaikum. Omar, Assalamu inshallah for the win today. Inshallah for the win first session today, mate.
Good decision from Babar for going for Hassan Ali first up as well.
Well, there goes my question. I was going to ask some of you, like, who should we open with this morning? Or
Lovely.
I was just about saying as well, we need to take early wickets and next minute wicket we're gone.
So, Doc, sorry, Cal, go on.
Sorry.
I was going to say, Cal, Doc, so what did you make of that last session yesterday then?
Well, I kind of tweeted just after the session that, again, Test cricket, it just makes fools of us, doesn't it? With 10 minutes or 15 minutes to go, we're all thinking, oh my God, South Africa are going to get a lead. They're going to get 170, 180 ahead, which they still might. But then, we kept going. And then, I don't think it didn't just start randomly turning more, I don't think. I think we just started putting the ball in better areas. Obviously, we got the wicket of, I think it was Van der Dusen was the first one to go. And then Du Plessis, I think, and then Markram in quick succession. And obviously that just swung the game in our favour to the point now where essentially South Africa are 29 for 5. And we're in a really, really good position. So again, Test cricket, just doing Test cricket things. It's just the beauty of sport. You never know where it's going to go. And we can try and sit here and analyse, but it's better than any scripted film.
Shazib, you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, I agree. It's funny you say that, Doc, because I was getting so frustrated. And my dad was like, don't worry about it, trust me. I've seen it before where Test cricket just changes out of nowhere. Especially with Ali Imdad giving some decisions out when they were getting me more frustrated. So, obviously, Yasser, he's been there before. And he literally, them late wickets literally changed the complex of the day. But yeah, session 2 was definitely so frustrating to watch. And the end changed it. And hopefully, we have a good session to begin with now.
I was going to say that your dad's probably got all the war wounds, hasn't he? He's been here so many times before, just seen it all. And that's what I was saying to at the end of the first day, I think, when we were, what was it? It was 33 for 4. And then, 33 for 3, effectively, if you discount the night watchman. But, and there was so much doom and gloom going around everywhere, even in Stani Army, on social media, etc. I was like, we've been here so many times before. Just chill out. And even when we were, Doc, how many times have you seen in the 90s, when, the opposition were, 150 for 160 for 1 or 2, you get one wicket, and everyone else starts toppling over.
And on this pitch, this is actually the kind of pitch on which you expect that to happen. So I mean, in our little group yesterday, I was really confident. I'm really quite a pessimistic guy when it comes to Pakistan cricket, but I really thought yesterday, you know what, if we get one, this is not a pitch that's easy to start on. So I did think that if we got one, another one or two kind of would follow, and they did. The only thing I would say, and I was just thinking about this yesterday, if you look at days 1, 2,
almost.
If you look at days 1, 2, and 3 in this game, hasn't the first session been the easiest to bat in? If you think of South Africa on the first morning, Pakistan on the second morning, and Pakistan on the third morning, and South Africa on the third morning, the first session's been quite comfortable. So I thought this morning it might be a bit of a battle. I know we've got one wicket, but don't be surprised if South Africa maybe get a bit of a partnership. We've just got to keep our wits about us and just keep going and be patient, knowing that wickets possibly around the corner.
Yeah, but so I agree with you on that, Doc. But I think that South Africa have just got so much more pressure on them, other than the wicket. They've got scoreboard pressure on them, haven't they? They've only got a lead of 30 now. The 5 wicket, only got 5 wickets. What is it? One more wicket and they're into the tail. 1-2 wickets in the tail. I know that South Africa's tail is known to wag, even still though. I mean, let me ask a silly question. What score would you be happy to chase in the first session?
I'll let Shazeb take that. Go on. What are we comfortable with, Shazeb? What would you
we lead by 30. It depends, like with the tail as well, with how our tail batted yesterday, we can't just can their tail out, because like you said, the pitch, depending on how he reacts as it goes on. I think below, they can't make 100 more from here. Surely we got 5 wickets left. Yasser hopefully comes on quick as well. So below 130, 140, I'd be happy with. Anything over that, I feel a bit, a bit shaky about that. But from this scenario where we are right now, if they get more than 100 from now, I'd be pretty disappointed with how they finished the last 5 wickets off.
It's that typical cricket, that cricket kind of stereotype when you hear commentators talk. Anything between 100 to 150 is comfortable. As soon as it starts going over 150, that word starts coming out. Tricky chase. Anything over 150 is a tricky chase. Then 200 becomes challenging, and then 250 becomes tough, and so on and so forth. So I think anything this side of 150, before it starts getting tricky, is where we want to be, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. You'd want start batting today as well, quick as possible. You don't want to wait as long as possible. As long as they don't get over the 150 mark, like I said, I'd be pretty satisfied.
Yeah, so I think in a few overs, in 3.9 overs, we've got the new ball due to us as well. So it'll be interesting to see, whether we take that or not, because Yasser was spinning it around the corners yesterday. So we'll see what he does in the next couple overs here.
Can I say I wouldn't take it? I wouldn't take the new ball. Not yet. I would give this old ball a few overs and see what's happening, knowing that you've got the new ball there if you need it. Don't you think?
Yeah, that's what I meant. That Yasser was turning that ball around corners last night. So yeah, I'd agree with that. Just wait, see what happens with this. We're not under any pressure. Like normally, sometimes you're under pressure and think, no, I need to take the new ball. I need to get something to happen. Just wait a little bit, chill out, and see what happens.
I'd get a few men around the bat.
Put a bit of pressure on them.
Put a bit of pressure and try to squeeze them.
Yeah.
Ooh, if it was most kind of explosive player in de Kock at the crease, do you think we'd be saying, look, don't just wait for the ball to get you out now, go and attack? Do you think if you were South Africa, would you attack now, knowing that if you get a quick 50-run, 60-run partnership, Pakistan are going to start becoming a bit defensive?
I think it's got to be calculated attack. You can't go gung-ho and just start, swinging hell for leather. I think it's got to be calculated. What do you think, Carl?
Yeah, definitely, because it's a situation at the moment. They're only 29 runs, 30 runs ahead now. So, they need some runs behind them for them to threat Pakistan.
Because sorry, Cal. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Doc. Go on.
I was going to say, because de Kock's got the game for it, hasn't he? If there's one batsman in their team that could get 50 off 30, like he does in opening in ODI cricket or T20 stuff, it is de Kock. And someone like Barber hasn't been a captain for very long. We might go defensive. If they get a quick 50, 60, start getting the men around the bat start moving. I don't know. I think if it was Pakistan in this situation, I'd be saying, 30 for 5, go and chance it a little bit. But I don't know. Easy to say that when it's not us.
This is the other interesting thing now. So what the wicket is going to play like? So Ramiz Raja said that days 2 and 3 were going to be the easiest for batting, as we've generally seen. But it'll be interesting to see what happens on day 4 here. So as you can see, there are some pronounced cracks on the wicket here. I don't know. So Doc, you were saying that you saw the pen report, as it's called now, instead of the key report. What were they saying for that?
Essentially, they were talking about this patch outside the left-hander's off stump, obviously. So again, for de Kock, where possibly you'd be able to extract the most turn, and also kind of there's an area, I don't know, 2/3 of the way down or something, where you'd get the most variable bounce. Just looking at the first 2 overs, I don't know about you, Shazab, it feels like, does it not look like the ball's keeping low today than it has done?
Ball's keeping low, is that what you said?
Yeah, lower than normal.
Yeah, I think so, especially from Hassan Ali's over. That's why we just need to knock him over quickly, man. Hopefully Hassan Ali can get a few more balls staying low like that, especially with de Kock, because I think he's the man that we really need to get, because he can, what's that? Yeah, he can play shots like that and make the game go away from us. So I think he's a big wicket here, and like you mentioned before, he can attack anytime the way he plays. So if you can get de Kock out quickly, no ball there.
No ball.
Yeah, we gotta watch that as well, because I don't want to get a wicket on no ball.
Yeah.
That'll top everything. When it comes to us, that will top everything. But yeah, de Kock is the man to go, and hopefully the pitch favours us.
So we've had our first question here from Adam, saying, given it'd be bad if you lost from here, I think it'd be heartbreaking if you lost from here, Adam. What's the most embarrassing loss Pakistan have had? So before I go to Cal on this, for everyone who's our viewers, what's the most embarrassing loss that you think that Pakistan have had? I'll go to you, Cal, first on this.
Embarrassing one.
Well,
that's a good one. I was gonna think maybe one of the Asian games. The Pakistan game versus India when we got all out for about, I think was it test or any game or just test?
Any game you like.
Any game, yeah. Against India when we got all out for, was it 80 something? But
is that the one where Ahmed got the wickets at the start? Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of them, I think.
Yeah,
Especially it was against
sorry.
Sorry.
Shazib?
Most embarrassing in recent times, it was I don't bring up the
Shazib, everything's recent from your perspective.
I'm talking even more recent last year.
Oh, right, okay.
The first World Cup game, because I think that feels extra heartbreaking, because the fact that we made the journey up there. I know it's not far from Birmingham, but with the Rosa and everything, and we missed, I think, the first 5-10 overs as well, because the queues there were mad that day.
Oh, so yeah, they were.
West Indies one.
Yeah, West Indies one. Yeah.
I think when we got in, we just about got in no time.
That's what I'm saying. We missed the first 5-10 overs, and I can't remember what the score was exactly when you went in, but we thought, Adori, we got a batsman still coming, and then out of nowhere, wickets just keep falling. They just couldn't stop falling. Like, what's going on? Is this the World Cup that we're gonna have? But it was so embarrassing. The journey home, I remember, I was like, I think in recent times for me, that's one of the most embarrassing moments. When you put everything into perspective.
I'll just ask you one question on that, Shazib. When you were driving home, yeah, and you got home, did you sell the rest of your tickets?
No.
No, never. I'm just gonna say that.
People weren't doing that,
Yeah,
You're right.
A lot of people did that. A lot of people sold the tickets,
Then we see what happened the next game. We went back to the England game. What a game that was! We smashed it, man.
300 or something, wasn't it?
Exactly. I remember us in that little corner in Trent Bridge.
It
was nice, man.
Yeah. Oh, were you there as well in that corner?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never noticed someone was celebrating so much that day. I don't think we noticed, but yeah, man, that little corner was nice.
Yeah, that was one of the best seats we had at the World Cup, I think, because we had that little dance floor at the front. Corner, didn't we? Yeah. Every time you go up, because normally when you get up, you can't move because the rows in front of you. Yeah, but then every time something happened, we were like the whole stand was running out to that little dance floor thing. Yeah, and they had all the guys in green jackets and come in the front and say, "No, you can't move at all," and stuff. Yeah, that was brilliant. That was
that was good fun, man. Good game.
Yeah. Omar saying the England series in 2016, where we had over 100 run lead. Is that the Trent Bridge or the Edgbaston? Edgbaston one, yeah. That was really bad. I think that was the one where Azarelli was out last ball of one of the days as well. We've got Omar here saying Ireland 2007 World Cup. That was just heartbreaking and shocking. That was one of the best things about that World Cup was that. A lot of people had a look at the schedule and they predicted that on this particular Friday, for example, Pakistan are going to play India, and everyone booked it off. And who played on that day? Bangladesh versus Ireland.
Catch it!
Well,
yes!
Yeah! Cock! Come on, Yasser.
Yasser's on for a fiver.
I love you, man.
He's not reviewed, is he? He's not reviewing this, is he? No, he's gone. Definitely gone.
Yes.
Yes, he's
That's
gone.
the last established batsman, isn't it?
Yep.
Come on, boys.
That's it. Into the tail. Oh, don't.
No. Chill out.
I tell you what.
Never know, man.
That did turn. That turned a lot. It just kissed the. I don't know if it was kind of the. Oh yeah, that pad.
Good catch. Bidali again. He's been making good catches, man.
He's brilliant. He is.
Yeah.
I don't think that he's getting enough credit for what he's doing, especially that first catch that he did yesterday. Yeah, he's brilliant.
The first one, yeah, you're right. Especially he's kept low.
Yeah. Ready to go to side.
Was that catch around the back?
I don't know. Mine's got to advert.
Wasn't it? It was a guy with a short leg, wasn't it?
Yeah. So I think we should do it more. Have maybe one on the other side as well. Put a bit more pressure on the next batsman.
Yeah. Definitely. See, like I said, this ain't going to the next session. So everyone that's scheduled to come on to the next session, forget it. Stay asleep. Like Omar said, this could be over at lunch, guys.
I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, we've got 2 wickets in 20 minutes. Why not?
Good start, man. Good start.
Yeah. All I'll say is, where's all the doom and gloomers now? All the doom and gloomers now, man? Just while we're waiting for the come back on, Omar says Bangladesh 99 World Cup. That was a crazy game. That was, wasn't it? Did anyone go to that one?
No,
I did.
Oh, did you go to that one? Where was that? Was that one? Was that one in Lords?
I was only messing. I was 2 years old. I was 2 years old.
2 years old.
I was only messing.
So Adam's bringing us back to reality. We haven't won anything yet. You're right. We haven't won anything yet, but we're enjoying the journey.
Adam so far this morning has asked about our most embarrassing losses, and he's saying we haven't won anything yet. Come on, Adam. I think a bit of positivity, man.
Live it up, man. Live it up.
Yeah. Omar says we're losing to Zimbabwe in a test both at home in the 90s and away under Mispa. Is that in the 1990s and away under Mispa?
In the 90s. Oh, sharp turn again. In the 90s, we lost a series 1, I think it was 1-0 or 2-1 at home to Zimbabwe. Vaseem Akram tells a story, I think, of, one of his lovely stories that he said on commentary. He was saying that basically they were playing Zimbabwe at home and all the players were saying, I'm going to get 300s in this series and I'm going to get 400s in this series. And I think to bring the boys back down to earth, in Adam style, to be fair, he asked the groundsman to create some kind of pretty bowler-friendly pitches, which you would have thought would help Pakistan as well. But anyway, I think it was a series that, Zimbabwe had an okay team back then. They had the Flowers, Heath Streak, Strang, I think, the spinner. So, yeah, we lost that series 1-0. Catch it! That's gone!
Who was that? Look, what? Yeah.
Give it! Oh.
Did he not get a bit of bat on that?
So I don't know if it just lobbed up and hit the pad.
We've got 3 reviews left.
Have they reviewed it?
Take this. 5 seconds.
No, Yasser himself called it off.
It looked like it looped. When it hits the bat, it loops a little bit, as opposed to, I don't know. Let's have a look on the replay.
Come off the pad. No, was that the last one? I think it was at the pad.
Yeah, another man in.
It was. They were so confident.
Let's have a look.
And
Oh,
no, I don't think it did. It didn't, did it?
I think bat hits pad. That might be where the noise might have come from.
Yeah,
possibly. I'm sure
excellent decision by Yasser Shah there, not to review it. Sorry, let me just go through some of these comments. So let's go to you, Doc. Then, what's the most embarrassing loss for Pakistan?
Yeah, you know what? For me, embarrassing is when I know 2016. We lost to England. We lost to an England team that's got Root and Cook and Anderson and what have you. For me, it's annoying. It's frustrating. You hate losing, but okay, you can kind of see it. Even the West Indies one. Their fast bowlers are going to trouble some teams, aren't they? So for me, it's got to be Ireland. Ireland in 07 was just, back then they weren't as well known or they weren't as well established as they are now. And to go to that World Cup, having been pretty high in the rankings previously, to lose to Ireland on a kind of a green seamer in front of maybe a quarter or half full stadium, that was about as bad as it gets. And then you've got obviously the really, really, really horrible stuff with Bob Warmer in the 24 hours that followed. That one is really up there for me in terms of embarrassing defeats. And then obviously for obvious reasons, Lords 2010, we were not only were we getting battered on the pitch and we lost that game. We lost that game by an innings, I think, to England, but obviously the whole spot fixing stuff, again, it wasn't a great time to be a Pakistan fan. So yeah, probably those two games stick out as times where you kind of think, not particularly, you're not proud of being just for a short period of time, not particularly proud or happy to be a kind of a Pakistan fan. But anyway, we're not gonna dwell on negatives this morning, hopefully.
Yeah, I was thinking that mine might have been the 2010 Australia game, but I think when you say embarrassing, I agree with you, Doc. It's like, which game would you never have thought you were going to lose? And it has to be the Ireland one right at the top there, from where we were in that World Cup over in the West Indies. So that's probably the same for me as well. You went in there, you'd never expected even to remotely lose it, for them to even be competitive. And it was just a complete shock at what was happening.
And just, I guess, a couple more, not necessarily specific matches, but on the past couple of tours of Australia, we've been so uncompetitive that even the commentators are saying, like, the Aussie commentators, you've got an ex-Australian captain saying, you honestly, Pakistan, they've almost want Pakistan to make a contest of it. When Australia are kind of 600 for 3, and you're thinking this is really, the Australian public, they're trying to drum up interest in cricket, and they've got this lot, to try and watch, and a bit embarrassing as well when even the opposition feel like they want you to make a game of it. But anyway.
Didn't Ricky Ponting say, I think he said something like it's the worst Pakistan side to tours? I think along their lines.
Ricky Ponting said it's the worst bowling attack I think he'd seen.
Bowling attack, yeah, that's the one.
I think on the previous tour, the 2016 tour that we lost 3-0, I think Ian Chappell was saying, look, why are we giving Pakistan 3 test matches? Why are Pakistan even touring here if they can't make a game of it? And that's embarrassing. And you don't like to admit it, but it's true to an extent.
Adam asks this question: if you could tour any country to watch Pakistan, where would you go? So I'll ask you, Adam, if you could tour any country with the Stani army, to watch Pakistan, where would you go? So Doc, seeing as it's your birthday, happy birthday to Doc. Yeah,
happy birthday,
Doc.
We're gonna remind everyone.
Are we singing the song to Doc?
No, we're not. No one's singing. Ooh, that's the worst, isn't it? Did you see the reverse on that one?
Sorry, yeah. So that's the thing where we were saying, Doc, weren't we, that we wouldn't take the second ball straight away, as you immediately would as soon as it's available. Some shout outs here for the Doc. Happy birthday, Doc.
Cheers, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we know, obviously, we're live. Yeah, we're going to ask you what's the magic number.
35. So very much midlife crisis territory here. 35. Watching cricket at 5 a.m. That's it's all good. No, thank you very much, everyone. And where would I like to tour? Where would my Stani Army birthday present? Tickets and a flight to. Okay, so the kind of the football fan in me. The kind of the gnarly football fan wants me to go to India and watch us win in India, because wouldn't it be so good to beat them there? But in terms of places to travel. Someone mentioned the Caribbean. I've sampled a teeny bit of the Caribbean, and it's just amazing. So I reckon you could make a lovely beach holiday of watching Pakistan play in 30-degree heat in the Caribbean. So yeah, probably the West Indies.
Yeah, for me it's the same, because when I've seen it on TV, all the crowd there with their calypso drums and all the fun that they're having in the stands, and what I've seen in the West Indies fans here in England, I think that would just be an amazing couple of weeks to go there for the cricket. Oh, that was in the old one. Yeah, just with the sun, sea, and sand there, as I said, the calypso drums. We'd have our dole playing there as well. Yeah, I think that would just be absolutely brilliant with that. So Adam says Caribbean as well. We've got Omar saying Australia. Could go there. We've got Omar Hamid saying South Africa. That's a good shout as well. What about you, Shazib?
Yeah, I think I gotta agree with that. Australia it looks good to go to as well with the grounds they got. But I don't want to be a down on it, but when you go to Australia, it's not really competitive when we play. If you want to travel, you want to win the games as well. You get me? You're traveling all the way, and you want to make you want to watch competitive games. And the Caribbean, I'm not saying West Indies are, a bad team to play, but it's competitive whenever we go to the Caribbean and play them. It'll be good to go to the beach with everybody, and just thinking about it is mad. So definitely the Caribbean.
Just this field for a second. This field that they've got. They've got a slip, a gully, and a silly point. So obviously 3 on the offside. Obviously, if Yash is going to fire a googly in, why have we not got a man at short leg as well? We'll see it probably on the next ball, but we can afford. I think now is the time. If we're going to go all out attack, now is the time, isn't it?
Yeah.
I just sort of, I'm sure it will come up the next ball with. Well, I don't know how many they've got for Bavuma on strike, but I would like, obviously, for the one that's going to go around the corner. See, they've got no one on the
leg side.
Just for the goal that goes the other way. I'd have a short leg in, but anyway, can't complain too much.
So you've got the second new ball available now, and obviously they haven't taken it, which is, it's good to see that that Barber and all the bowlers, everyone, they're thinking about what's going on. They're not just by default, the new ball's available, we have to take the new ball. Adam says, in light of Australia racism scandal in the stands, have you guys ever faced any problems, especially in the last century? So Cal, when you've been to the many games that you've been to, have you noticed any racism?
Not really, just maybe a bit of banter, here and there with the fans and that, but not I would say racism. I've been to like Indian games, and like maybe it's just been me and one of my friends, and everything. And I can still remember Edgbaston game, where we played against India, and there was all Indians around us, and there was just me and my mate, the Pakistani fans, and they were perfectly fine. Sometimes they're even friendly, to be honest with you. They're not too bad, but I've never really come across any racism, no.
Shazib?
Not really. Not racism. Like, been a few problems. Like the Champions Trophy final. I remember it was the break, and India were coming out to bat, and Sharma went early. I think he went in the first over, and we were walking back, and we just heard some supporters going crazy, and we found that Sharma got out. Then we started going mad outside the ground. We was outside the ground, but we were just walking back to our seats. And then it was all of a sudden thing. Like we started, celebrating, and then there were a few Indians next to us who were drinking alcohol, and we just one of those ones where they never said anything about racism, but they were showing a bit of aggressiveness, like, oh, we got alcohol on us, watch it, this, that. But it wasn't really a major thing, and it was ended all right.
I mean, I've never seen it, but the only time I've seen it is the Australia game at Taunton during the World Cup. There was an incident there with a fan, and we mentioned it to the steward who was right in front of our stand, and he just turned around and ignored us. So that was shocking, to say the least.
It's really surprising, because I was at that game in Taunton, and it just seemed like a very, on a tangent, sorry, very, very quick tangent. I was really annoyed with that Taunton game, because I reckon it took Pakistan fans about an hour to wake up. That first hour, I don't know if you remember that game, how clearly you remember it, but that first hour, the crowd was so quiet. still annoys me to this day. But anyway.
You should have sat in, Doc, you should have sat in our stand. Our stand wasn't quite at all.
Really, fair enough. Yeah, that seemed like a really genteel kind of day. I'm surprised that that there was that from an Australian fan or an England fan, or just out of interest?
I think it was from an England fan, from listening to his accent. So he said something that was racist at the end of the day. So we mentioned it to the steward, and he just turned around. But I think that's just every steward's different themselves. I suppose it's not fair to reflect that on the actual ground itself. But that's the only thing I can remember in my many moons of watching cricket. Really. What about anyone who's listening? Have you ever experienced any racism? So Omar says Sri Lanka is also very beautiful. So I went backpacking to Sri Lanka about 6-7 years ago. We spent about 2-3 weeks there. Beautiful place, brilliant place. Again, you got the sun, sea, sand there as well. So if you can ever get to I think the Asia Cup's supposed to be in Sri Lanka. Ooh, that was a good pull shot. The Asia Cup's supposed to be in Sri Lanka June, July-ish, I think. So
is it still going ahead?
Last I knew, it's still scheduled on paper. No one said anything.
Wasn't India pulling out or something?
That's the same all the time, isn't it? They're pulling out, yeah. So, yeah, but we'll see what happens about that. But yeah, if anyone who's listening ever gets a chance to go to Sri Lanka, yeah, beautiful place.
Yeah, no, I have to say I've been very fortunate. So we managed to have a trip to Australia a few years back. There wasn't any cricket on at the time, but managed to go to the.
What were you doing there then?
I know, right? Exactly. Wasn't my idea to go that time of year. It was, so we managed to go to, we spent most of our time in Sydney, but managed to get to the SCG and the MCG. Just, that you do those stadium tours.
Tours, yeah. I
tell you, the MCG is huge. However big you think the MCG is, it's bigger than that. It's absolutely huge. I managed to get to the very top of the MCG and just look all across this kind of vast playing surface. So, obviously, I mentioned the Caribbean, but to go back to one of those two grounds and actually watch Pakistan play, full stadium or something like that would be brilliant. And just on the previous one about racism, I have to say, having obviously living in England, the majority of Pakistan games I've been to probably have been Pakistan-England, and England fans they're brilliant. I have to say, from a cricketing point of view,
yeah.
So easy to get on with. Really, kind of, I cannot think of a single time where I've been. And if Pakistan are doing well and not have England fans at the end saying, well done,
Yeah.
We do come across as a bit more passionate sometimes, and they can see that. And instead of that becoming, a point of conflict or a point of, difference, they'll say, clearly this means a lot to you. Well done, safe journey home, see you soon, all that kind of stuff, just nice stuff. And so I have to say, it's for me personally, it's always been a pleasure watching Pakistan against England in this country, because there's not going to be any trouble coming regardless.
Regarding race remarks, I remember something in the Afghanistan game in the World Cup. There was a lot of abuse that game, like a lot, where I was sitting, not towards me but towards other people. I remember the confrontations and stuff, but that was not a good sight, to be fair.
But alhamdulillah, where we got seated because of Hulk and that, we was.
No, because of Hulk and that, yeah. We had hospitality mentality, yeah. So she said, yeah. We sit with all the jungles, yeah, proudly. Right?
Where the trouble happened. That's where you see where that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking, yeah. So we were sat like up on the because it was boiling that day as well, 34 degrees. Yeah, we were sat in covered leather seats behind the bowler's arm.
Really?
First tier or something, yeah. It was brilliant. I had my son with me that day. I was worried that when he's got to go to the toilet, I don't want to go to those smelly toilets, where you got to queue for 2 hours and stuff. Yeah, Went in, beautifully nice toilets and everything. No queue, no nothing there. Yeah, Waka Yunus was there as well. Had a bit of a chat and a photo session with him. Yeah, I'm telling you, you've got to get some hospitality mentality these days.
But it's good. A good thing it was that game though, because bro, in some of them stands there were craziness going on, man. First time me going to the games where there was so much trouble that day.
Yeah, we spoke about it the other day, didn't we? And without blaming anyone, just one set of fans in particular, it really did seem like the Afghanistan fans were there for a bit of a scrap that day. British Afghan fans have never seen their team play Pakistan, probably. And it looked like they were kind of counting down to it. I can think of lots of similar scenarios in football where kind of, and I say this with respect, a slightly lower team because they are in terms of rankings and well, that's a rank half tracker. In terms of rankings and stuff, Afghanistan are a minor nation compared to Pakistan. And it almost seemed like they've been waiting for that day of like, right, we'll show them. And then you've got all the political stuff as well, which obviously we're not going to get into. But it really did seem like a lot of Afghanistan fans were waiting for that day. And I think for Pakistan fans, it was just another match. I don't think there were many Pakistan fans that went that day thinking, God, we've got to beat Afghanistan. We really want to have a scrap with this lot.
Oh, trust me, dog. Before the end, we was saying we need to beat them.
Yeah.
I think that was the most nail-biting game in the World Cup. What I watched anyway.
Yeah, heartbreaking.
So we got the lead is what's the lead here? Was 150, 42, 46. So 46 for 6. I guess South Africa are going for the kind of the more defensive and sensible approach, aren't they? They're obviously.
Ooh.
There's men round the bat. That was a good shot. That'll be the 50 lead, I think. Linda's looked all right, given that we are 1 wicket away from the fast bowlers now.
Next wicket is crucial when that happens. I think Lente is considered. I haven't really seen him bat in the past, so I think he's considered as a batting all-rounder. Is he bowling all-rounder? I'm not really sure, to be honest with you, because I haven't seen him enough. But next wicket is very crucial.
I think he's a bowling all-rounder from what I know, and in fact, he looked quite good in the first innings as well, didn't he?
Exactly, yeah.
I can't remember who he was. He had a few partnerships actually with a couple of players. We're still not taking that new ball. Don't know if anyone on the comments wants to mention whether they'd take the new ball or not. But Hulk, you go to that. You more comments, I guess, about this Afghanistan game, wasn't there?
Yeah, so the British Afghans liked cricket. David versus Goliath. It was just one of those crazy games. Right, I'm just going to try something. Stani Army are going high tech now. Just want to see if I can just share a video and show the wickets that fell towards the end of the game yesterday. Sorry. Sorry, Carl, you can say something?
I was 34, so yeah, kind of last year, wasn't it?
Let me just see if you can do this. So
should they be taking the new ball while Hulk's sorting that?
Not at the minute. No need to panic yet. Just keep going. If runs do start leaking slowly, then I would. But for now, I wouldn't. Shaheen's coming on now.
So Shaheen isn't. I hope I'm wrong. I'm trying to think when I've seen Shaheen. Maybe this is just 5 o'clock memory, but I can't think of Shaheen kind of doing wonders with the old ball. I think of all the times that the news ball's been available, that the ball's been 60, 70 overs old. I can't remember him reversing significantly. Obviously, he's a brilliant one-day bowler, so he's great at the death with Yorkers and things like that. But be interesting to see how long they give it.
Yeah, it will be. I think you made a good point there. He haven't really seen him reverse it. I know
anyone in the comments who's got a memory of that happening, let us know. Sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, I know that he can bowl like a Yorker out of Norway or something. He's got a different type of variation Shaheen can bowl. So I think Barbara's thinking if he can just bowl the full length and one keeps low, get one of these out. But then talking about the new ball, I wouldn't take it yet. But like I said, if we keep leaking runs, then I would take it.
Just another one. They've not really bowled Fame as much, have they?
Haven't, no. No.
Yeah, I don't think he'll get. I don't think
six
he'll get a
over.
bowl.
So I think they've only really brought him into the team, made me as a batsman. I think. We've done 6 overs today altogether, and I think that was yesterday as well.
Yeah. So I would take the new ball now. I think we're 83.2 overs in. I'd just take it now. I don't think that we're not going to gain anything by letting these two get any more runs. We're into the tail effectively. So maybe I'm just a bit. I've got Marjan, yeah, but I'd just take the new ball now because the last thing you maybe have a spinner on from one end, but I'd want Shane on from the other end as well, because what I don't want now is for Shane to bowl 2 or 3 overs with this old ball and then say, okay, here's a new ball. So he's already 3 overs tired. And that kind of zip that he has, I'd want to use it now. So at the most, I'd give Shane 1 over with this old ball But then I'd be taking that new ball for definite before he comes back for his second over. Let's just see this ball. And then, okay. Right. Are you ready to go high tech? 21st century and all that?
Here we go.
Here we go. So let me just do this. We're all still available. All right. So... Can you hear the audio?
No.
No, we can't help.
That was the catch that Abid Ali was saying was beautiful Bruce Lee reflexes. Saying that was a massive breakthrough, was that? Because if he went through to close the play without losing any wickets.
Well, it was just one of those sessions last night where it looked like every ball that we bowled was going to take a wicket. I just wish we had another half hour. All's well that ends well, because we've come out today and got a couple quickly anyway, so it's all good. Happy for Naman to get a wicket as well. The last one, I don't think he bowled that well during the day, and then towards the afternoon, towards the end of the day, I think he started getting a bit more turn as well. So yeah, it was good to see him get a wicket.
Yeah, and then I think Quentin de Kock got worked over by Yasser in those last couple of overs. I think every ball that Yasser was bowling, it looked like he was going to get a wicket. I think that's everything. So
Good work.
Yeah, that's
he's got a big inside edge on that, I think.
Just take this off. Okay. Yeah, so the lead's gone to 51 now. So I remember I want to win this game in the first session. I've got work to go to in a couple of hours.
No wonder you want to take the new ball.
Yeah, I want Shane just to blow them away. We're into the tail, man.
Yeah, here it is. Yeah.
You've got it. Has he given it them yet?
Yeah, umpire's got it in his hand there.
Maybe after Yasser's over.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That for Shane's second over, I'd want him bowling with a new ball. I don't think we're going to gain anything just by carrying on with the old ball. He's tried it with the old ball. He hasn't got much reverse. So, yeah, just go with the new ball now.
Oh, are they taking it?
No, they haven't taken it yet. I don't think so.
I want another man close in, really. Just attack.
To put a bit of pressure on them as well.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned our South Africa are going to come and, our South Africa are going to go for it maybe and just try and blast a quick 50. It doesn't look like it. Bavuma's got 9 of 32, so they're very much in a defensive mindset. So, anything could pop up onto the leg side. Just maybe, I don't know, obviously I can't see the whole field here, but I'm sure there's a man at deep mid-wicket or deep square leg or whatever, bring him into short leg. Bavuma is, as someone's mentioned on the comments, I think it was Umar there, has mentioned about Bavuma having a pretty ordinary record. Yasser, it's a bit short and wide, isn't it? Bavuma's got an ordinary record, so it's not, and he's not someone whose place is potentially so secure in the team. Put as much pressure on him as you can, but obviously not with Yasser bowling kind of short and kind of wide like he has just done there.
What do you think about Babar being a slip fielder? Because I haven't really seen him over the years being a slip. Normally he's at cover or something. He's normally a very good fielder, don't get me wrong, all around the pitch, but I think he wants to be a slip to assess the pitch and keep close to the action. But I think Imi was telling me yesterday, Imran Butt's a specialist when it comes to slip fielding. Do you think he should be in the slip, or is it Babar? Yeah, he's there right now. What do you reckon about who should be the slip fielder for Yasser? Do you reckon keep it Babar or?
But if you judge it just on the slip catch that Imran caught in the first innings, yeah, definitely Imran. But that slip catch he caught was just absolutely brilliant. And as Imi says, if he's a specialist slip catcher, then yeah, I'm a bit surprised that he's not in there really. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Al?
Yeah, no, true. We definitely, obviously, that's the main area where catches go in it. So you definitely need a specialist there, without a doubt. Because Babar doesn't need to. He can even be maybe in the front. He doesn't need to be asleep. Maybe if he wants to be near the bowler, he can be right at the front of the field.
Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but I just think that the attack's looking a little bit toothless now. I think everything that happened in the first 10-15 minutes, yeah, that's kind of gone, and that pressure's obviously the pressure's still there from the scoreboard. You can't change that, but I just think that it's looking a little bit flat at the moment. And that's why I just think that get the new ball on and just give them that bit of oomph, really. Sorry, Doc.
Yeah, no, I think Shaheen from one end with the new ball, Noman Ali with from the other end, because it might be a bit easier for us. I'm just thinking in terms of slow left arm versus leg spin. It might be a little bit easier for Noman to kind of grip it and bowl with that new ball. So yeah, I'd go with seam from one end, spin from the other. Just on Baba, the thing that I think yesterday was a little bit disappointing was his technique when he was at slip. Have we taken that new ball? Because it's been an ad break, so
I don't know. They haven't. You can't see anything on the graphics.
I don't think so.
So his technique yesterday when he was fielding at slip, he was kind of, you watch these kind of masterclasses on TV and the likes of Ponting and what have you and Mark Waugh, all these great slip fielders. They talk about kind of being low and being ready and kind of on your haunches. And this ball was kind of dying above it, and he was already on his way up, and it just didn't look right. So I'm not sure about him at slip. I'm trying to see who is at slip now. I think that's Imran, but I could be wrong.
I'm trying to see whether the new. So, is anyone listening? Do you know if the new ball has been taken or not?
I doubt it.
Doesn't look like it. I think just from the first point of view. There we go. Now they have.
Oh, they're taken. Yeah.
They're
Okay.
good.
Good.
Now. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Blow them out now. Blow them away.
Come on, man.
Omar made a comment where he says makes Asad Shafiq looks like Sachin Tendulkar. What was that in reference to?
Bavuma.
Okay.
Who got a Test 100 against England a few years back, and then since then has not really performed so well. Baba was at first slip there, so he hasn't performed too well since then. But it's difficult with South Africa sometimes to know whether he's in the team because they've got to meet their transformation kind of targets, or whether he's in there on merit. But he's there. He's lasted.
Oh, come on.
No.
Straight away, something's happening. So what we've got?
What's the minimum lead that you're looking for? Do you think is it when it gets to three figures?
Yeah.
What was the question? The lead.
Yeah, the lead. What's the minimum? If you're South Africa, what's the minimum you think you need?
I think, they got two batsmen right now. If I'm South Africa, I'm thinking about 120, 130 and just put full pressure on us. If I was a South African fan, I would want my team to just bat sensibly. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves by just playing blah, 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 put the bad balls away. So I think the lead is now, 60 is it? 55, something like that?
Coming up
56.
56, yeah.
56, yeah. But I'll be looking to double that and at least have a chance at bowling us out. But obviously, as a Pakistan fan, I just want to bowl them out right now. Get it over and done with. So don't have to worry about anything.
So look, we've got two slips. Again, that's leg side. Well fielded, yeah.
Fawad Alam's a good fielder, Every time the ball goes to him, there's a along the ground or a catch. He's a really good fielder. Looks very fit as well.
Yeah, for a guy of his age as well, he's in good nick.
Yeah, hopefully he can keep batting on for a couple of years as well with how he's performing right now.
Be interesting to see who they do give the kind of the new ball to from the other end.
Yeah, good shot. I don't know if he's gonna go with Ekshasima or Yasser Numan. After this.
Ooh.
As you can see, with the new ball, he's making things happen straight away. So it was the right decision, definitely, to take the new ball now. In his second over, he had a little bit of a try with the old ball in his first over. Taking the second ball, things are starting to happen now. That's going to put a doubt in the batsman's mind, in Linde's mind, in Bavuma's mind as well. So yeah, I think in the next 10 minutes, innings should be over, guys.
Inshallah.
Our fielding
Inshallah.
has been good as well today, I think.
Yeah. I think that was one of the great things from the first innings, from South Africa's first innings. Yeah. Other than obviously there were two drop catches towards the end, but in the main, catches and just the outfield, the outfield fielding was really, really good. You know, they were stopping the ball, they were running after the ball, diving after the ball, getting their hands to it, and I love to see that, because it doesn't make a difference how well your bowlers are bowling. If the fielders aren't supporting them, the runs are just going to be leaking all over the place. So I think that was really good to see, and it just helps to create the pressure on the batsman, really.
Yeah, when the two run-outs happened in the first inning, that was shot. I'm like, yo, this ain't us. And they were actually good run-outs as well. It wasn't like, the batsman, the running was terrible. They were actually, I think Hassan Ali done one good throw, and I can't remember the other one who it was. But I was like, yo, this is mad. This is not us.
Yeah, it was Barbara, wasn't it? Barbara's throw to Rizwan, who dived.
That's the one, yeah.
You've got that meme that's of Rizwan diving and the batsman diving kind of towards each other.
Oh yeah.
So Yasser's been given the new ball here, and obviously, look, we don't want to be too reactive, but he's kind of part. I don't know if he's only been bowling for 50 minutes. So I don't think he's knackered, but his last kind of 8 to 10 balls from Yasser have been a little bit on the short side, a bit on the wide side. Again, I'm not. I don't want to sound like I'm moaning, but I feel like we could get more men around the bat. South Africa are never going to be more. Where's the man around the corner? Where's the man at Silly Point? Get at least 3 men around the bat. I just wish. I think we need to. Now is the time to attack. We are 1 wicket away. Really, we're 1 wicket away from three Shaheen Yorkers just getting rid of the tail. So this next wicket is so crucial.
I think if this was Australia or England, they would have had men around the back.
I don't know if I'd be interested to hear what the comments. If the commentators are saying similar things, or whether it's just I've just been spoilt by our 2 early wickets, so I just wanted to finish and whatever. But I don't know. I feel like we need more than just the slip in the short leg there.
Yeah, but it's interesting that so you know how you were saying 5 minutes ago, Doc, where they needed to put a fielder into short leg. It looks like they've listened to you with that, but they've just moved it from silly mid off.
Right,
and now obviously the catches are going to start going to silly mid off.
Oh, exactly. It's a way, isn't it? It's always easy though to captain from up here, and certainly slightly quicker one, I think.
He's running a bit short, isn't he, Yasser?
Yeah, he is. I don't know why. He's had such a good morning. He looks a bit disappointed with that ball as well. I'm trying to think, how many times has Yasser been given the new ball in the past? So I remember when he's been complimented by a left-hander. So I remember Abdul Rahman taking the new ball. I remember Zulfikar taking the new ball previously, but I'm not sure I remember Yasser taking the new ball. Again, it might be 6 a.m. memory, but I don't think it does. He doesn't look comfortable, but again, we've got to give it a bit more time. And yes, the wickets. Well, yeah, one of them. You're right. One of the wickets was a night watchman, so everyone obviously had been kind of pushed down one. But like I say, after this, it's Norkia, Rabada, and Ngidi, and I wouldn't fancy any of them to hang around for a long time. They might score some quick runs, but you'd like to think eventually one will keep low or one will be spooned up in the air, and the innings can be over pretty quickly.
Yeah,
you saw what Rabada did in the first innings, didn't he? He got that quick fire 20-25 runs, and at this, but like we were saying for that innings where they were going to be, where those runs were crucial, we said the exact same things here as well, because that's going to stretch that lead closer and closer to that 3-figure mark as well.
Every run is crucial now, isn't it, for both teams?
But both teams will remember what happened when South Africa took the new ball in the first innings, and the pitch is only going to get harder to bat on. And if you think back to what happened in that first innings, in my opinion, Abid got one that kept low. That's going to be playing on his mind. Imran Butt got one that kind of reared up on him. That's going to be playing on his mind. So it only takes 1 or 2 wickets to kind of really put fear into a batting lineup, especially our batting lineup. We're not used to winning Test matches, to be honest. It's been a while since we won a Test match, unfortunately. So, again, without getting too pessimistic, it would just be nice if we could just clip this lead at double figures rather than triple figures.
You're right there as well. It's been a while since the last one Test series. I know we beat Pakistan, not Pakistan, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh in the last year and a half. But we're talking about no disrespect to Bangladesh, like a top opposition. It's been a while, hasn't it? I can't remember. When was it? I think it's Australia. I think we played in the UAE in the 2019. Was it then?
2019 before the World Cup. Was that the?
Yeah, I think that was the last time we beat someone. So before this series, I was saying to myself, we need to win the series. I would even take a 1-0 because I know it's been a bit harsh on them, but it's been such a long time since we've beaten a quality team, and we're home as well. If we were away, obviously it's a different story, but playing at home, I was expecting a 2-0, and hopefully we can get the job done here. We're in a good position right now, and need to keep going.
Yeah, and you know, we don't beat South Africa very much in Test series, and we've only won, I think, 4 out of about 27 matches against them. We've only ever won one series, I think, which was a 1-0 win in Pakistan about 17 years ago. So it would be nice just to win a series against South Africa because it doesn't happen often.
You win it.
Sorry, go ahead, Shaz.
Yeah, sorry, I was just saying, just win a Test series in general.
Yeah.
Win for one.
Also, apparently, if we beat South Africa 2-0, we're going to the World Test Championship final in Lords.
Oh, really? Yeah.
We're not really for anyone that's listening. Right, so just go back to this question from Adam. Have ticket prices changed over the years? The Lords prices this year were silly, 125 for restricted view seats.
Do you believe it or not? Yeah, the World Cup's tickets were cheaper than the tickets prices for the England games.
So part of the reason for that is that the World Cup tickets, the prices were set by the ICC. Whereas now, the ones for this summer, their prices are set by the grounds themselves, or the ECB have a say in them. But the World Cup ones, they were set by the ICC. I agree with what you think.
The World Cup, obviously, the tickets would be maybe higher than you know.
Is that how much they are? They're £125 well, that's crazy, man.
That's for Lords.
Yeah, but I think for the restricted view seats, they started from about 80 odd. Isn't that
60?
Right, Doug?
60.
Yeah, it was 60 or 80, I think.
60 to 80, yeah.
Oh. Runs are just starting to flow, as can happen with the new ball. It can leave the bat as quick as it reaches the bat. It's fine. We need to keep our heads. If we're asking the players to keep their heads, we need to keep our heads. It's only 66. Let's be honest, 66 for 6. It's good. We're doing all right. We're doing okay.
That sounds way better.
We just need 1 wicket here.
1 wicket. We'll get it. Don't worry, lads. We'll get it. So with regards to ticket prices, I mean, I think from a Lords point of view, they are redeveloping Lords. They know it's an easy sell, and they've got a year's worth of ticket prices to catch up on because of the pandemic and obviously not hosting any cricket last year. So it was entirely frustrating and disappointing to look at the ticket prices, but it was also entirely expected. I mean, I'm not surprised when I see that. All the London games are a little bit more expensive because obviously the South has that reputation of being slightly more affluent, rightly or wrongly, whatever. But it's always a little bit more expensive in the South, and yeah, but they'll know they'll sell out. Another single there to Linda, so 225 for 6.
Yeah, when the fixtures come out for the tickets and that, I decided to get all of them except Lords because I knew they'd be a bit pricey, and London obviously is 2 hours away from me or more. And then I found out afterwards as well how much the prices are, and I was like, this is baffling, especially being Lords. I know Lords is I know people say it's a beautiful ground and stuff, but as a Pakistani, prefer going somewhere else. I don't know about you guys, but when it comes to a Pakistan game, I prefer going to someone like Old Trafford, Headingley, Edgbaston, of course, over Lords. What about you, like? What do you reckon?
Yeah.
Well, I think that Adam, one of your favorite grounds is Lords, if not your favorite ground, isn't it? Don't judging on what we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah, it's much better. I mean, obviously, I live in the South, but the best atmospheres for Pakistan are always in the North. Nottingham, Birmingham, Manchester. It's funny. I'm thinking Leeds, right? I'm thinking of Pakistan at Headingley over the past few years. I can't remember Headingley quite having the same. Obviously, you got Bradford really close, and there's a big Pakistani community there. But that was the man. That was the one to the guy at short leg. I don't know if that got any back. Is that going to be giving us leg byes or? No, I think that's a single that's come off the bat. Let's have a look at this. So is it the googly? Not really. It's kind of a little bit straighter. It's gone to Arbid.
I wasn't really catching that.
Never going to catch that.
That wasn't a catch. So growing up, my home ground was Headingley. And I went there every time Pakistan were here, and throughout the 90s and then the early 2000s. Yeah, brilliant ground for atmosphere. It was always in the jungly stand in the Western Terrace. That's where all the fun was. Yeah, and we were talking before about Doc, what you were saying about the English fans, about how they've been really good, and then at the end of the game, even if you win, they'll say, well done to you. And we were speaking, was it yesterday or the day before, about whether someone asked a question about whether we should separate the fans out, 50-50 like they do in football. I would miss that, like with the opposition fans having that banter. It's friendly banter at the end of the day, yeah. So I'd miss that. So I'd always want to keep that in.
But I think cricket's just always been a friendly game anyway. Whereas in football is more of a hooligan. I think you always hear, very very rare you'll hear where in a cricket game where something's happened, apart from the Pakistan-Afghanistan game, but in general you very rarely hear it. Whereas in football, it's mainly regular.
So go on, Shazeb.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was saying one of the games I really enjoyed in terms of the fans with the banter was the Bangladesh game. I don't know where I don't know where you guys sit in, but they're really friendly. Yeah, in Lords in the World Cup. Yeah, the one that nothing game it was.
Really good. If we had made
500,
840
550, I think it was,
and rolled them out for 250, we'd have got through. But yeah, no, that was disappointing. Disappointing that obviously we won. It was a great day. I was fortunate to be there, but just a shame that we knew we weren't going to go through.
It's still a good day though. To be fair, it was a good day. Shaheen doing a madness that day.
Yeah, I think that from all the games I went to, so I went to all the games. I saw all the fans. The Bangladesh fans were the ones that we had the most fun with. You remember, Carl?
Yeah,
in the stand where we were, there was points where we were shouting Bangladesh, and they were shouting Pakistan. Yeah. It's the only set of fans I've seen that are as crazy as we are. And that's what
they were definitely
7-8 hours.
Very competitive.
Bang throughout. Yeah, they were really good.
They kind of made Oval their home ground during the World Cup. They had two really big games at the Oval. I think they played. Also, the big, Bangladeshi community, southeast London, and so the game they beat South Africa in, and I think the game they lost to New Zealand in. Just Bangladesh fans everywhere, which is brilliant. It's so good to see. You want to see as many fans come out. You want it to be catch that.
Just
sure.
You want there to be as many kind of diverse fans there as possible, making as much noise as possible. And the good thing about Pakistan Bangladesh games is that the whole stadium is green, so much colour to the event. So
which reminds me,
Yes, sorry, we're all letting the team down here. None of us in green.
Come on, Carl, you must have a green shirt of Archimedes as well, man. I've got one upstairs.
I'll walk over it later.
Awesome, man. Just answer this question from Adam. What team would you love to see tour Pakistan? So we've got the center countries are starting to go back. We've got South Africa here. You've got England and Australia lined up over the next couple of years. I think West Indies are coming over some point this year as well. So, Doc, who would you like to see tour Pakistan?
India. Sorry, because I know we said that we kind of keep ourselves to ourselves. We don't just want to exactly, and then to say, it would be good. I'd just love to watch Pakistan play India. I think sometimes that can get a bit toxic, can't it? So I'm sure you go on social media during those games. Well, actually, don't. Just when Pakistan play India, don't go on social media because you'll just see horrible comments on both sides. But in terms of the cricket and the stadium and the atmosphere and the publicity it would get, it has to be India. You want to play your local rivals. Forget the politics for a second.
True, good point. Shazeb, Kal, do you agree or do you choose
100%? 100%.
Has to be.
It's got to be India, regardless, because that buzz and that adrenaline rush where you get winning India, it's just
boundary.
Anything compared to it.
Yeah, they're slowly building up the lead now, aren't they? So the lead must be in the 60s now, I think.
I think it might be more than that. I think the lead is 74 from working it out in my head, but
70s.
74, yeah. 74. After that 4 is 74.
Down to left. But yeah, on the India point, obviously I'd never seen them. You know, when they toured Pakistan, I think it was in 05 or 06, one of them years. I never watched it live, but when I look at the highlights on Sky Sports, they come on sometimes, and even on YouTube. That was a really good tour. Like, it was literally up and down games as well. I remember when I think Irfan Pathan, he took a hat trick, and then we come back. And we come back. I won that game, and just seeing the supporters going mad in the stadium as well. So another Pakistan India game, series, sorry, at home would be good to see, man.
So the Pakistan India one-day series, we played them in 2 one-day series, one in 04 in Pakistan that we lost 3-2, and that was a really seesaw series. So we were 2-1 up with 2 to play, and the 4th one we were defending 290 odd, and we should have won, and we lost, and then India got it to 2-2, and then they won the last game as well. They were amazing series, and in that first game at Karachi in the 04 series, India got to 348, I think. And we needed, and this is back in 04, you know, Pakistan don't chase 350 ever, let alone back in 2004. And Inzamam, again, is one of the reasons why I love Inzamam so much, because just as long as he was at the crease, you knew we had a chance. And Inzamam was there till almost the very end. And I think we needed, at one point, we needed 11 off 8, something like that. When you think you're chasing 349, 11 off 8 is not difficult. And I think it was Moin Khan skied one, and Kaif took an amazing catch. But even to this day, it's one of the best one-day international games I've ever seen. And then the next year we went to India for a one-day series, 2-0. I mean, no one goes to India and goes 2-0 down and wins 4-2, and yet we came back to win that series 4-2. So just in the space of 2 years, we had 2 absolutely amazing one-day series against them. So that, you know, Pakistan-India cricket, when the quality is good, you know, you had the likes of Ganguly, Afridi, Yusuf, Inzi, Dravid, Laxman, Shoaib, I think for some of it. When the quality of players there, and the crowds are in, and it's India, Pakistan, nothing beats that. And it always makes me laugh when Noman Ali's come on here. So they've gone with the left arm rather than Yasser. I think Noman will get more with the new ball than Yasser will. When you watch England, Australia, and they talk about it being the biggest rivalry in cricket, every time they say that, I just think, no, it's not a chance, not even close.
I think the argument they make, the England and Australia fans, is that they always say it's always one-sided. That's why they like to say that. And obviously, when you talk about series that have happened in the past, they've all been fairly close, to be fair to you. And I look at the stats and stuff, whether India to Pakistan or Pakistan to India. I think because when they watch India-Pakistan, it's mainly in World Cups, and in World Cups, you know what happens. And I think that contributes to their opinion when they say, India and Australia and England is a bigger rivalry. So I think that's one of the reasons why they say it.
But even the Australia-England, it's where it's been evenly matched. That's been only over the past, since the 2005 epic series that was over here in England. Before that, it was generally always one-sided. I mean, especially throughout the 90s, wasn't it? That it was Australia all the way.
89, I think 89 was the last England win, or even maybe 87. So I think every series from 89, Australia had won. The thing is, I mean, from my point of view, you it's just not the same passion. It's just, you know, you're sitting there in the stands, or sorry, you see the fans in the stand. And I know, you know, you're allowed to express yourself how you like, but you know, it still is, at the end of the day, I don't think, and I might be wrong, I don't think Australia and England fans at the end of the day feel as down as we do when we lose to India, or as up as we do when we beat India. I just don't think. And you know, that's a rivalry. With respect, that's a rivalry that started on the back of a newspaper article, you know, where they said, here, you know, the English, here lies English cricket, and the Ashes will okay, fair enough. Yeah, lovely. But I don't think you can compare that to, like, with respect, 3 wars and the rest and all the other stuff. So yeah, I don't think there's a patch. And yeah, that 04 tour is the tour that I'm talking about. And the girls seem to love Balaji. Cash out.
Come on, man.
Any bat in that?
It must be the way he looped up. Has to be, surely.
Definitely.
I'm not seeing many hands on heads, but no, it could be, yeah. The thing that annoys me about the 04 tour, and the one thing that I guess I hold on to from not only that tour, but also the India then went to Pakistan 2 years later in 06 for another three test series. Lack of crowds. The lack of crowds for the test matches was really frustrating. And you think if people in Pakistan aren't going to turn up for a Pakistan-India test series, when are they going to turn up?
What hope is there?
Yeah. Just as a quick thing, guys, I think the session times have changed today because of Jummah, because we haven't had a drinks break yet. And if you think back, all those games in the Emirates, the first session is often 2.5 hours. And I think that might, if anyone again is watching on the live coverage, whether they've mentioned or whether they've flashed up the session times, or if Crick Info said anything, I might have a little look on Crick Info myself. But I'm pretty sure we haven't had a drinks break yet, and I think that is Jummah related, where they sometimes then have an hour or 45-minute break for lunch as opposed to the usual 40. But confirmation on that would be good for anyone watching.
Just on that 04 series then, Doc, you know that game that you're talking about where India made 340 odd, and then India was there throughout. I remember we lost by 5 runs that game, and I remember at the start of our innings, I was at home watching it with my brother and my dad, and I said, right, 345 runs to go, 343 runs to go. And just as I was saying the words, I remember my dad and my brother looking around at me like, you know, what kind of nonsense are you saying here? Because in those days, chasing 350, close to 350, it was just never heard of, really. And then for us to get that close, he said, I think he said 11 off 8. It was just unheard of in those days. So it was so heartbreaking to lose after getting so close. You know, something like that, you'd rather lose by 70, 80, 90 runs than to get so close here and just not be able to get over the edge, but get over the line. But
Mum was unreal that day. The way he, I can't remember off the top of my head how much he scored. I know he got 100. I'm sure he got 100. But he just, the way that, obviously, because we lost a couple of early wickets as well, at least one early wicket. And obviously, you lose an early wicket chasing 350, there's a little bit of rebuilding to be done. And he did. He rebuilt. His acceleration then happened as the innings went on. And actually, you know what? The funny thing is, and we'll just talk about Fahim in a second because he's been given the new ball here, which is slightly surprising. But India, I think, if you go back and look at the scorecard, I think India, after about 13, 14 overs in that game, I reckon they must have been about 140. They went off like a train. Rana Naveed's first 2 balls, I think, were 5 wides. So his figures are something like no balls, no legal balls, but none for 10 kind of thing. It was just a crazy, crazy start to that game. And actually 350 was probably below par considering the start that they got. So yeah, anyway, what do we think of Fahim being given the new ball? Because Hassan's not been given it.
I don't know, I guess. Fair enough from Babar. He hasn't really conceded much runs for him. I think he wants to test out the pitch by bowling him because he's not as fast, and I think he's hoping the pitch helps him by staying low. But at the same time, we need to be careful because, like you said, the lead has gone to like 76 now, and a couple of more boundaries, and we just got closer to 100. So we need to be careful, like especially this period. We can't be giving away easy runs or bowling bad lengths. So gotta be cautious.
Sorry, just before. Adil Kanagami said that the first session is 2.5 hours. Ramiz is confirmed for us. So thank you for letting us know that. So that means the first session for us in the UK is going to go until 7:30 then.
7:30, and I imagine there'll be an hour's lunch till 8:30, and then the second session starts. What I hope doesn't happen, I hope we don't fall into that trap that a lot of teams do, where you've got one batsman somewhat set like Bavuma is, and they're kind of a slightly lesser skilled batsman at the other end. Obviously, you're trying to take wickets and end the game or end the innings. And let's not stop trying to get Bavuma out, because what often happens is you see the field goes back for the set batsman, and then they all attack for the last 2-3 balls. And I just hope we don't. I hope we don't do that with Bavuma here, because it is only Temba Bavuma and it's still 76 for 6. And I don't think we should stop attacking. I'm looking at the field here that Fahim's got. We've got. We're just going to have to bowl this one again because the batsman's not ready. I think we've got maybe a first and a third slip, maybe. But yeah, we can't go too defensive too quickly. I feel like we've gone a little bit defensive this morning after the 2 quick wickets.
I think that's a good point as well from Bilal. He does struggle with the new ball occasionally when I've seen him bowl. I think that Babar's thinking about that as well, to be honest.
Because we don't want to be leaking any more runs now, then do we?
Exactly. Oh, it's just right.
Because Fahim has more control. He's more miserly with his economy rate than Hassan is. So they're having drinks now. So just while they're having drinks break here, I just want to ask you about a topic that's annoyed me over the past few weeks. One of many things. It's about Azam Khan. So I've only seen him play in the little bits, but the thing that annoys me is that where people say that he should be the wicketkeeper for our T20 team, and he doesn't even keep for that many domestic teams that he plays for. I think the last time when he played in the Lanka Premier League, I think he was keeping there. I don't know if for all of it, but he was definitely keeping for a couple of games. But I think whichever team he plays for in the PSL, I don't know if it's Qatar or whatever, but I'm sure he doesn't keep for them either. But people are still calling for him to come in as a wicketkeeper batsman because he can hit sixes. So if he can hit sixes, then his case should be pushed to have him in as a batsman, as a middle order batsman, as a power hitter, number 5, number 6, whatever. But when they say that he should be in as a wicketkeeper batsman, I just can't understand that. So a question for our viewers, where do you see Azam Khan coming in, not just coming into the team, but coming in as a wicketkeeper batsman when he does not even keep for most of the domestic teams? So you can't even judge him for his wicket. I mean, he might be the best keeper ever, but if he doesn't keep for his domestic teams, then that's saying something, isn't it?
Yeah, for me, as a wicketkeeper batsman, your keeping has to come first because that's a job.
Yeah,
what I mean. And then you look at the batting skills. I remember he took a catch here last week, and he went viral. Well, not viral, but everyone on Twitter was going mad about it. Like, oh, look, he can keep. He took a good catch. But then I was watching the highlights on YouTube. He dropped an easy one as well at the same time. You know what I mean? So you can't really judge him like that. For me, he needs to keep it. His dad's Moin Khan, isn't it? Is that his name, Moin Khan?
Yeah. Moin Khan,
his dad should have transferred him to another team when they need a wicketkeeper, and they should have kept in the PSL and show us, if he can keep. There's no way that he's gonna come over Safraz as a wicketkeeper because he's the captain. That's what I'm saying. You look at the teams around the world now. The keepers, they're so fit in the catches they take.
You have to be fit because it takes so much out of you, wicket keeping, that you've got to have some fitness. And I don't think he's fit enough to be.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. He can hit sixes. Fair enough.
No, that's different. But
that's
keeping
different.
is totally different. It's one of the hardest hardest feeling to do in the whole team. That's one of the hardest jobs. So you got to be fit for that. I don't think he's fit enough for it.
Yeah, look at what Rizwan does for us. Like, his keeping is amazing. And if we were to all of a sudden drop Rizwan at the T20 team and put Azam Khan in, it would be a big difference when it comes to keeping.
Just look at it in that sense. Look how much diving about a keeper has to do. And if you've got so much weight on you, how you expected to do diving? And how far are you going to reach?
If I was Azam Khan, I'd be motivated to go out there and train, get fitter.
I think he was fatter than this before, that he's lost a bit of weight.
He has, yeah.
But as for him as well, like if you think about it in the wicketkeeper wise, Pakistan, there's not many about. Obviously, there's one very good wicketkeeper, batting as well. He's been improving over the time goes on, in my opinion. But it should be motivated to be like, I need to go out there, hit the gym, get fitter, and try to force myself into wicketkeeping, and that way you'll have a proper chance. He's still young as well, so he needs to. I don't get how he's not motivated to just full on go for it. Any case for any other wicketkeeper as well in Pakistan, because we've been facing this issue for a very long time. When you compare ourselves to other wicketkeeper batsmen, like England have got like 4 wicketkeeper batsmen that I wouldn't mind having any of them. But for me, keeping first, then batting. We can't just put him in just because of his power hitting.
Yeah, so Adam says that in T20s, batting should come before keeping, not in tests. So definitely agree with you on tests. But even when you look at T20s and Adam, I just can't. I mean, you can't have a bits and pieces keeper. You have to have someone who is a good wicket keeper first, and then the batting comes. Obviously, in an ideal world, we all want to have Adam Gilchrist playing for us, right? Make no bones about it. We all want to have Gilchrist there. But if you can't have Gilchrist, you just should judge people on their keeping first, because if 2020 match, if you drop a catch behind the stumps, that might be the game gone. You don't have that much time to even claw yourself back into the game. Like yesterday, Babar dropped a catch, didn't he? And look what position we are now, because you've got the time to get back into the game. And in T20, you drop a catch, you miss a keeper misses a run out, a stumping or something. You're just not going to be able to have that time. So, it's you have to be able to keep first, and that's what I can't understand why there's so many people that are pushing for him to come, for Azam to come to the team as the wicketkeeper. When and if you ask them why, they say, "Oh, because he's a good batsman." But then no one has ever said Azam Khan's a brilliant keeper. And I mean, I made the analogy yesterday. It's like in football, it's asking for someone to be a goalkeeper because he's really good at taking penalties.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah,
it's just silly, that is. So I'm afraid, Adam, we're going to have to agree to disagree on that one.
like look at Kumar Nakmal, for example, right? Batting wise,
Please don't.
sorry, just can't make his point. Just one point to Adam, especially like batting wise, Akmal wasn't as bad, but his keeping. Look how many times. I'm not saying Azam Khan's that bad at keeping, but we just haven't seen it. We don't know. You know what I mean? And we can't just bring him in the team right now, in my opinion. As a wicket keeper, he's got to go out there and prove himself that he can keep. Can't just get him in.
So this is a good point. Where Omar makes that Sangakkara was a batsman first in my eyes. So he might have been a batsman first, yeah. But how many mistakes can you remember that Sangakkara made behind the stumps?
Yeah,
I can't remember any.
He was a good.
Yeah, he might have made mistakes, yeah, but you don't know him. You don't remember him for making mistakes behind the stumps, do you? And that's my whole point. You never really remember. If you don't remember anything about a keeper, that normally means that he's done a really good job. So it doesn't make a difference whether you're a batsman first, a fielder first, or whatever. But your keeping needs to be 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 before you even look at anything else, really.
Yeah, it's crazy as well how when you compare ourselves to other countries, how we haven't produced this top wicketkeeper batsman. Catch. Yes! Come on!
What an odd dismissal that was. Come on, boys.
That's surely out, isn't it? Don't want to be a bit down on it. Yeah.
Odd one. It seemed like it came off the inside edge. You don't expect it to go to the man at short, fine leg. But
good catch as well, whoever that was.
Yeah. Take that.
Let's have a look.
Because if you're short, fine leg, you're not expecting that to come to you. Not there. Oh, brilliant.
Oh, I love it. Babar, is that Babar?
I don't think it was Babar.
It was Imran Butt, I think.
Lovely. Come on, that's what we needed.
Look at that pump. A drinks break. What happens when there's an interval? Wickets fall.
Come on, collapse now, man.
Yeah, it was Imran Butt that was.
Yeah, I think he's a specialist in slip, maybe. Georgian from that as well. I think we need him in the slip, man.
Awareness
there. Didn't go straight to him. Just before we carry on, sorry, Omar, I missed this. If you're still watching, shall we finish the game off today and see you in the next game? Time for me to get ready for it. Jazakallah khair for joining, Omar. Really appreciate you joining us at this early time.
Halka, Adam's comment will get you triggered, I think.
Where am I looking now?
Uh-oh.
I know you're trolling me now, yeah? I'm not even going to bother responding to that.
Are we sure it's Adam Khan and not Azam Khan?
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, the point I was making, man, it's so frustrating to see us not produce any top quality. I'm not taking anything away from Rizwan. I know he's come great utility when it comes to batting, but I mean, over the years, Safraz obviously was a good captain and stuff, but comparing him to other wicketkeepers, it's not really as good as we would have hoped. Why do you think that is? Is it just no one's motivated to be a wicketkeeper in Pakistan? Like, if I was a wicketkeeper in the domestic circuit right now, I'd be working so hard on my batting and my keeping, because I know that there's not many keepers out there. I hope Raheel Nazir, I know that's a name, that's a come around. What team has he been transferred to in the PSL? I can't remember which one it was. I'm hoping he gets to actually play this year, because I really want to see him play against high quality bowlers as well.
I think that you make a really good point there, Shazib, where there's not that many wicket keepers that we know of anyway that are kind of knocking on the door, and because of that, people might suddenly see that. Well, if you want Azam Khan in just purely as a batsman, there's a queue of about 30-40 people knocking on the door. If you want him in as a wicket keeper, there's only 2 or 3 that he has to compete with. So that's the easiest entry into the team. And maybe that's why that they want him in there. So I mean, look at that catch here, brilliant catch that was. It wasn't straight to him. He had to go down for it.
So is that an inside edge that went through his legs?
Sorry?
Was that an inside edge that went through his legs? Because if he's driving away from his body, I think it went through his legs to.
It doesn't matter how they come. As long as they're out.
It makes it an even better catch, because, like I say, if you see the guy driving and you're...
Oh, it is as well. Yeah, it is 100%.
Yeah, So if you're standing in that position, that's the last place you expect the ball to go.
Yeah, it went through his legs.
Sorry, Babar, but I want Imran Butt in the slips, man. It's just been this, like, from what I've seen,
we
it
need a
looks
slip.
really good with his hands, man.
Definitely need a good slip fielder.
Even with
We
these
have so
half
many drop
chances as well,
catches.
we need to
have-
make the most
So
of it.
we've now got a tail ender in. I know Rabada gave it a bit of a whack in the first inning, but we've essentially got a tail ender in now. I wouldn't have Fahim bowling. I'm sorry. I like Fahim Ashraf. I don't think he's the guy to be on now. I don't know if you guys would agree.
I think Rabada is that type of batsman who
We need to go
just
for kill.
just hits it. He's not going to stand there and block it, I think. He's going to actually go for a run. So I think you're right. Probably bring on Yasser back in the other end as well, just to clear it up. Maybe Shaheen as well, but
So
I will go to Yasser.
Who's going to be really tired now? Because Shaheen, how long was Shaheen's spell with that new ball? It wasn't that long. Nor was Hassan Ali's. Or Hassan Ali didn't get the new ball, did he, at all? I don't think. So
He opened, that's it.
I feel like, I'm not sure about Fahim now. I think you needed a partnership breaker. The partnership's broken. Now you go back to your really fast men and your kind of your frontline bowlers.
Have you seen Fahim's figures there? 7.3 overs, and he's only given 8 runs away. That's been phenomenal. That is. Obviously, I get that. Obviously, he's bowling towards the tail now, yeah. But even still,
yeah, I think he's bowled a really good controlling line. And now there are two ways of looking at it, isn't it? You either say that's brilliant, or you say, yeah, it's not threatening, and they're not, and they're just seeing him off. But obviously, you got to remember that when you've got one guy at the other end putting pressure on and not letting you score runs, you might take more chances against the guy at the other end, the spinner or something. So I would say he's done brilliantly.
There's a stat there on the screen right now. Most catches on Test debut. Hopefully he can get 4, one more.
Nah, these next 3 are going to be stump shattering Yorkers. No more catches.
No matter how they come, we just need them.
So Omar says Pakistan have always been 2-3 players short of being a genuinely top side, even back in their glory years. In the 90s, I think Pakistan were a couple of batsmen short from being the best side in the world. So Cal, you obviously saw Pakistan play throughout the 90s and stuff. Yeah, what do you think about that? That we were a couple of players short.
No, I think we had a really good team in the 90s. We had all the really good players. Mohammad Yusuf, Yunus Khan.
No, I wasn't team.
What's it called? My mind just gone blank. No, but we definitely had really good team in the 90s. Shoaib Akhtar,
I can't wait to tell the praise.
I mean, if you think back, you had middle orders that had like Ijaz Ahmed and Salim Malik and Inzi, and then obviously Yusuf came in. I think the place where I feel like we've always struggled is openers. And obviously, I don't think we had Said Enver and Amr Sohail, and obviously then Amr Sohail.
But I think, Doc, you know what it is? I think we did a lot of chopping and changing. That's why I don't think we had good openers. Like some players where we should have had them as opening, don't think we gave them the. For example, Shahid Afridi, we should have definitely. I think personally, he should have always been opening, because if you think about it, whenever he got out, it was mainly caught out and mainly near enough to the boundary line where he got caught. So, and if you look at it, obviously the first part of the game, there's all the fielders are in. So it makes logic sense that you'd have him as an opener instead of getting him come at 6 or 7 when all the majority of the fielders are out and he's going for it and he's going to get caught out. So I think in our own, it's been selected. Like how we've been sending the openers in and just chopping and changing them. We've not tried settling with one, trying testing. One.
Why is there not a man at Silly Point here now? Why is Rabada able to push into the offside for one? I don't like that.
Yeah, we definitely need more men around this.
Putting the pressure on.
On that side, look nice. We had a man on that side where I don't know. I'm a bit late, one ball late, but that was a catch.
Yeah, I just think let's it's Rabada. It's 77 for 7 in its Rabada. You don't need a man. Let's have a look. Where have we got now? We got one at. Yeah, again, I'd have a. I don't know. The thing is, it's easy to captain from here. We're not the ones who are going to get the newspaper articles written about us if South Africa get a bigger lead because we've been attacking too much. But that was close, wasn't it?
If you think about it, we've never been a side where we've been like proper attacking. Like have about 5-6 men around the batsman. It's more been like Australia and England. I think the last time I remember we had men like around the bat like that was in Abu Dhabi, Dubai. When I think it was it against
Australia? I think we were trying to win that game right at the end.
That game, and he got the wicket. I think no, there was one game where we got the wicket as well.
Oh, England.
West Indies. No, West Indies. Why did he do that?
Was it England or was it?
So there was the West Indies one in the West Indies, and then there was also. Do you remember Adil Rashid? It was a Test match in the Emirates. Adil Rashid was the last man out. England batted almost all day.
Yeah.
And then
yeah. He was heartbroken when he was out, wasn't he?
Yeah. There's a really interesting comment. This is an interesting one as well, actually, from Umar about needing better batsmen than Ijaz. I mean, Ijaz Ahmed was actually really good against Australia. I think Shane Warne always talks about Ijaz being one of the players that played him quite well. Obviously, you've got to play well against other teams too. But I think back, again, like I said, we had Salim Malik in there, we had Inzamam in there, and we had Saeed Anwar and Amr Sahil. And let's be fair, that's the team that came here pretty much. The team that came here and won in '92, and we haven't won in England since '92. But there's a really interesting comment from Adam saying about were the '90s that good, or are we reminiscing about simpler times? If you look back at the results, and this is the thing, growing up in England, I didn't always thankfully had Sky Sports, but didn't always have the right channels to watch a lot of Pakistan's home games or some of the series around the world. It's just, there was no internet streaming back then or anything like that. You look at some of our results in the 90s, losing at home to Zimbabwe, losing at home to South Africa, losing at home to Sri Lanka, I think a couple of times. That 90s team, it could have been so much better. And I'm not taking anything away from the teams that beat us, but there was so much infighting. There was so much, you look at the number of captains we had in the 90s, there was so much other stuff going on, and which we obviously won't get into from a, you had the Justice Qayyum report talking about fixing and things like that. And if you read that report, you can find it on the internet. It's a really, really long report about essentially what the Pakistan dressing room was like in the 90s, some of the shady things that were going on. So this isn't rumors and conjecture anymore. It's a freely available report on the internet. And some of the stuff that was going on, I do think that team probably could have been a lot better than it was. We probably could have achieved more than we did. So I think we're probably reminiscing a little bit because we know how much talent there was in that team, but how much some of the off-field stuff really kind of held them back. And some of that was self-inflicted, obviously. But yeah, I guess that's my kind of view in the 90s, is that if you look at the results, we weren't probably as good statistically as we...
Almost. It's coming.
Yeah, we weren't as good maybe statistically looking back, and some of those results, I mean, even the great team with Vaseem, Vakar and Shoaib and what have you, they still went to Australia and got battered every time. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that one.
Yeah, I think that for me, growing up in the 90s, it's to use a cliche, it was the Wasim Wakar heydays, wasn't it? And you talk about now about them being legends of the game, and you can watch all the YouTube clips you want, but it's just different to watching them live. And listen to the build-up, the commentary, kind of living that experience with them, and knowing that in the back of your mind, no matter what the score is, that they have the potential to be able to get that breakthrough. Whether it's a conventional swing, reverse swing, intimidation. You had Vakar Yunus coming off a 100-meter run-up or something silly like that, and just that aggression in the face. Because you look at it now, who is there that can bowl 90+ miles an hour and is in your face with that intimidation, that aggression? There's not that many fast bowlers that can actually do that. And that was one of the things, that I loved back in those days. Obviously, within reason, how he did it. But yeah, and it was just unfortunate in those days that it was the prehistoric times where it was before live streaming and stuff. So you only got to see a few games. Just breaking. So there's a stat come up now saying that lowest targets defended by South Africa in tests. The lowest one is 117 against Australia in 94 Sydney, but the lowest one that they defended against us was 146.
Oh, look, Pakistan in the 90s losing a game at Faisalabad that they shouldn't have.
Yeah.
Topical, isn't it?
So sorry, just to make one point on that. So that whole infighting thing that you spoke about, Doc, where you had the different the camps in the team. So it'd be like Wasim would get a wicket, Wasim Akram would get a wicket, and the players in the other camp wouldn't come in to celebrate with him, and it'd be vice versa as well.
Is that how it was?
For a time of it, a part of it was. I remember. I think it was one of the Wasim Ogar was saying that they'd bowl in, they'd take a wicket, no one would celebrate with them. They just turn around and walk back to their bowling mark and get ready to bowl the next ball. It was like that at times, and like Doc said, that's why the captaincy changed hands so many times during the 90s. Different camps, and you just think if there was that professionalism in there, what could have been in the 90s? And although we've lost that time now, it's like, can we not learn from those times and have that sense of professionalism now, at least, because we know where it leads us, that you can have legends in the team, but you're going to be losing games left, right, centre.
Well, this is where mercurial Pakistan comes from, isn't it? And we've all heard that phrase of Pakistan are so mercurial. You never know what you're going to get, and some of that, is not necessarily a bad thing, because when we look like we're going to lose a game and we just come from nowhere and win it, you think, oh God, I'm so glad Pakistan and mercurial. I mean, they can be, so brilliant. But then equally, mercurial can mean that, in an hour or so, we might have 102 to chase and we might not do it. So, and that's one of the things that, just very briefly going on a tangent, Mickey Arthur was coming in, and when Mickey Arthur came in and said, look, I don't want us to be mercurial. I don't want us to be capable of this and capable of this. We've got to bring the two closer together. Umar makes a point about Inzamam being the mediator. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me that he was the mediator between the two, and we even saw it. We saw it with Yunus and Yusuf in the 2000s. We saw Shoaib Malik become captain, and all kinds of factions in the team. It doesn't. By the way, that's not to say that it doesn't happen to other countries. Australia. You look at Steve Waugh, Shane Warne. I mean, that's a rivalry or a kind of a feud that they still talk about to this day. Shane Warne and John Buchanan, Shane Warne and everyone, it's saying by the sounds of it. England with Kevin Peterson. There's always been infighting in teams. So you're going to get that, I guess, in any kind of sporting environment.
Yeah, the whole Kevin Peterson thing I found funny because he was at the top of his game, and he bore the brunt of that disastrous Ashes tour that they had in Australia. I was like, comparing it to what we went through the 90s, it's like, yeah, we had loads of problems, but we never got rid of one of the legends.
Yeah.
And England actually got rid of Peterson. And there was one point when, where there was talks of, okay, if Peterson proves himself on the county scene, he might be able to come back. And he scored not 1, 2. I'm sure he scored a triple century. You can't do any more than that. And at that point, the ECB turned on, skied it. And
oh! Has he dropped it?
Hassan,
How do you drop that, man?
that was the sky. It was straight in his hands.
he was in the air for ages.
He's got sunglasses on as well, so you can't complain.
He wasn't in the right position at all. If you look, I mean, it looks like a kind of catch that's swirling.
Reaching.
It's swirling in the wind, but there isn't much of a wind out there, is there?
No, man. Yes, come on. Lovely. Come on.
We just need to tackle the stumps. We don't need catches if we're going to.
Come on, man.
Oh my God.
That is pure 1990s cricket. That is, when you can't rely on the fielders, what do? Shatter the stumps.
That's typical Pakistan, man.
That's Pakistan cricket at its best. 1 minute you're down, and next minute.
Credit to the man for coming back stronger as well, man. Yes.
Carl's face palm says it all.
Through the gap. That's a poor shot from. Wow, it's a tail ender, isn't it? It's a tail ender playing a ball that's spinning.
That's what I mean. I was saying before, the border is not going to come out to block. He's just going to come out to try to play shots. But yeah, man, 2 more to go. Come on. When is the first session end again?
7:30.
I think it's 7:30.
7:30.
I think we'll be doing it by then.
So 80 for 8.
Get him below 100, man.
Oh, Hassan Ali must be relieved there.
Yeah.
He doesn't normally drop as well, isn't he? He's normally a
He's a
good
normally
fielder
good
as well.
catcher. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like with Rishi for he misjudged it or something.
Yeah. Shazib, just putting that comment up again by Adili said that 2.5 hours, so it will be at 7:30.
I think that means a 1 hour lunch break, which would be interesting. And then yeah, we got the next session after that.
We need to finish him off now. We should go for the kill.
Hope you all brought topics to talk about in the 1 hour lunch break, lads. I was thinking of something. I was reading the Mars last night, and I was thinking about what we should talk about in the. It's not a good thing to do, but anyway, I was thinking, can you make a World 11? Okay, we won't do it now, obviously, because we'll need topics to talk about in that 1 hour lunch break. Can you do a World 11, but maximum one player from each country?
Ooh, that'd be a good debate.
Yeah,
I've seen those on Twitter before, and it's always yeah. So I'm not going to be here during the lunch break yet, but if I hear that any one of you has chosen Cameron Akmal, having words.
Right, so Norkia's in, averaging 8 in his 16 innings so far with a best of 40. He'll take 40 today, wouldn't he? 40 would help them a lot. So let's see. We've got Bavuma on strike.
Yasha's on as well now.
Yeah, spin from both ends. Now, at this point, then, does current World 11, that would be current World 11 with one player from each team.
No Akmal then Hulk, don't worry.
Yeah. So the spin from both ends. So at this point now, again, let's put ourselves in South Africa's shoes. Surely now Bavuma goes for it?
He has to. If I was him, get as much runs as possible.
Don't forget.
Yeah.
I'll just try keeping these.
I'd be really annoyed. He's just put Norkia on strike to a leg spinner.
Oh, yeah.
Turning, and he's just got a single off the first ball of the over. That's awful batting with the tail.
Well, that's good.
For them.
That's good. That's more like of a Pakistani player doing that. You know, that's more like us doing that normally.
Get his not out.
Yeah, get on to the other side of the non-striker end.
Hassan.
Look at Hassan there.
He's the most happiest player out.
Look at him.
He's keep going.
Oh, he's still going.
He's putting him to shame.
Oh, that's good to see. Right, we got 4 men round the bat. We got 5 balls at the tail ender.
Come on, pitch you up, man. Come on. Let's get him.
We're gonna get him. Don't worry, we're gonna get him.
So this is Yasser on a 4-fer. Norman must have 3, has he now?
Sure.
Yeah, 3 for 32. Yasser 4 for 76. So you would hope, inshallah, one of them gets a 5-fer.
Yeah. I'd love for Norman to get it. You know that debut. Yeah, and a 5-fer.
Yeah.
And I guess at some point, maybe a little bit later on today, or maybe one of our future shows, we can talk about the team for the next game, because it'd be obviously with that game being in Rawalpindi. It might just be a pitch, just from what I've seen. Bindi favours seam bowling a little bit more, so that might be a game to bring in Darvish instead of one of the spinners. But anyway, we can talk about that. Right, let's have a look at this catch then. So it's gone a mile up in the air. Oh, I haven't showed it. Oh, I tell you what point they're making. Actually, I think on the commentary, which I was just about to say before the ball was bowled and he got him out. They didn't get any runs.
They're not.
No.
It's the catch that went in the air. Rabada just.
Oh yeah, he's just saying there. He thought he was going to be out.
These celebrations, funny man.
There's going to be a few memes of that going around today. Adam says he'll bring Cameron Akmal out of retirement. He's that good. I wouldn't even trust that guy to be the water boy. Probably drop everything. Doc, the World 11 you're talking about, Omar's asking, is it current or all time?
Current World 11. Current World 11. We better start thinking about this now. People are going to come up with their teams. So I haven't even thought about it myself.
I think he slipped, you know.
Who,
Hassan.
No idea.
But he had so much time to steady himself and get under the ball as well. And like Doc said, it wasn't swirling or that windy or anything.
Only 1 wicket from the seamer. Hassan only's got 1.
So moving forward then. So this is a pitch that's been keeping a bit low from day one. Ooh.
Of course.
It's a pitch that's taking a lot of turn, kind of day 3, day 4. Is this how we should try and prepare our pitches in Pakistan to play to our strengths, or is this too much? Is this just not good enough prep for foreign conditions?
I don't think you can say that about the prep for the foreign conditions, because if you want prep for foreign conditions, go and play there. You know, in the domestic games, for example, there's always opportunities to do that. I don't think you should use your home test wickets see them as pure prep for foreign games, because otherwise, then you're always going to be fighting a losing battle.
Yeah. No, fair enough. So again, Bavuma gets the single. Norkia's on strike. 4 balls at him. I'm not sure.
Sorry, is that how you pronounce his name? Nokia?
I believe so.
Nokia.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, pal.
Yeah.
3210?
Yeah.
That's way before your time, isn't it, Shazib?
Yes.
I just don't remember the snake games.
Yeah.
No, you don't. No, you don't remember the snake games. We remember the snake games.
Nokia 702. I still remember. I was about 14 years old or something. No, about 15, I'd say. 702. They just come out then as well.
Say again, Cal. Sorry, I can't hear you quite so well there.
Nokia 702. That was my first ever phone I got.
Oh, really?
702 Nokia. I don't know if you remember it or not.
I had an I don't remember that one. I had an 8210, which was obviously, back.
Oh, that was the little smaller,
the blue
wasn't
ones.
it?
The blue
Well,
ones.
obviously, and the smaller the phone, the cooler you are back then.
Usually.
So yeah, and I had an 8210.
Omar goes the 3210. That was one of my first phones as well. Yeah, that was a brilliant phone. That was
like a big one.
Yeah.
3210. Then there's a 3310 as well.
Yeah, check this comment out from Adil. Hassan Ali celebrating like a kid who got sweets from his dad.
Well, the age difference between the two,
I was just going to say, Shazib, you're going to have quite a lot to talk about.
Yes.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
What?
Just as you say, I don't know why
he was coming. I told you it was coming, didn't I?
Love it.
boy.
Gamar, that reminds me of one of the World Cup games. Remember, I said to you, Gamar, watch next ball is gone. And next ball was out, remember?
At the New Zealand game.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yes, man.
Well, you know what? It's 82 for 9. It could be 82 for 10
Inshallah.
if we get another wicket.
Yeah, like you said, why is Bafuma putting him on strike? Poor batting, in my opinion. Like,
Yeah,
why are
that's-
you doing that, man?
I don't know why.
Protect the tail ender.
That tells you less match awareness.
Well, there you go.
In
And
it,
now we've got
obviously,
that's 4 for
we
Noman
think-
now. So it's between Noman and Yasser as who's going to get their 5 for, hopefully.
Credit to Naman, though, for coming in first game, bowling like this.
I wish Noman gets it because I think he's been the better bowler. A lot
Think so?
tighter as well. I think he's been a lot tighter. Look, you check with this. I'm sure with the
Oh yeah, his figures are his
figures are a
economy.
lot better than Yasser's. and
Yeah,
he's
his
been more
figures, his
tighter.
economy rate is a lot better. You're right.
Yeah, so I think I would be happy if Noman got it, especially on debut, and he's got a 5, and he's ball good as well. His figures are a lot good as well.
The most contribution that Nokia has made is he's got us reminiscing about our old phones. The Nokia 3210. You've had the Kia 5210 from Omar
Remember
as
the
well.
banana phone, Nokia banana.
Oh yeah.
Flip on.
This is the most interaction we've had all morning. He's talking about phones.
Remember the Matrix one, the 7110.
Yeah, 7110.
Yeah,
that was a banana phone. They used to call it
Oh,
a
yeah,
banana phone.
yeah. So just going back to the cricket then.
No.
Adam saying that South Africa Twitter is not happy with the umpiring. I don't think there's not been like LBW decisions or anything. So
No,
I'm
I
not-
think he's referring to Alim Dar yesterday when he gave a few out that were out.
Yeah, there
I think it was 2 or 3. I think there was. I think that's what he's referring to be honest.
There was the one that Fahim bowled that looked like it was going down the leg side. Ooh.
Put stick a slip in, man.
Why have they got the? Oh, they're going to get 2 here, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a lot. Number 11 batsman need 2 slips in.
But did they get 1 or none? They got none there.
None.
A dot ball.
No, they did make the single. I don't know.
It came up as dot ball on the graphic there. So yeah, there was one that Fahim bowled. I can't remember who was on strike. It'd be one of Van der Dusen or Markram, and it looked like it was going down the leg side. I have to be honest, I was really surprised. Aleem Dar's finger shot up
straight away.
Yeah. And it was a bit odd. I'm not saying there's anything going on, but it was a poor decision. And obviously, I mean, that's what the reviews are there for. But also, that's why in these COVID times, that's why you have 3 reviews, because they know you've got home umpires. And obviously, Aleem Dar is very, very experienced, but a lot of home umpires are not so experienced. And so, of course, they're going to make more mistakes. So you've got, for example, I think in the India-England series coming up, they're going to have home umpires. And a couple of them have never umpired a test match. Bangladesh have got no elite umpires. And so they brought in Richard Illingworth for their, I think, their tour against the West Indies tour, I think. So obviously, things are just different. It's all COVID has changed so much, isn't it? And this is one of them. Now we've got not a lot of pressure on Bavumo. I think we're giving him the single. It'd be interesting to see if he goes for it, maybe blocks the first 3 balls and then goes for it later in the over, or what.
So if we get a wicket here, Doc, in next 10-15 minutes.
No. So sorry, Cal. When we get a wicket, now finish it off.
Okay, yeah. So when we get a wicket in the next 10-15 minutes, yeah, do we still come out to bat, or do we take an early lunch, or how does it work?
I think this will back to the time session time.
It's a single.
No, I'm on about, would we be still coming out to bat, or would it?
Yeah, 10 minutes. So you have 10 minutes change of innings.
Okay.
And then we'll have a lovely little session before lunch. 20 minutes of batting, probably 25 minutes, and then it'll be a lunch break, and then we'll come back and hopefully, inshallah, finish the game off.
Get the field in now. Come on.
So
yeah, lots of pressure on them.
So they wouldn't extend it, saying if we got like quick 30, 40, 50 runs.
I doubt it. I think we'll come out and bat very carefully, to be honest. I don't think we'll make these runs very quickly. I have to be honest.
No, because I think that the South African League made 81 runs. As much as I'd love it, yeah, I doubt we're going to make these runs before the lunch interval, being realistic. So no.
25 overs, 30 overs, maybe. It wouldn't surprise me, because there's no rush. What's the point of going hell for leather? And South Africa are going to come out with that new ball and attack. So I think it'll take us a while to get them. Sorry,
what do you mean 25, 30 overs?
No, I think that's how long it might take us to make the runs.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Inshallah, yeah. I don't think it's going to be a kind of, you can imagine Australia on those brilliant Australian wickets, Warner coming out and Australia making 80 in about 15, 16 overs. I don't think it'll be like that. It'd be lovely to be, pleasantly surprised, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
But I'd play normal, like not go on a defensive mode.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go. Get pinned down.
One there. So, and you've got to think from an opening point of view. Actually, Abid, although I'm a big Abid Ali fan, he's not in fantastic form. Just in terms of the scores he's making, he hasn't made a big score since his 60 on the England tour. Imran is obviously on his debut, so it's not like you've got 2 really, really confident openers who are going to come out and start stroking it from ball 1. So it's fine. It'll take as long as it takes. It's not a problem.
That lead is edging closer and closer towards the 3 figures now, and I just think that with it, if it gets to 100, that's that psychological thing that we're chasing 3 figures.
Oh,
how did that get through there?
What did that hit to not get through?
I don't know. Like it looped up after it went past him.
Sorry,
it kind of like looped up after it went through the gate.
Not sure what happened there, but it looked very, very close.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, really good point from Bilal there, isn't it?
yeah, he's right there.
Bavum was playing for the not out. Not that I'm complaining, but just shows that when a guy's worried about his spot in the team, he'll make poor decisions. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair to Bavuma, he's played really well. He's got 40 of 90 coming in when his team are crumbling around him. I love the fact that Cal's having these delayed reactions.
No, I'm early. You watch the next.
Oh, are you early? We've won in Cal's house.
Yeah, this is the thing, and there's a slightly wider point about selection in Pakistan generally over the years, is that if players aren't secure about their place in the team, like Bilal says, then they are going to play for themselves. They are going to play for the not outs. And if you listen to interviews from Pakistan players over the years, a lot of them will say that, I was a little bit selfish because I was so worried that I was going to get dropped the next game, or I was only going to get 2 or 3 games. Why should I play for the team? Why should I accelerate when we're trying to set a declaration target, things like that? That's what happens. And then Bavuma obviously is probably in that same kind of mindset. And the only thing I would say is that Bavuma is obviously when you're in the team batting at 6 and when you're at 7, when the tail end
that's surely out.
Yeah.
I told you get ready for the wicket.
it's with you.
That looks out as well. It looks out.
It looks out.
Middle stump.
Unless he hit him outside the line, that's out.
He got a bit of did he get a decent stride in because he kind of...
Yeah, that's what I think. He was quite forward, wasn't he?
He's a short man. He's a short man and he wouldn't have been batting too far out of his crease. Let's have a look. Unless he's hit it, there might be an under edge here.
Did he review it straight away?
Nah, that's out.
Oh, this looks out to me.
You have to review it straight away, to be honest with you. You know what I mean?
No, you can get like an indication with your reaction, Get, like, slowly.
Not height, because it's quite low down, quite far down with the wicket, isn't he?
Nah, he's gone, man.
Let's have a look. Don't hit this.
He's gone, man. Come on, now that's plumb.
He's not hit it. He's not hit it.
That's gone. That was really low. Come on, Hulk. How can that be height? Look how low it hit him.
No, I agree with you. I just think that's one thing. It's dead on middle. But I think if anything, it's going to be hitting.
Was it Alim Dah who gave it out?
No, the other one.
No, Raza, I think.
I'm more confident now. Come on.
Where's the ball tracking?
Here we go.
No greens.
Red.
Here we go.
Yes.
Come
I told
on.
you he's gone.
88 to win. 89, I think.
Well done, boys.
5 wickets, man. Big up Naman on his debut. Smashed it.
Yes, that's wicked.
No mania.
Amazing.
Oh, brilliant, boys. That is just what we wanted, isn't it? We needed 6 wickets this morning.
This is the reason why
The
I'm
leader-
asking you guys.
Sorry, Jack.
It's 5 to 7, yeah, that will we get in? Because I knew it was coming in,
You can't believe it's better, oh.
That's why I was asking.
So the lead overnight was 29, wasn't it? So they've got 59 for 6. Hey, that's not bad. Well done, lads.
It just puts into perspective what happened in those last 15 odd minutes yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
You can imagine coming in here, just being South Africa just being 1 or 2 wickets down, not much pressure at all.
So good to see. Look,
he's walking off. He's leading them off.
Obviously, we're fans there, man.
Yeah.
I'm really happy for him.
Yeah.
Doing it at Karachi as well.
And you know what? I mentioned on one of the shows that how you're not when you pick a 34-year-old for his first Test match. Obviously, there's not a lot of long-term thinking in it. He's not going to be in our team in 5 years' time. But there is something so nice about a guy in his job. We're all in different jobs, but a guy doing his job year after year, domestic cricket. Is he ever going to get a chance? Is he ever going to get a chance? And then finally, at the age of 34, he gets his chance. He picks up a 5. There's a nice little heartwarming story for a player who's been doing in domestics for years.
If we can get even 3-4 years out of him, Doc, I think that's good enough.
Yeah.
Because look how late Misbah come into the team.
I mean, he probably isn't going to be playing in overseas Test matches. He'll probably go as a backup spinner if he does, because we're rarely going to play 2 spinners abroad, and Yasser is your first line spinner. But he's proved that he can do it, and it's good. It's a good sign for domestic cricket as well. That when your players come from domestic cricket and they can perform on the international stage, it shows that actually maybe the gap isn't quite as big. But let's not forget we're playing a South Africa team that traditionally are not very good against spin. But hey, that's not our problem.
Anyone scared of losing?
No chance.
That's good.
Losing from here. If we lose from here, that's it. I'll quit watching cricket.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. No, you're all right. Don't worry. We got you, Shazam. Don't worry. We got you, man. I tell you what, I mentioned the other day about there are certain numbers in cricket that remind you of stuff, right? 88. Anyone think of why 88 might be famous, or think of 88 in the context of Pakistan? I think I'm right.
Not Pakistan, but I think somebody else, some other team.
I'm sure. Do you remember when Pakistan came here in 2010 and we played Australia? I'm sure we bowled them out for 88 at Headingley.
No, I know which game you mean.
think.
It was 90 something. I think was it 92 or something?
I it was 88.
Or was it 87? I don't know.
All right, we're gonna.
It was 88. Because I remember that.
What about in I think 2010 when you played? I remember early on, and you were playing Australia. I think in England.
Yeah, in England. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what Doc's on about.
Was that on? Oh, my bad.
Yeah, because I remember there was a graphic at the end of the day in one's play where Australia were all out for X, and then we'd made, I don't know, 40, 50 for 1 or something like that. I don't think it was 88.
I think it's 88. Looking at quick info.
88.
There we go.
Wow, well remembered, Doc.
We had 180 to chase, and we did it for 7. Well,
They got about half an hour. Well, about when they come out, it'll be about 20 minutes to bat, innit?
So are we gonna run through, or is the other guys going to take over?
Probably will come out to bat for 20 minutes.
No. I'm on about.
What do you mean run through?
on the stream, I'm not sure. I'm not sure who. I know Umar's coming in at some point later on, so I guess we'll just have probably when the guys are ready. But anyone, obviously, Cal, if you got things to do and whatever, just let us know, man. It's fine.
Well, if they're going to take 10 minutes, I might as well go and pray.
Yeah, this is going to be a 10-minute change of innings, and then we'll be here chasing 88 to win.
Been a good hit match so
I'll
far.
let you guys carry on, and then I'll go and pray. If I'll come back if nobody else has joined. If not, inshallah, I'll speak to you guys later on.
Take care.
Cheers, Cal.
Okay, take care.
Cal, just before you go, yeah, you see the graphic there. 88 runs to win, 10 wickets remaining. Oh yeah.
Okay, take care.
All right.
Take care.
Yeah.
I haven't had this feeling in a while still in the test match. Being in the driving seat.
Well, yeah, this is what we were saying the other day. It just seems like for the past year or so, we've just been chasing test matches the whole way through. Whereas, really, since we got up to 220 and started getting ahead of South Africa, since we took the lead, really, we've been ahead in this game. Even yesterday, when South Africa got a lead and they were only 1 wicket down, it's not like we were behind in the game. You still thought a couple of wickets and we're okay here. And well, they took a couple of wickets and then a couple more, and in the end, we've bowled them out. It's fantastic.
My dad just texts me. He's watching the dancers. He goes to me, I told you there'll be a by lunch.
Good man.
Your dad knows, man.
Yeah, he knows, man.
I was going to say earlier that you've got a lot to talk to your dad about. Yeah, he can reminisce with you about the 90s later on today.
Yeah.
He's a very optimistic guy as well. You know, whenever like say we're in a bad situation, he's always like, calm down, Dodi, but he's one of those ones. But yeah, man, I agree.
That's the best way to be, man.
Are you quite optimistic when it comes to the games?
Who, me?
Well, either of you. We'll start with you then, Shazab. Yeah, go on.
I get worried too quickly. You know what I mean? Like anything in general, not just cricket, whatever situation it is. When it comes to things, I overthink it or get worried quick. So that's me personally, and that's when my dad helps me. Like when it comes to cricket or whatever, like he always comes like, "Oh, don't worry about it. Trust me. I've been in the past. We'll come back. Just have faith. Just be patient." Stuff like that. The amount of times he said that to me, but that's how I am personally. I don't know about you, Hulk.
Oh.
Yeah, so I've been watching cricket for about 30 odd years and stuff, and I've seen every situation and stuff. Yeah, so I think you'll have seen, Doc, that over the past 2-3 days, yeah, I've been taking the mick out of everyone that's coming out with all their doom and gloom predictions and we're never going to win this, etc. It's like, just chill out. It just takes a couple of wickets, a few balls and stuff, and the game turns. And that's what I'm saying, that you look back what happened yesterday in those last 10-15 minutes, yeah, it's completely changed the complexion of the game. I'm as optimistic as you can get, basically. Yeah, no matter what the situation is. Yeah, I always say that it just takes 10 balls, 10 wickets. That's all that you need.
Yeah.
What about you, Doc?
I'm a warrior. I especially.
I would have never have thought that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did you say? You do worry a lot.
I'm a big warrior when we're batting. Yeah. Oh goodness me. Honestly, it's like we were talking when Atif Nawaz was on the other day. Most teams will think, oh my God, if we lose a wicket here, what's going to happen? I'm thinking, my God, if we lose 4 or 5, we're in trouble here. So it's just, I'm usually a pessimist, and you want the extra wicket. We need another one. We need 60 to 9, or we need another wicket. So it's, that's just me.
Yeah, I'm the same in like other sports and football as well. Like one of those ones, but not complaining now.
Who's your football team? Who's your football team?
Say that again.
Sorry, guys. I'm just going to step away for about 5 minutes, yeah, and then I'll come back, yeah?
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
Who's your football team, Shazeb?
As for Chelsea, what about yourself?
A big Man United fan here. So you've had we both had an exciting week, I guess, in one way or another. But
Yeah. Don't want to get into Sheffield, do we?
no. Well, we're not going to talk about that today.
We're winning today. That's all that matters.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. The comment that was coming through. Let's have a look. So Adil saying, Juma is a lucky day for Pakistan. They'll definitely win, inshallah. Yes, we will get the win today. 88 to win. I don't think we need to rush. I don't think we need to do anything other than just play normal cricket. And hopefully it won't take too long. Once you get to 20 for none, if we get to 20 for none, you would think South African heads will drop. Literally just 20 runs, and that doesn't matter if that takes 9 overs. Get to 20 for none, and then we really got nothing to worry about. The beauty of sport in Pakistan is like a roller coaster.
100%.
Yeah, all right. So it feels like a beauty now because the roller coaster's up here. Okay. Sometimes when the roller coaster's down here, then it doesn't feel like a beauty, does it? But obviously, yeah, this is the thing. Everyone knows Pakistan for being this mercurial team, and 1 minute down, next minute up, and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, it's brilliant. And this only 30, 40 overs or 50 overs ago, South Africa were a little bit ahead, and we were kind of getting a bit pessimistic. And are we going to have to chase 150? Are we going to chase 170? And here we are, 88 runs away, inshallah, from winning.
Of the Saints too.
Of the Saints, we've got a Southampton fan. Adam, I think, mentioned he was in Dover way, I guess. So that makes sense. And then we've got
a Liverpool fan.
Ahmed is just about to be banned from this channel on future broadcast by mentioning another team that play in red in the northwest. So South African team just coming out now. I wonder how they'll. We're going to leave it on that comment. Let's leave it on this comment. I wonder how South Africa play this. If you're De Kock, what's the strategy? How on earth do you go about to try and defend 88 on this pitch?
I think he has to go with Rabada first up, main bowler, strike bowler, and then it's about the second over as well. Would you want to give to Mahara straight away? Because they have to try things straight away. They got no other chance. Like, no point waiting around. But if I was De Kock, Rabada's coming up now, that was a no-brainer. But second over, I would just give to Maharaj, especially what Aspin has just done. And in terms of us, for me, I think Abid Ali really needs to score here. Like, he's had a few innings now where he hasn't performed, and he needs it for his confidence. Imran's obviously on his debut. It would be handy if he can get a couple of runs as well. Fielding, he's done superb, and I hope he can show a bit of quality with the bat. Haven't really seen him batting domestically, to be honest with you. I've just seen the stats, so I want to really see how he is. He did get a good ball in the first innings, to be honest. He stayed up a bit, and Rabada got him, but especially with both openers, they do need a bit of confidence. And if a wicket does go early, and then Barber can, play himself in, he's been that for quite a while. So it's about confidence, I reckon, this innings. We surely got this, so I'm not going to look the other way.
Yeah, no. I think you're right. I think that point about Abid is really good, actually, because there are more than a few people, including people who obviously, come and talk about it on this channel, who aren't big fans of Abid. They're putting his record up now. I'm not sure what the problem is. He averages 41 after 9 games, although I know some of those games were against Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. I'm a fan of Abid Ali, but I agree, after a while, there's only so many low scores you can tolerate, isn't it? So, and also, this 80, here we go, first ball coming up, fairly wide. This 88 chase, there's plenty about this game, but South Africa psychologically, if they can take 3 or 4, they talk about take wickets with you. If they can take 3 or 4 with them to Rawalpindi, and they can knock Imran's confidence even more and make him think, oh, hold on, am I good enough for Test cricket? This is what a step up from domestic cricket. If they can take the wicket of Abid and make him think, oh my God, where's my next score coming from? I've got 1 game left to save my career, maybe. If they can get Azhar or maybe make Babar feel like he's not comfortable, then they'll take a lot of confidence into that next test. So there's a lot psychologically that can be lost or won. On the other hand, if we get this in 15, 16 or 20 overs, 4 and over, without losing a single wicket, you can imagine the South African heads dropping so much for the next game. So there's still a lot to be done in this game, just aside from the result. Sorry, you were going to say?
Yeah, I was going to say it's the same thing. On the other hand, if we get it win by 9 wickets, 10 wickets, he'll do the world of one that, because, like I said, confidence is a big thing for us, man. We really do need it. And regarding the Abid Ali thing, like a lot of people I think have been harsh on him because the last 2 years have been in New Zealand and England, and we can't expect our batsman to just straight away perform there, especially on the first tour. Like you said, his stats have come at home against Bangladesh or Sri Lanka, but you play if what you get in front of you. You know what I mean? And I know he got out for I think it was 1 or 2 in the first innings, but still got innings left now, and inshallah the next game as well. And then they can maybe have a more fairer observation of him. Can't just judge it off his tours away in England and New Zealand. For a batsman, Asian batsman, I think that's unfair.
Yeah, no, I agree. See, that was one that just jumped a little bit. I guess the other thing I would say about just South Africa is just from their point of view, defending 88, I reckon you maybe give, because of what happened in the first innings with the fast bowlers, I think maybe give a couple of overs to Rabada and Nortje from their point of view, and see if you can do what you did in the first innings. See if we can pick up early wickets like we did with pure pace. Because Nortje, when he's fit and firing, he gets up to kind of 90s and higher. I mean, Rabada's bowling at 89 already, so very close to 90 mph. And I think they're just going to think, let's see if we can trouble them. But I agree, if they don't get a wicket in the first 3-4 overs with their seamers, then I imagine they'll go to spin. Right, I'm going to ask you this question that's coming from Adam. Right, you don't have to answer it. I don't know if I could answer it. Pakistan to win the World Cup, Pakistan to win the World Cup, or Chelsea to win the Champions League, which they've only ever done once in their history, obviously.
For me, it's Pakistan to win the World Cup, and I say that because obviously 92 we won it, but I wasn't born then. You know what I mean? I haven't been to that situation. For me, it's a simple one. I would rather Pakistan win the World Cup, especially if it happens like in the UK. That'd be 10 times better. You know what I mean? Maybe like that question, if you ask like an Arsenal fan or they've never won the Champions League. No offense to any Arsenal fans out there watching. Maybe for them it's more of a tough one. Obviously, depending on your age as well. If you have seen Pakistan lift it in 92. But when I think about it, when I first seen the question, for me, it's Pakistan win the World Cup. Just especially during the 2019, just going through the games and how we celebrated just winning the games, even at the end, like Bangladesh, the way we celebrated, even though it was a nothing game. Thinking about winning the World Cup, the whole of UK would just go crazy. The world would.
We saw it in 17 when we won the Champions Trophy, which obviously not as big as the World Cup. But the impact that it had on you saw the celebrations back home in Pakistan. I was lucky enough to be there. The celebrations in the ground, around the ground, Southall, Luton, Manchester, Bradford, all these places.
It was so good, man. Like I come from Birmingham, right, to London that day in the final, and we caught a coach back. And as soon as I got into Birmingham, we had the Pakistan tops on. They were like, we got into the coal station, and all the taxi drivers had the Matei. They go, "Oh, welcome back," and we won this. That. And just imagine winning the World Cup here. Oh, that'd be the one, man. That'd be the one. So for me, I'd rather Pakistan win the World Cup. What about yourself?
It's a really difficult question to answer because I've been a United fan as long as I've been a Pakistan fan. So I might tactfully avoid that question, bearing in mind we're talking
fair enough.
We're talking about a Pakistan game here. Maybe United just sneak it, maybe. Just because Liverpool have won 6 and we've won 3, and I don't like that gap. But then equally, the next comment is interesting about Pakistan having a World Cup, needing a second World Cup because India have got 2, and that's I mean, look, you don't want to define yourself. You don't want to define your cricket by always comparing yourself to your rivals, because that's not healthy. You want to be the best that you can be. But obviously, when you see your rivals doing well, of course you want to match that. You want to match whoever the best team is. And India they've won 2 World Cups. We've only won 1. We've won a T20 World Cup. And so have they. Obviously, I had a mind blank there. Of course, they won the first one, didn't they, in 07?
Yeah.
We've won a Champions Trophy. They've won 1, and I think they might have shared 1.
Shared 1, yeah.
But here's a question then. Here's one for anyone in the comments as well. Pakistan to win the World Cup, or Pakistan to win a Test series in Australia for the first time ever? Should they? Streaky boundary, but we're off.
Taking them.
84 to win.
Yep. So was it Pakistan win the World Cup or win a Test series? Is that what it was?
In Australia for the first time ever.
That's a good one. I think I'll still slide with the World Cup. I know at the test in Australia, we always go there and get dominated, but I think World Cup's got that extra thing about it. You know what I mean? Lifting a trophy, it's a worldwide event. I think I would go with the World Cup, even though I would love to win a test series in Australia, because whenever we go there, they do talk a lot, the ex-pundits, and of course they're entitled to their own opinion, but seeing Australia lose now, especially to India, I know it's India, but it kind of felt good as well, because with all the stuff that gone on with Tim Payne, the crowds, and whatever happened there, it was good to see, you know, some of them. You could tell they were proper hurt, the players, especially because they never lose at home, and the way that series was fired up, it was good to see. Like I said, I know it's India, but sometimes you just gotta appreciate when they do well, especially with the young team they went there. So to your question, I think I'll still go with the World Cup personally.
Okay, so just a follow-up question for you then, Shadeb, just very quickly then. Oh, no, that's fine. World Cup win or World Test Championship win, which obviously the World Test Championship doesn't quite have that prestige just yet because it's a very new tournament and there hasn't been a single winner or anything like that. So it's not quite the same, but what do you reckon?
I think with the World Test Championship, like you said, it's a kind of new thing, and until a team wins it, we don't know how much hype there is around it. Like say, if England win it, we'll get to see, you know, how much it means to them personally, the fans, the players, and stuff like that. But for me, like I said, I will always side with the World Cup because I know we won the '92, like I said, but I wasn't part of that era, so I just want it to happen while I'm, you know, watching cricket, and I would do anything for the World Cup, honestly.
And that's the I guess the weird thing about cricket and cricket administration is that although you know you might be tempted to say World Test Championship, the way cricket goes, the World Test Championship might happen once, it might never happen again. It might change the region again, you know. So it's all.
That's what I mean. Like after it, we'll know properly on how big the actual Test Championship is, or the hype around it, how popular it is among fans. Yeah, World Cup for me. Inshallah, one day in my lifetime, we do lift that trophy because, like I said, we're going through the 2019 World Cup. It's just made me more eager to lift the trophy. So I want that World Cup sooner enough.
We've got varying comments coming through. So Umar would rather win a Test series in Australia. Adam would rather win the World Cup. I wonder if that's and I don't know how old Umar is. So apologies, but I wonder if that's maybe Adam, slightly younger fan, maybe more into kind of the white ball stuff than Test cricket. I don't know. Hulk, what about you? Win the World Cup or win a Test series in Australia? You can only have one.
Test series in Australia. We've won the World Cup before. Yeah, the Test series in Australia has been an enigma for us. So that's the one that I'd want to win, hands down. You know, we've been there before, done that, done and dusted with the World Cup. Want to conquer the Australian mountain. No questions for me.
Cal, what about you? Win a Test series in Australia or win a Cricket World Cup, a 50-over World Cup?
It's a hard one, isn't it? But I think I'd say World Cup. Because all that build-up, you know, so many games what you'd be going through, I think it's a total different buzz. I think World Cup, definitely.
Fair enough. Umar's saying he's 35, just like me today. It's my birthday. Yeah, similar ages. And so I would say, I think I'd love Pakistan to win a World Cup. Obviously, 2023 in India. What better place to win the World Cup than in India? Probably only Pakistan would be the other. Another one that's just climbed on Abid there. It's not looked particularly comfortable, but then it's not particularly easy pitch to bat on at the moment. Yeah, I think I'd probably go with Test series in Australia as well, just because we've been burnt down there so many times, and we've come back kind of tail between our legs, having played really poorly. So to win a Test series in Australia would just be absolutely amazing. I'd love us to do that. And Umar mentions as well this. You know, up until recently, there were 3 places we've never won a Test series. We never won in the Caribbean. We never won a Test series in Australia. We never won a Test series in South Africa. Obviously, we've now conquered the Caribbean thanks to Shannon Gabriel, and obviously we've still got Australia and South Africa to go. So yeah, that's to win there would be amazing.
Winning a World Cup in India like 2023. Just imagine the scenes when you think about it. That'd be absolutely mad. But who knows? We still got 2 years left for that.
Well, this is why Mohali hurt so much in 2011, didn't it? Because obviously, and you know, we won't go in too much into detail with what happened, but chasing 260 on a good track to win a World Cup semi-final against an Indian team that didn't have the most potent bowling lineup. You know, how the hell did we not do that? But anyway.
When it comes to India and the World Cup, I don't know what happens to us, man.
Yeah.
That's the question that will always be asked until we actually win.
Well, you know, the funny thing is, I just oh, here we go.
Right, so I'll answer that straight away. I've got no idea who the hell Emil Blonsky is.
Me
Yeah,
too.
so win the World Cup easy. Destroy Emil Blonsky. I'm supposed to know that? I don't know.
I'm searching this one up still.
Am I missing something there?
I don't know.
You Google it.
Oh, he's saying Hulk's enemy.
enemy.
Must be something in the Marvel thing.
Oh, Marvel. Yeah, he's a Marvel character.
Yeah, Hulk, yeah.
That makes
You should
sense.
know about your character, innit? Who's the enemy?
Yeah, you should know.
Yeah, well, obviously, yeah, I'd be destroying that Emil Blonsky guy, yeah, every single day anyway, yeah. So winning the World Cup, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, again, having Sydney 2010 is always going to be a big one for me. I don't think I've watched I don't think I've watched. I mean, look, there's proof I've watched almost every ball of this test because I've been talking to you lot while doing it. But I don't think I've watched as much of a test match kind of at that time of night as I did Sydney 2010. I think I watched every single ball of that test match, and then to lose it in the way that we did, it still gives me nightmares. It still annoys me that we didn't win Sydney 2010. And obviously there were external things going on in the team at that point as well. Go on, Cal, you've got a grin on your face.
Kamar is wanting to extend his session today. I can tell him because he's telling his son come back in a bit.
He woke up about 15-20 minutes ago and he's just been down here. When I went away, he grabbed the remote and he's changed to some cartoons and stuff. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to go in a few minutes.
All slightly sticky around again. Another 4. 9 for none. We're getting there. So just going back to the India in the World Cup. So it's funny how you convince yourself of these things, right? So obviously I'm a big Manchester United fan, big Pakistan cricket fan. And we played India on June the 16th last year, 2019. So June the 16th is my mum's birthday. So I thought, you know what? We're playing in Old Trafford, right? Old Trafford is very important to me as a Man United fan, obviously the other Old Trafford. It's Pakistan India. I've been to pretty much every Pakistan India game in this country. It's on my mum's birthday. It's in the world. It's in the World Cup. Obviously, was it Father's Day? Or I might not. Maybe it wasn't Father's Day. I can't remember now. But anyway, I thought, you know what? Everything is set up. I will be there. I will be there the day Pakistan beat India in the World Cup. That's the thing that's been missing the whole time, is me to be at that game. And that wasn't the case because we got absolutely battered like we always do. So now I don't know when the hell we're going to beat India in the World Cup, because if it wasn't going to be on that day,
to be honest with you, Doc, you know that game, yeah, I think we was going fine in the second innings. I think we had a very good chance, and then they just threw it away.
It's always had the case in it when you come to India. I don't know what happens to them. It's like whoever it is, players in the past, players now. But inshallah, one day, man, well, the next one we can break that record, and once
we're gonna do it when we're gonna be least expecting it.
Yeah,
like the Champions Trophy. Yeah. There was all over us. Oh, the media were like this. You know, this gonna happen. We're gonna murder them and this, that, and then then seeing what happened. That's how I think it's gonna happen. To be honest with you.
I mean, of all the ones that I guess are kind of tinged with regret that we could have won. For me, and Mahali is the one that we should have won. I have to say, the World Cup game in 2019, I didn't think we would be able to chase 300 or so, whatever it was, 330. I don't think we had all 50 overs because of the rain. And India had a good, they had Yadav and Chahal, I think, were playing. So, I wasn't hugely confident we were going to win that game. If you think back to 2015, I think we were chasing 300. I think 96, we were chasing 290. But in fact, if you think really 92, probably we were only chasing 228 to win that game. We didn't win it. But Mahali is the one. Chasing 260, and the thing is, the pressure was on India, because if you're playing a home semi-final against your biggest rivals and you only make 260, the pressure's on you. And we had India exactly where we wanted them, and we let them off. But anyway,
Chalo, I'm gonna get off. We'll let Umar get on now. And then I don't think there's gonna be a session tomorrow, so inshallah.
Cal, I don't want to see you on another watch along. if we see you on another watch along in this test match, Cal, something's gone seriously wrong.
No, I don't think there's gonna be another watch along. Inshallah, we'll see you on the next watch along then, guys.
Inshallah, take care, man.
Take care. Allah Hafiz.
Hafiz.
And let's introduce.
I think we can already hear Umar. His voice has become slightly higher.
Let's start off with happy birthday, Doc.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Sorry, Umar, do you want to just move your camera up a little bit so we can see the...
You want to see my head?
Your head, yeah. So what do you make of it?
I'm hoping to finish in the next 10 minutes.
What kind of an attitude is that? I thought you'd come on today, you're all bouncing up and down, really happy and everything, and you come on all miserable, doom and gloom. What is this? Bring Cal back.
No. That's not. Is that? One second. I'm getting a bit of feedback. 1 second.
Oh no, so my son's in the background here, so I think you might hear him.
Intruder.
Yeah.
Nah.
My son's waiting for his first watch along.
To be honest, we've seen this plenty of times where we've had teams 5 and 6 down, and they've gone on to bat 3 days to make 700 leads. So brilliant for them to finish it off today. In the first session as well, even though Hassan Ali tried to help them by dropping Rabada.
Yeah. Yeah, Norman Ali wasn't having, wasn't there? Norman, sorry, I'm calling him Norman again.
Norman.
I know. Is this?
Sorry. Norman wasn't having any of that though. Was it next ball or 2 balls later? I think it was
Next ball.
I think it was next ball. I'm sure it was next ball.
Did you see the celebration, Umar, of Hassan Ali?
Yeah, he ran all like 80 yards towards it.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll just finish up on the India stuff because we're going to try and talk about India today. Yeah, 99 we should have won as well. 99 we weren't chasing very much. 220 odd I think up in Manchester. Should have won that game. And then how do you get tickets to Pakistan India games all the time? Luck. And for the World Cup, I have to be honest. I've confessed this privately to you lot as well. I am a fully fledged member of the Bharat Army. Because you just have to increase the number of chances. And for the India game, I applied, my mum applied, my dad applied, my sister, my wife, and possibly my brother. So I think we had 7 applications into the pot. Obviously, you're just hoping that your name comes out of the ballot. And funnily enough, it was my wife who got the tickets to Pakistan India on her name. I was unsuccessful in getting them. I don't know, how did you guys get the India game?
Hope went.
The World Cup one.
Yeah. Hulk went with Bilal and who else was it?
Riz and Riz was there. Imi Khawarbai. So yeah, and Nab was there as well. So we got our tickets by the legend that is our ticket master, our Habibi as we call him. So basically, we didn't have tickets for that game, but he was constantly on the ICC site, just kept refreshing it and just trying. And then about 3 days before the game, the tickets just came up. The silver tickets, and he bought 4 tickets, and that's how we got them.
Yeah, we've all been there. We were just refreshing the page, hoping they'll come.
Yeah.
The amount of time I spent on that is crazy, man.
I went in 15 and 17. 20, did we play them in 2015?
2015 was the Australia World Cup.
2013, was it 2013?
2013 was Champions Trophy in Birmingham, yeah.
Yeah, so I went then.
Yeah.
I won't tell you what I paid. Then I went in 17, and both times we got battered. And so I pledged not to go again until hopefully somebody else goes and we win.
I think I posted a comment in one of the other live streams how I got the Champions Trophy final ticket. I think.
Oh yeah. That was brilliant. That was.
I still can't believe that. Still to this day, I don't know how I got those. It's crazy, man.
Shot, Abid. Boundary.
You did that.
Hulk, I know you're gonna head off in just a second or so, aren't you? I think, is that right?
Yeah. I'm leaving in.
So if you give me 30 seconds or so, and then I'll pop a second as well.
Okay. So we're counting it down. We have, on my reckoning, we've got 74 more runs to win.
I think so, yeah. At least we get the tomorrow off.
Yeah, these 5 o'clock starts here in the morning have been killing me. I've got a massive headache here. I'm just so looking forward to having a lion tomorrow.
There's another banty as well.
Oh, 4 more.
4 more.
A bit needs this as well, man, face form.
Yeah. I hope that both of them get a decent score in this. I know it's a low
ideally one of them can get 50. Yeah.
It's good for the next test as well, isn't it? Getting a bit of confidence.
Omar says he went to the Asia Cup in 2018. Thinks the one that was over in the UAE versus India. Such a one-sided game surrounded by Indian fans. So Omar, I don't know if it was you who said yesterday or a couple of days ago, one of our other viewers that said that the games over in the UAE, the Pakistan India ones, they were generally all heavily Indian fans as well.
Just like everywhere else.
Yeah, exactly. Just to answer this question by Adam, it says, how does being a member of Bharat Army help to get you tickets? So the thing is that we don't know what the algorithm is. We don't know what the algorithm is when they actually get tickets. They dish the tickets out. So if you're part of the Bharat Army, yeah, maybe when they put the algorithm in that can help you in your favor. So we'll try a number of things.
Ooh.
I thought he was gone there.
18th for non-start of the 6th over.
Should be launching it after this.
Yeah, after this over, yeah. Just want to make sure that we get to lunch with 10 wickets intact.
Yeah, 5 balls. So
yeah. So we've got. Sorry, Doc, if you're all right, I'm going to jump off now. The kids are running the rule now and stuff. Yeah.
Take your game.
We got the fight like the corner tiger, man. All right, Jack ahead and stuff. Everyone for watching. Yeah, inshallah we'll get them in.
Inshallah.
Okay. Hafiz.
Hulk's always got some kind of props.
Yeah. It's like it's like those when we used to play in the Emirates, you'd have those grown men with
massive teddy bears
and things like that. Always found that slightly odd. I have to be honest with you. I'm not saying you should check their hard drive or anything, but it's just very odd to see that kind of stuff. Each to their own.
Oh, the Tapals, yeah.
Oh, for goodness sake. It's actually got something in here though.
These Sky Sports people must be thinking, what the hell are they making us do?
Yeah. And then there was the analysis yesterday, wasn't there? I wasn't aware of this because I had a couple of things to do. But as soon as when the last ball finished, I headed off. But they had the analysis in Urdu for a bit on Sky Sports, apparently, didn't they?
Apparently, yeah. And then they turned. I think they must have got a word in the end and they turned to English.
Right.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah.
Damn.
So, Umar, we're not that we're short of things to talk about, obviously. LBW shout, but I don't think that was anywhere near. I was going down leg side. It hit him on his bottom, didn't it?
He's doing it. Yeah, well, they got no choice, to be honest.
I think they're having a laugh, really, aren't they? Let's have a look. So Abid kind of ducked, expecting a kind of short ball, and it kept low, and I think it hit him on his backside.
Imagine he's actually out. Nah, can't be.
Oh, sorry, it didn't. I hit it on his back. Sorry, on his back.
Yeah.
But it's nowhere near. That's not going to be out. So, Umar, it's not as if we don't think we're struggling to have topics to talk about, obviously. But what would you like to talk about in the 1 hour lunch break that we've got coming up? We were thinking World 11, where you can only pick one player from each team.
Yeah.
Obviously, we can talk about some old Pakistan games. Obviously, it's always we have an extensive mental library of those. But if there's anything specific you want to talk about, now is the time. And obviously, anything that the any questions or anything that the guys who are viewing want to chat about.
I've got a question for Umar. We were talking about before, me and Doc. Are you a Liverpool fan entry? Because I got you on Twitter.
Yeah.
Would you rather Pakistan win the World Cup or Liverpool win the Champions League? I know you just won it recently.
Yeah, it's fine. I've seen it win it twice. Pakistan win the World Cup.
Fair enough.
Oh, what a lovely.
Go on. Yes, I love that.
Beautiful.
Do that on the last ball as well before lunch.
Yeah, 22 for none. It's like I said, wasn't it? Once you've got, all you need is one partnership. We've got 22 now for none. I don't think even Pakistan, I don't think from here can. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
Don't say anything.
I was watching it this morning. I was kept checking the lead. I was like, I hope it doesn't go over 100.
Yeah. All right, so Adam, I think is. Oh, let's have a look. Sorry, let me show Adam's comment even. So Adam's off. Oh, look, always good to interact with new fans. Adam, I don't know if we had you along for the New Zealand tour or anything, but yeah, thanks for your comments. Thanks for watching. It's been really good, kind of interacting, and I'm sure we're going to be doing something similar for the second test that starts next Thursday, and look forward to chatting to you then. So yeah, take care for now. Cheers, Adam.
You probably would have needed some heads up for this topic, but it's something I've been thinking about. Is Pakistan's your preferable 11 for the next 2 years?
Oh, okay. Test cricket?
Yeah. You're like, obviously there's always like a realistic 11 that the selectors will pick, but then there's something you'd like to pick. You'll probably need some time to think about it.
Yeah, time to think about that one. Okay.
Depends on as well where and it was a test match, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you know our fixtures for the next 2 years?
So I know some of them. Obviously, with COVID and other things, that everything's still a little bit up in the air.
Yeah.
I know we've got.
It's generally like it's West Indies.
Yeah, it's subcontinent. It's subcontinent and Caribbean essentially. So yeah, like you say, we've got. Well, so Test cricket it is, yeah. But we go to South Africa for a white ball tour. We go to a South Africa tour in March or April, and we go to England for the white ball tour obviously in the summer. But in terms of Test cricket, it would be kind of subcontinent and kind of Caribbean. So it'd be good to. There's a few comments coming in from Umar. It'd be good just to clarify what you mean there, Umar. Feel free to. Not quite sure what you're kind of getting at, but more than happy to answer questions. We're always happy to kind of interact and talk to people that are writing in. There is a comment that's come through in Urdu. Gonna have to confess, not the best Urdu reader here. So yeah, that's that's one condition, unfortunately, in English. But yeah, no, that's interesting to think about our team for the next kind of couple of years. I mean, to be honest, just having a quick chat about it now, it wouldn't be that different to what we have now. Because especially if you think about the bowlers, 2 years down the line, Shaheen will still be around.
Yeah,
of course you would hope. Hassan Ali would still be around, hopefully, and staying fit. Yasser, how old is Yasser now?
32. He's past 30.
If Naman's 34 and he's 32, surely he's got years left in him. Yeah,
you think I might just very, very quickly have a look, but I think you'd expect him to be around anyway. Yeah,
he said as well he wants to beat Danish Canadia's record. I think he's about 60 wickets away.
Yeah, so he was born in 86, and so that makes him 30. Well, I've got him as 34. He's going to be 35 in May, apparently.
Oh, he's quite old then. I thought he'd be 32, 33.
I think he'll break the Canadian record, especially if you're playing in subcontinent.
Right. Yeah, Omar is saying 35. Quick Info is saying 34, but either way, mid-30s, I think is safe to say. So I think Yasser will still be around. I guess the only thing you would say is if you think about, obviously, Norman who's playing in this game, I I don't know if he is a long-term. Well, first of all, we're not going to need a second spinner in all conditions, but if we play with a second spinner, you think if Yarsha's turning it that way, you might have an off spinner like Sajid playing, and I think Sajid is mid-20s as well, so 25, 26, 27, something like that.
26, I think.
Yeah, so I could, I'd like to see maybe him in the team. I guess if we're thinking, okay, so we think of who else isn't kind of going to be around. I guess we need a new number 3 because Azad probably won't be around. Is it safe to say that we might need one more opener in a couple of years' time, or are we thinking Abid and Imran Bhatti is going to be in?
The thing is, right, we don't know. Well, Abid's still quite early, and Imran, we still haven't seen much of him, so we do need, I think, another opener about just in case one of these do fail. I can't really say we're comfortable with these openers because none of them have really nailed on. I know Abid Ali started well, but is in bad form. But I think we do need another opener knocking around, 100%.
Imam ul Haq.
No, don't get me started on that. No, I guess that's where Abdullah Shafiq comes in, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if in a couple of years' time you had Abdullah Shafiq, Imran, number 3 would be, so who we think then? Saud Shakir?
Ideally sold.
He needs a chance, doesn't he? He's been knocking around for a couple of years now. He does need a chance.
Why could Babar not be a number 3?
See, this is what everyone says. I had this chat briefly with Imi the other day, and it's because it's all the great batsmen bat at 4, don't they, in Test matches, except for Williamson.
Yeah.
But if it comes down to it, I don't see why he can't do it. It's not much difference, especially playing for Pakistan. It's like opening anyway. We're coming in at 4.
Yeah, I think he needs to. If he does want to bat 3, I think he needs to. He's a captain now, so if he does want to bat 3, I think he just needs to tell Miss Listen, I want to go number 3. But I think it's down to him as well how he feels. I think he wants to get a bit more run than Test cricket because he's been more successful in one day. If you look at his career so far, I think he wants to get more comfortable with Test surroundings and a few matches as captain. Maybe we'll go number 3 eventually. Who knows?
So if we say that, let's say Babar would be at. I mean, this comment from Rayan is important. Let's hope they don't drop players and let them develop. I made the point the other day that if you look at the stats, and there was a really good article on Cricinfo about this, that players will average, or they'll kind of tell you how they're going to achieve over the course of about 8 matches. If a player is averaging, 25 over the course of 8 or so matches, that's probably what is going to be about the peak of their powers. So yeah, and England especially. I mean, they're talking about Mark Wood here on TV now. But if you look at the England team and the way England have done it over the past few years, they always say they would give a player, one more match than he should have, than drop him 1 match too early. And I think that's what's been missing in Pakistan cricket over the years. And that's when you start playing for yourself. The comment came in earlier from, I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly who it was. Someone mentioned about Bavuma kind of playing for himself this morning. He was getting singles off the first and second balls, and he's ended up with who was the last wicket? Was it Bavuma? Who was the last man out?
Yeah, Bavuma was out to Noman LBW.
That's it. Okay, so in the end, he didn't get his not out, but it almost feels like he was going for his not out as opposed to kind of taking one for the team. I don't think did Bavuma hit out at all much this morning?
No.
Yeah. And you're thinking, hold on, 8 wickets, 7 wickets down, 8 wickets down, 9 wickets down. You need to get a lead of 110, 120. Maybe that's because he didn't feel comfortable. Maybe he hasn't got the game for it. But maybe it's because he's just batting a little bit selfishly. So if you give players time, if players know that, okay, you know what, doesn't matter, I'm in this team for the next 5-6 games, then of course they're going to feel more comfortable and they're going to play their natural game a little bit more.
Yeah, I think we've had a similar case as well. Not regarding this topic. I mean, we're dropping players after having 1-2 games. I think it happened to Abdullah Shafiq, where he had, I think, 1 game with it in the T20 team, and then all of a sudden, he never got picked in the PSL, and he's looking kind of like, what format is he going to play for Pakistan? I know, I think Mohammed Wasim picked him for the initial, I think it was a 30 or 25.
20-man squad, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So there were question marks over him saying, what format is he best suited at? Because I'm hearing different things. Some people say he's not a T20 player. Some people say 1 day, and then he got picked up in the test. So I think the selector said he's kind of like a wild card pick, where he picked Rolf and him as players that I want to try in Test cricket. But I definitely agree. In the past, I don't know how long you want to look at it, we don't give players chances when they don't perform. When you look at someone like England, how they come through in all formats, like they've literally got different teams for each format you could put it as, and because they give their players chances and they literally establish side now in Test 1 and T20. We need to do the same, follow that path as well. Don't drop these youngers because it affects them mentally as well.
Yeah.
You bring a youngster in and say if they don't perform in 2 games and they drop them, like it affects them mentally. That's one thing we don't look at, which we do need to look at. And then we won't see him for like another 3 years, 4 years when they hit 25, 26. Like say South Shakil now, I think he's about 24, 25. For me, he should have got picked earlier because we've been having problems in Test cricket for so long now. And for me, I wished he'd come in earlier when he was a bit younger. But we have got him in finally, and I hope he can kick on. But yeah, that was just my point regarding picking players and then dropping them straight away.
Well,
Do
who's
you-
your number 4?
do Do you remember a few years ago when Jason Roy got about 14 ducks in about 14 games? He
Oh,
went
yeah,
silly.
yeah.
And they wouldn't drop him.
Mm.
They wouldn't drop him, and everyone's commentators, everyone was on their case, and then eventually I think they did drop him. He just kept getting ducks, and
Did they not
the way
drop
he
him?
was getting.
Did he not get dropped in the Champions Trophy semi? Because I think didn't Bairstow open in that game instead of Roy? I think it was Bairstow and Hales.
Yes.
And Roy had been batting the whole tournament, I think.
Yes, and did they have a 5-match series before that as well, or after that? And then I just remember it very clearly that he couldn't get a run. He kept getting I think the most he got was about 5 in about 10 matches, and all I remember is they wouldn't drop him. I was just all I could just think about is that was a Pakistani player we got after the second game.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, no, absolutely. So if we're thinking that maybe Abdullah Shafiq, Imran Butt, let's say Babar at 3, just to kind of get him out of the way, we know he's going to be in the team. Are we thinking? So I mean, again, this is where I have to be honest. There's not enough hours in the day for me to watch all the things that I do and work, and also watch Pakistan domestic cricket. But if you're thinking Haider Ali and Kamran Ghulam, and obviously I know they're at different stages in their career. Haider is obviously a lot earlier in his career, but I mean, from what I've seen of Haider, he's a player that I know is being picked in the limited over stuff at the moment, and that's fine. I'm not saying fast track him to the testing, but I don't just the bits that I've seen of him. There's no reason I don't think why he couldn't be a test player in the future.
Yeah, it's because he's played a few games for Punjab. I think it was last season, and he did okay. He wasn't amazing, but he did okay. Ideally, I'd go for Saud at 4, and then see before this test match, I wouldn't have even picked Fawad.
Yeah,
just because of his age, nothing to do with his ability or the way he bats. Just because of his age, and actually properly picking 11 and sticking with it for like 10, 12 test matches. Obviously, if somebody like, I don't know, if Kamran Ghulam comes in and he gets 5 ducks in a row, then you've got no choice to drop him. But I personally looking forward, because how long, it's like picking Darvish. He's 36, 35. What are you going to gain? The only thing, but the thing is, obviously, then you've got all the Pakistani media politics, so you got to keep everybody happy, etc., etc. But just going back on the topic of Haider, I think because of the way he started and he's just smashing everything, 150, 160 strike rate, I hope that he just doesn't turn into an Afridi where he comes in and he looks to hit 6 every ball. Because in New Zealand, towards it seemed like he just wanted to bash it all the time, even though he can play proper cricketing shots.
It's really interesting because he came out with a quote saying that I don't want to, I want to take time to get set at the crease and I don't want to hit boundaries from the first ball. And there was a lot of criticism that, why is one of our players, one of our bright young players, why are we kind of already restricting him and stymieing him and why is he giving interviews already talking about being defensive? I don't agree with that. I feel like you can't hit every ball for 6. Even England's great T20 team and 50 over, there is an element of getting set at the crease, isn't there? So I agree with you. I think he's got to be careful that he doesn't kind of just think of himself as this basher from ball one. So, and just on your point there, Omar, just very quickly. So you're talking about Fawad. I think it's a given. Fawad is in our team in the next 2 years. Let's think after Fawad. Let's say 3 years time then. Let's say, Would you say maybe, let's say once he's out of the team, gracefully retired, having played really well, obviously, all that kind of stuff, as much as anyone in Pakistan cricket can gracefully retire. And so you would think maybe if you had like,
Doc, maybe that's a topic. How many Pakistan cricketers have gracefully retired?
Well, I tell you why. There's one answer there, and because it's such a surprise, was Gul recently, and it was such a fresh air to actually see someone retire gracefully. But you could have say Salchakil, Kamran Ghulam, whose numbers are brilliant, especially in the past couple of years, and headed early at if you had headed early at 6, you'd have Rizwan at 7. So I think Rizwan is sticking around for a while.
Yeah, of course. He'll be
That's true.
hopefully 10 years.
Yeah, and then you've got let's say Yasir Shah is going to be in. You've got 4 bowlers. Yasir Shah is going to be one of them. Shaheen's going to be one of them. Hassan's going to be one of them. Naseem Shah as kind of the 4th.
Well, you'd hope, wouldn't you? The way he started, obviously he hasn't had the best last 2 tours, but what's worrying is the amount of injuries he's picking up.
Yeah,
and back injuries as well, which isn't, because if I was a bit young at the time, didn't Waqar have some back injuries?
Yeah,
at the start of
definitely.
his career.
Every Pakistan bowler's had a stress fracture of the back at some point. It's a medical fact that they have to have stress fractures of the back.
But what's more concerning is they don't seem to be coming back in the time frame, because Hassan was out for what, 2.5 years, 2 years.
Yeah. Did you read the Cricket Info article about him?
Naseem or Hassan?
Hassan. Just a couple of days ago, Usman Samiuddin, I think it was Usman anyway. He wrote an article about Hassan Ali, and it was just about the fact that he's one of the few Pakistan bowlers who might actually kind of stick around for a while, given that so many of them come and go so quickly. So there's 2 things that really jumped out of the article for me. One was the fact that since I think 2015, no team has debuted as many fast bowlers as Pakistan. And yet no team has, I think 37, and yet in no team has a few of them playing 50 test matches. So we debut the most, but they end up playing the least because they just come in and they get discarded, or they come in and they get injured. And on the injury side of things, just reading the article, his back injury was just ridiculously mismanaged, just like Muhammad Zahid in the early 90s, just like Haris Sahel and his knees, just like so many others that we can think about. There was just go on, Shazad, go on.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think we need to manage Shaheen as well. I think I mentioned it as well yesterday, because he's been bowling a lot recently. He needs to get some sort of rest. I don't know when they're going to do it. But if you look at the World Cup and all the test games, he's been playing every format, and he's played for Hampshire as well. Was there any other leagues he played for? I can't remember. But we can't lose him, because
I think we've got a few tours against New Zealand, home and away. Not New Zealand, Zimbabwe. Sorry, so
yeah, he should not. For me, some of the games he should not be playing, because we do need to manage him. He's a young bowler.
Do you know the way I look at it? And I've heard Wasim Akram tell the story where he was playing in New Zealand in his first tour. I'm sure you've all heard the story. And he turned to Imran, and Imran said to him, "You need to get the bowling overs in your legs." And the thing is, how old is he? 21?
Something like that, yeah.
He's fresh. Like, I just think everyone just taking this narrative of Ahmed, of workload and this and that. It's Test cricket. What do you expect? Like, sometimes you can have to bowl 30, 35 overs in a Test match, and especially if your fielders are taking the catches, you can definitely gonna have to bowl 30.
Oh, you still there?
That deep, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Can you?
Yeah, we can just about. Yeah, we can hear you there. So, yeah, you're right. No, I agree to an extent in that obviously, he is a young boy, and so you'd expect him to be, fit, firing. It's his job. Fast bowlers bowl, don't they? That what did you expect to do when you became a fast bowler other than bowl? I guess the only thing is the volume of cricket these days is different to what it used to be now, and it's different types of cricket. So obviously before, a lot of the international players were playing county cricket. So Wasim Akram would say, well, hold on, I wasn't playing T20 leagues, but I was playing county cricket, all summer. But I don't know if maybe there's more travel, maybe there's less time to get ready for tours. It's just tour after tour after tour. Umar is having technical issues. I'm sure we'll get him back in a sec. Back with us? Yeah, so it's tour after tour after tour. It's league after league after league, and it's just kind of this non-stop grind. And I think what England have done really well, and this is easy when you've got a big talent pool or a very good talent pool, is that England have got themselves in a situation where they can rest Archer, they can rest Stokes for Sri Lanka, they can rest Bairstow for the tests against India. I think after the first game, I think Bairstow's not going for the first two. They can send Butler home after the first test, and yet they've got this pool, and they can kind of, they can rest and rotate, and they manage their bowlers' workload so well. Well, they certainly are recently, anyway. But I don't know if Pakistan have got that, which is odd to say because we've got 200 million people in the country, so we should have that talent pool where we can have a squad of 25 players, and we can rest and rotate, and there not be a big drop off in quality. My fear is that if we said in the next series, okay, Shaheen have a rest, Babar have a rest, Hassan Ali have a rest. My fear is that the three players that would come in to replace them wouldn't be anywhere near as good.
Who would come in?
The thing is, if they're gonna like rotate, they gotta do it like properly, manage it properly. Can't just be like, okay, we're resting these three main players. Let's get 3 new players in. I reckon that's a bit. If they do it like that, that won't be the best way. They need to, like, how Bairstow was missing the first 2 games, like slowly switch them around. And plus, when you do rotate, that's when we can look at the backup options, see who can come in and who's good enough to be the man behind Shaheen. But I think with cricket these days, like say after this season, we got the PSL coming up where Shaheen will probably be playing every game for Lahore. It's not like they're not going to play him. And then I don't know what games we got after that. Then straight away he's going to go play for Pakistan. But I just think I don't want to lose him like we did for Hassan for a couple of years, because Hassan was literally flying, and then we lost him for 2.5 years. You get me? I don't want it to be the same situation for Shaheen, especially with a lot of young bowlers coming through. Like he's been the one who's been standing out. But maybe I'm overthinking it. But
no, you're not. No, I think it's something we need to think about. It's happened so many times. And there's a mention from Umar about Hasnain. I guess right now, if we said next match, no Shaheen, no Hassan Ali because they need to rest, who would come in? Would it be Haris Rauf and Darvish then?
Probably, because they're in the squad now, aren't they?
Yeah. So then if we're thinking about this battery of fast bowlers, people like talking about batteries of fast bowlers, don't they? So you've got Shaheen, Hassan Ali, Haris Rauf, Darvish, I guess you have to add to the 5-day stuff. Hasnain.
I personally think Hasnain should be second pick in T20s.
Okay.
Yeah, it deserves a chance. I think.
I think since that England series in 2019
for the World Cup.
Yeah, when he got absolutely smashed everywhere. I wouldn't say I've been closely following him, but I have been following him, and every time I see him, he's improved. I feel like he'll go for like 40 runs, but he'll take 4 wickets as well. And then T20s, like I feel like you can go for 40, and if you take 4, that's from 4 overs. That's a good turnaround, especially against England and New Zealand and Australia, where they can just score 220 very easily. So I think Shaheen should be first, and Hasnain, and maybe Rauf.
Yeah.
I don't know how much cricket Hassan's going to play. Like I don't know if they're going to manage him, if they're going to play him every series, or because to be honest, he didn't look the best during this test series. He's looked all right. He's had bits, but he looked a bit rusty, didn't he? Even though he has played most of Quaid-e-Azam Trophy season.
Yeah, it's that step up, isn't it? There is a step up between domestic and international, and then equally, I don't know, mentally as well. And I talk about mental stuff all the time, but mentally as well, it's just different. You're back in the Pakistan team. There's more eyes on you. There's more people to write about you than if you're playing, Balochistan with not many people watching. There's a big difference, isn't there? Balochistan on a wet Wednesday night is different to is different to South Africa in Karachi. Mornington, salam to Hamza. Sorry, we'll try and get to some of the comments as well. I know we're just kind of talking amongst ourselves here. We might be having Hamza coming on later, so inshallah we'll get to speak to him in a bit more detail in a bit. And yes, what a turnaround. So just going to the cricket just for a moment, obviously, because it is a long lunch break. Obviously, South Africa, we bowled them out this morning for not very much, a lead of 87. We're obviously needing 88 to win, and we are 22 for none. So sorry, we bowled them out for 245 this morning, and we're 66 runs away, inshallah, with 10 wickets in hand. with half an hour to go till play restarts again. 66 runs to win with Abid and Imran at the crease. Looking okay, the odd streaky boundary, but you kind of expect that, don't you?
It's happened again. After day one, we were in turmoil. Everyone's...
Yeah.
Day two, we were the kings of the world. Then about 11:45 yesterday,
Yeah.
Numan needed to be dropped. We needed new openers. Sack Barber.
Yeah.
Hassan Ali's not good enough. Then by 12:30, again, we're kings of the world. And this morning, we were like right in the middle. We don't know what's going to happen. And now we're the best team in the world again.
Pakistan cricket for you, man. Literally, open and you know when as soon as the first wicket happened today, first ball literally Hassan Ali. That's how I knew. You know what? Today's gonna go nice and calm.
Was it first ball you got him out?
Literally first ball.
It was, yeah, and can't underestimate. You know, it's funny. We're when you're kind of sitting here, you kind of forget how important that was because you know I made the point that very quickly that the first session's been quite easy to bat on. Sorry, and if you look at the number of wickets that have fallen, it's not been very many in the first session the past few days. So to have bowled that well is really good. I don't know if Umar is still with us. I know Umar mentioned about no, not you, Umar. Sorry, the other Umar.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. About trying to get more viewership. Obviously, we're always trying to get more viewership. We're always trying to get more people involved, and so anyone who is watching, feel free to share this with friends. And essentially, we're hopefully going to be here for any game that Pakistan play where we can, and we're just ordinary Pakistan fans watching the game and love watching it with like-minded fans. The only thing I would say, obviously, is that all of us are based in England, and all of us speak Urdu to varying degrees, and I may well be able to understand Urdu. But I don't know if I can, if I'd be able to speak it for long enough as we're doing here. So yeah, that's the only thing I would say about speaking in Urdu and trying to increase our viewership. But we're always on the lookout, and if anyone who wants to watch from Pakistan or is watching from Pakistan, I'm sure we'd be more than happy to have someone speaking Urdu whilst us lot speaking English. I don't see that there'd be any problem with that at all. So anyone who wants to do that is more than welcome to join us. Just a comment from Ryan about Numan having a career like Zulfikar. I think that sounds about right. Zulfikar would often only play when we needed that second spinner in the Emirates, really, wouldn't he? And I imagine that would be the case here. I don't foresee a time anytime soon where he'd be our first, our leading spinner. You wouldn't have thought so. Go on.
I was just going to say, Doc, we got to number 4.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, we got to number 4 in this team.
So we got to Barber, and then who I said Saud at 4.
So Barber at 3.
And you threw in Heather out of nowhere.
Yeah,
I didn't expect that one.
So, but why? Yeah, well, why not? Why not have Heather at? If we had, I mean, it's really difficult because we can all chuck names out there. I mean, I was looking at someone, the lad Haroon on Twitter, who's very very well versed in Pakistan's kind of domestic players, was talking about Danish Aziz. I think he was talking about T20s, but obviously then there's no reason why some of these players can't come into the test team. And obviously we're going to have Hamza on hopefully fairly soon. But we're thinking of, in fact, I think Hamza might be ready to come on into second. But obviously you're thinking of someone like Hussain Dillard, who was picked for the 5-day team in New Zealand and didn't quite make it into the 5-day squad, didn't quite make it into the team. But someone like Hussain Dillard could be a 5 or a 6. And on the subject of Hussain Dillard, Hamza, assalamu alaikum, morning.
You say Hussain Dillard?
We did.
We're talking about Pakistan's team 3-4 years from now.
So we've got Imran Butt, Abdullah Shafiq.
Him now.
Oh, he hasn't even heard what we're saying, and he's already gone off now. So we've gone to Imran Butt, Abdullah Shafiq, Babar at 3, Saud at 4.
So start that again. I wasn't mentally ready. Go and say that again.
Imran Butt.
Okay.
So this is, let's say, 2023.
This is post current open, post Abid, post Azhar, post Haris, post Fawad. Yeah, go on.
So ideally, let's say in January 2023, we're going to, I don't know, Australia coming to Pakistan to play. So we've got rid of some oldies. So we're having Imran Butt, Abdullah Shafiq, Babar at 3, Saud Shakil at 4, and that's as far as we've got.
And your options for 5, 6 really are Kamran Ghulam, Haider Ali, Danish Aziz, Hussein Dalit, and anyone else you can think of.
I think Ghulam and Ghulam and Hussein Talat 5'6" looks good to me.
That's 9 before Haider, because Haider's like really. So you could get 5
Or
years
Haider,
out.
or Haider.
You could get 5 years out of Talat and still have Haider in his peak.
Yeah.
Happy with that, man.
Tabriz made a good point on the WhatsApp group about Haider, not Haider, Hussein Talat being in the team, and his bowling being a useful, because he's not an all rounder, but he's more like Steve Waugh. You know what I mean? Like a little middle order, not middle order, little medium pace, little WW here and there that you can chuck in for 5 overs, just to keep it quiet and give everyone a rest. So yeah, that's why I was really irritated that they didn't pick him for this test squad, because it gives you a lot of options. He's a really good fielder as well. So
it is odd, isn't it? It's odd that he was picked in that huge squad that went to New Zealand and then just kind of got discarded.
And he did well there.
Want to welcome Nadeem onto the show. Simon Guy, do you think we're winning by 10 wickets? I don't care, as long as we win. But it would be. I see what you mean. We were actually talking earlier. We were saying that it would psychologically, the difference between being 88 for 6 or 88 for 5 at the end of today and winning, and the difference between being 88 for none, psychologically going to the next test in 4 days' time is different, no?
Doc, really?
If Abid gets out for a cheap score, would you drop him for the second test?
I was going to ask that, but what I wanted to ask is, sorry, Hamza, I don't think it would, Doc.
Really?
I don't. For all these years of watching Pakistan play, I don't think it would make an ounce of difference if we win by 1 wicket or 10. Because next game could still be 100 all out, or we could score 560 for 3.
No, you're right. I just think, for example, let's say, who got Imran Bhatt out in the first innings? I can't remember now. It was probably
was caught.
Yeah, was it
Rabada?
Rabada.
Okay, so let's say Rabada gets another short one to rear up on him, okay, and he gets him out again. Do you not think that's going to be in his head for Thursday? Let's say if we're batting first, just psychologically, Rabada's thinking, I've got the wood over this guy. The little things.
Yeah, I see
even with Abid as well, like if he gets out after lunch straight away, he's either going to get picked for the next game, like because he's had a few failures now, so you got to take little things into consideration. You know what I mean? Going to the next game.
Who's our backup opener?
Who we got?
We don't have one. Abdullah Shafiq, innit? He didn't get picked.
I think obviously it looks like we're gonna win, but I don't think Hamza. I know you went on a rant when New Zealand dropped Satna, but I can't see us changing a winning team.
No, I'm saying, would you though? If Abid fails in this one again,
if he scores less than 20, then yeah.
If Abid Ali hits the winning runs, he can stay in the team. He's gonna annoy Hamza, isn't it? If Abid Ali doesn't hit the winning runs. No, I don't think. This is the thing about a 2-test series, isn't it? This is why I generally don't like 2-test series, because really, I think you're pretty much wedded to your team. Because if you think someone is good enough on Thursday, the 26th of January, how bad do they have to have been to then not be good enough on Thursday, the 3rd of February, or whatever it is when the next game? I'm not sure. I have to say, I'm a big Abid fan. I know I defend him a lot when we're on, when we're on talking about the games. There is, of course, it comes to a point when you need better output. You do need 50s and you do need the odd 100, and you are playing in home conditions. So, I don't think it's a kind of give Abid forever and ever. But if he fails in the next test, he's on thin ice. I think. Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, I remember I made this point on when we had Atif Nawaz. Like these are his last scores in all forms of the game since October. Yeah, Abid 56, 36, 19, 5. 21, 22, 6, 10, 7, 1, 25, duck, 25, 26, and then what he got in the first innings. So show me a pattern. Where are we going? None of us are dummies. Do you know what I mean?
But those 25 weren't those. So when those 25s that he was getting in New Zealand. So tell me which other opener played really well, either on New Zealand or Pakistan's team in that New Zealand series, because I'm pretty sure New Zealand were 20 for 2 pretty much every game as well.
Yeah, there was that one game where they got about 60 or 70, I think.
That was in England, yeah. He got 60.
Yeah.
So I just think and which of the England openers played really well? Sibley and Burns, from memory, in those Test matches were walking wickets the whole way through. Shan got one score, and after that failed. And Abid is the one. you know, I'm not related to him or anything. I think I am. Ahmed is the one who keeps getting in. Now, of course, it's frustrating because he's getting in and then he's getting out again, and that, you know, that is frustrating when any batsman does that. But I think he's doing the hard work. He's doing some of the hard work, sorry, and he's seeing off the new ball, and other openers aren't doing that. But Hamza, I take your point. I'm not just going to blindly defend him because it's not about that at all. He's on thin ice, as I say. If he fouls, if he keeps with these scores and he doesn't get 50s and 100s, you're not in the team for 20s. I agree.
Who have we got after South Africa in Test? Do you know? Because I know they've got a few series lined up.
I'm sure it's the Caribbean Tour. The Caribbean Tour will probably have 1 or 1.5 tests or something ridiculous like that. So yeah, I think it's the Caribbean Tour is the next.
I'm sure. I think it was in 2019. Ehsan Mani, he did an interview and he said we're stopping this 2 test stuff, and we're going to play minimum 3 tests. And then since then, it's just all we've done is play 2 test series.
Yeah, it's not good enough, man. We need more. We need at least 3-4. Then we can fully judge a player in the team and be like, okay, how good is he or how good enough? Because say, for example, now these 2 tests, if a player doesn't perform well, he might not get picked for another 3-4 tours. You know, who knows? And you know how it like if a player comes in, like say if Saul Shakil comes in next game and he gets half a low scores, and the next tour he doesn't get picked. Like I wouldn't be surprised. You know what I mean? That's how we run. That's why we need more tests.
Just very quickly, I'll come to you in just a moment. Sorry. Just in terms of the comments that we're getting, Debrez, yes, indeed, you were complimented by a very deep surprise.
I think I just woke up, so I'd like to retract that. I was still feeling a bit hazy.
And then we've got Imi as well. Yeah, absolutely. Test cricket is just it's. I was thinking about this, and so growing up, I watched pretty much exclusively sport. Okay, so I didn't watch films when I grew up because if you watch sport, you don't need films because sport has enough drama and thrills and spills and roller coasters better than any action movie or any movie I can think of that I've ever seen. So yeah, sport is brilliant. It's the best thing in the world, and it's just up and down, and you never know what's coming next. And who would have thought yesterday when South Africa were 20 for 1 essentially, or 20 odd ahead, that we'd be chasing 88 to win. The other thing from the comment point of view, if anyone's got the energy at 8 o'clock in the morning and they want to write their 11s for about 2-3 years time, basically no Arbid, no Azam, no Fawad, feel free to, or any players you want, feel free to jot your 11s in the comments and see what we make of it. Almost, sorry, you were going to say.
No, it's okay. Imi sent this to us in September. It was the itinerary of the next few years. So according to this, we've played New Zealand. We're playing South Africa now. We got in April we played 2 tests and 3 T20s against Zimbabwe.
Another 2 tests. Even Zimbabwe, we can't get them to play 3 tests against.
And then we played 3 ODIs and 3 T20s in July. But don't forget we've got PSL coming up as well. Then in July, after we tour England, we go to West Indies. We play 3 tests and 3 T20s. 3 ODIs against.
Is it just T20s in England? Is it or an ODI?
And ODIs.
Oh, no test. No.
And then 3 ODIs against Afghanistan, 3 ODIs, and 3 T20s. According to this, in October in New Zealand, and T20 World Cup in October. Then 2 tests and 3 T20s against Bangladesh in November, even though they still owe us 1. And then 3 ODIs and 3 T20s versus West Indies in December in Pakistan, I think. But then I don't think this is updated because England are coming to Pakistan as well, aren't they, for 2 T20s? So you get the gist. It's a mix of 2 tests and 3 T20s everywhere.
Yeah, so we've spoken about this before, haven't we? In terms of the when we're with these scheduled games and the itineraries, that we do need them. I completely agree with them. Of course, we need minimum 3 tests against everyone. And I know obviously maybe we're playing a bit of catch up because of COVID and boards have got money to make and all that kind of stuff. But can we not? Why would we go to West Indies for a couple of formats and then they come to us like a few months later for a couple of formats? I don't understand that. If just every tour could be 3-3-3, wouldn't it just make life a lot easier for everyone?
I think a few years ago there's some kind of thing. I don't know the technical term, but it's when they come for 2 here and then you go to 3 there. It's all part of the same. I don't know what you call it.
I think not all of the tours. I think you can't always have long tours that are 3-3-3. So that's fair enough. But I just think if you're bothering with tests, If you're going
It
to even
has to be a
bother with
minimum of
tests,
3. Yeah.
you know, if you're playing 2020s, they can be 2 or 5 or 4 or 3, whatever, or just 1 T20. Just it's just a cash cow, isn't it? 2020.
Yeah.
No one cares. So you're like, okay, let's just throw in a 2020 at the end. You'll get a full house. Blah blah blah. Fine. But tests, if you're going to bother with tests, they should always have make space for 3. But I don't know what the money situation is and how these things are structured.
So
To be fair,
Shazam,
we shouldn't be that, like, us as a board. I know Wasim Khan has said that we've lost quite a bit of money playing in Dubai, but recently, like, we've been touring everywhere, haven't we? Even during COVID, been to England, been to New Zealand, we go to South Africa. So if it's probably coming to money, we're probably in a better position than
it's
some
funny
other
that
teams.
they publish the accounts, don't they, of the PCB? And I'm no accountant myself, but I think there's quite a few payments that are made to people that probably shouldn't be made, and expenses that are charged that probably shouldn't be charged. So if we're, I'm sure that's probably playing a role.
Where did you see that?
Sorry,
where did you see that?
I'm sure it's on the PCB website. I'm sure they publish their accounts.
Yeah.
So do have a look.
I thought you were being specific, like you saw a report saying that there's someone claiming, I don't know.
I wouldn't like to allege anything, but so if we've got Gamron Gulam at 5, we've got Hussein Dull at 6. Let's say we keep Hamza happy. We're going to go 6 batsmen as well. Keep Hamza happy. There's a theme developing here.
Talat can bowl.
Rizwan 7. Shazeb, be happy with Rizwan being our long-term keeper?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
So how old is he now, Rizwan? He's not that old, is he?
25. No, I think he's actually 27, 28.
27.
We got plenty of years left in him.
Guys, I think he might be. I think he might be more than that. But I'm more than welcome to happy to be corrected. So then, if we're thinking that long-term, Shaheen is one of the 4 bowlers. Okay.
I got a question. So, say if Rizwan gets injured in Test cricket, who would be the backup wicketkeeper? Would you say then?
Rahel.
Yeah, he needs to play more, man. I really want to see him back. I've read a lot of stuff about him.
Really
I've seen a few clips.
Really good.
He's more, needs to play
Certainly
more.
got loads of keeper options. There's a 19-year-old Mohammed Harris. He's really good. Up in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa.
Yeah, he made 100 recently, didn't he?
Yeah, he's really good. I don't know why they're bothering with Safraz. It's just a total ego thing.
I don't think it's Safraz's fault entirely, but they're probably just keeping the Karachi Mafia happy. Well, he's in shape though, so we can't call him.
We were saying a few days ago in one of our sessions, me and Akbar, we were like, it would make more sense if he wants to pile on pressure on Rizwan if he goes back to domestic and starts making runs, instead of just hanging around the squad and just being a number 2 and not doing anything.
So Shaheen's going to be one of our 4 bowlers. We'll say Yasser because he's probably got as a leg spinner. He's probably got a few more miles in his legs. So
I think let's think of post Yasser.
All right then. So we've got.
I think in 2-3 years' time, I think he might be gone.
Zaid Mahmood.
So we've got 4 bowlers, one of which is Shaheen. So you've got 3 more bowlers, and that's, let's say, 2 seamers and a spinner. Let's say.
I'll go Usman Qadir.
Oh, test matches.
All right, Hamza, you first. Go on, Hamza. Go on. I'll start with you.
I like Usman Qadir. He's got good control. He's got more control than I thought he had. Loads of variations. And he actually, the thing you look for with a spinner, if they can make it in tests, is if they don't always bowl flat. Because if you want to make it as a test leg spinner, you need to have a bit of loop and guile. You can't just be pinging him down like that. So I'd go with Usman Qadir. And he's got loads of variations. That's the one thing that always frustrated me about Yasser, that he never felt confident to bowl googlies and flippers. Qadir's got it all.
Shazam, what are you thinking?
With Usman Qadir, like I want to see more. Like I mentioned about Rahel, I want to see him bowl more. Like whether it's in the PSL, whether it's Pakistan. I know we play Zimbabwe. I don't want to downgrade him just because of that, but I want to get a fair opinion on him when I see him more. Like he does look like he's got more control. You're right there, Hamza. But for me, I'm thinking someone like Shadab maybe. I know he's only played, I don't know how many games exactly for Test cricket, but I got a feeling he can be handy with the bat as well. We've seen how talented he is.
Yeah, he's a really good batsman.
That's something in Test cricket, I reckon he can take it up another level as well, especially on the lower order. Shadab, I don't mind giving a go.
I guess he could almost be in that Hussein Dullat role. Maybe in some games, you're playing 2 spinners, you maybe play Shadab at 6, and without it affecting the balance of the team. But yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, that's a very good point actually. Like if you're playing at home or playing in Sri Lanka or somewhere wherever it is, Asian conditions, we could play him as a second spinner. But they haven't really. Yasser's played in the all games when it comes to the first choice spinner, so we haven't really picked anyone first choice as a first choice spinner. So it's hard to judge when it comes to spinners. But I like the Usman Kadir shout. Like I said, I want to see him play more, and I reckon Shadab should be in the mix too when it comes to post Yasser.
Onward, pick a spinner before we come to a couple of these comments.
I'm just gonna go with the nice and easy Sajid Khan.
Yeah.
Is it Sajid Khan?
Yeah. Off spinner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got spinning. We've got options there. So we've got one spinner there. So we'll do a couple of seamers in a second. So just a comment coming through about Buxton. Obviously, we're talking about the scheduling and all this kind of stuff. We had a question earlier about which team do we hope would tour Pakistan, and I mentioned that it'd be good. Forget the political stuff for a second. It would just be brilliant to watch Pakistan, India. The fact that Virat Kohli's never played a Test series against Pakistan is ridiculous. So a Pakistan India Test series would be insane. It's all been thrown in the dark. We need it at Pakistan India cricket. Not only is it entertaining, which it often is, but both boards make a ridiculous amount of money. Well, you'd think, for the money reasons, it would make sense. But I guess politically, that probably isn't going to happen anytime soon.
No.
Well, it's not. I don't think it'll happen in the next 5 years. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It's a bleeding tactic. They know it hurts us more than it hurts them, for them to avoid playing us.
Okay, we'll come back to Shoaib Akhtar in a second, because Shoaib Akhtar is probably an hour discussion on his own. So we'll come back to that in a second. Shazeb, how do you reckon we do against India right now? Let's say Test cricket against India in Pakistan, for example, if it was a series in Pakistan.
Yeah, difficult one to judge, I guess, because I don't want to just go on just say the World Cup form, because World Cup's a different thing. We've never beat them, and that's more of a mental aspect. But last time we were in India, we played rally game when you had the test, not test, but when you played the series against them, we played well. But if we were to play them in test right now, I reckon it'd be a very good game when you consider everything, take everything into consideration. Then coming to Pakistan, how long it's been. I reckon it'll be a close game. I think a lot of people will say that we'd get demolished or they'll beat us, but I don't think that'll be the case. I reckon it'd be a good test series. And if you were to see, I know it's a long shot. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, but I wouldn't say Pakistan would win the test series. I wouldn't say India would win the test series. I reckon it'd be a close one.
I think I think you're right. I think you make some really good points. I would say that I think on Pakistani tracks, I think if you look at the two batting lineups, I don't think there'd be a huge difference. Obviously, they've got a superstar. We've got someone who we think is a superstar. Got a couple of good players in the middle order. Fine. My actual concern would be, and I can't remember when was the last time we said this, I would worry that India's bowling attack is actually a lot better than Pakistan's bowling attack, which is, you never thought you'd say this when you think back to the 90s and the 2000s, where, you've got Venkatesh Prasad and Robin Singh and all these guys kind of bowling. Srinath at 74 miles an hour, but give them credit. Sharma, Kumar, Siraj, Bumrah, all the Pandya, whatever. Couple of spinners, Ashwin, Jadeja. They've got a real good bowling attack that obviously gave Australia, although Australia have got their own problems right now, gave Australia a bit of trouble. Hamza, if Pakistan are playing India in a 5-test series in Pakistan starting next week, final score?
At home, we'd beat them. I watched the Australia India series, and the thing is, people don't realize how bad this. I know we did poorly in Australia, but this Aussie, that Aussie lineup was not a very good one, especially the batting. And the bowlers that India played, like Siraj looked good, so I think he was okay, looked good. Then you had Shardul, who's basically like a Praveen Kumar. I don't know if you remember him. 130 kilometers an hour, no more outswingers. And then there was a left armer who's about the same, sort of 130 kilometers an hour. So I was sort of thinking, how are these guys taking the wickets? I don't know. Are we that bad when we go to Australia that, even Shaheen doesn't look like he's can't buy a wicket. Naseem was bowling well, 90 miles an hour, couldn't buy a wicket. Then you've got these 130 mile an hour dibbly dobblies taking wickets in Australia from India. So that's why I think a point we made earlier about us in Australia, we do have a mental block against them because we don't go there very often. We don't play them very often. And they've hardly ever come to Pakistan, even before 9/11. They never came to Pakistan. I mean, in the 90s, they came once. So even before the security issues, they didn't like coming to us. And so it built up this exotic thing about them and a bit of a mental block. So I think if we played India, there's a lot of chat. Obviously, and one you have to rate winning in Australia twice. You know, they had Warner, and I know Warner was injured. They had Smith, and I know Smith's form was all over the place. But even out of form Smith, you have to get him out. So I think India are a very mentally strong team. They don't fear Australia or going to Australia. We do. That's a big difference. But if they come to Pakistan, I reckon we'll beat them because their bowlers. Again, it's important to look beyond the stats and just actually watch the bowling. I thought they might have like a 90-mile-an-hour bowler somewhere, and they didn't. And I thought they'd be like a bowler who's like bending them round corners at sort of 140, something like that, and they weren't. And even their spinner didn't look that good anyway.
Yeah. I think it'd be close. I would, like I say, my concern would be how we'd fare against their bowling. And I feel like maybe the other way around, they wouldn't be quite so concerned. It'd be brilliant to see. It's just a shame it's not going to happen anytime soon. They are going through a golden era of sorts. Yeah, and there are lots of reasons. Obviously, you can't ignore the kind of the financial clout that the BCCI have. They are. I mean, I guess the only thing I would say about India, just before this Australia series, if you think back to India in the 2015 World Cup, they lost in the semi-final. In the 2016 T20 World Cup, they lost in the semi-final. 2017 Champions Trophy, they lost in the final to us. 2019 World Cup semi-final, they lost as well. So they you know, as good as they've been, and fair play to them for getting to the final stages of some of these competitions, they have lost quite a lot of big games as well recently. So again, you say mentally they are strong. I agree, Hamza. I think they are strong. But it's just interesting to see that they've also lost some pretty big games in the past few years. So it's just
don't they? In the last few stages in the tournament, they seem to somehow they look on top. Even in the Champions Trophy final, like they were killing it all the way through, and then we blew them away. So they do have a problem where when they get to the semi-final, the final of the competition, they somehow battle it.
Yeah. So another comment coming in about Shoaib Akhtar becoming the chairman of the PCB. I don't know if this is tongue in cheek.
I think that's is that Adil Ray from Citizen Khan.
I don't know if that's tongue in cheek. I think for every one or two good things that Shoaib Akhtar might do to fix the board or change Pakistan cricket, there might be 10 or 11 bad things that he does that completely obliterates and negates all the positivity. So I'm not sure about that. I mean, just again looking at the responses that have come through, I'm not sure other people completely agree. It'd be good to hear what the reasoning is for Shoaib Akhtar and why that comment has come through, unless it is just a bit of fun. Certainly I don't know if anyone watches his YouTube channel or sees little clips of Shoaib on YouTube, but he's entertaining, shall we say?
Absolutely. As a player and as a...
He's entertaining and pretty clueless.
How would we react to Pakistan versus India ducking on the channel if they played each other? Oh, that would be one heck of a watch, wouldn't it? I think we'd all enjoy doing watchalongs for something like that. I'm sure we could do a collab with the Bara Army. How interesting that would be.
Or you do a Stani Army tour of Pakistan.
Yeah. So just going to finish off this 11. I'm actually going to ask another question as well, generally, just whilst we've got a few minutes before cricket starts again. So are we thinking that 3 seamers, let's say 3 or 4 years from here, would be Shaheen, Hassan Ali and Hasnain?
Yeah, the third seamer, to be honest, we have got a lot of young fast bowlers. Not even young, got some experienced ones as well, like Tabish. I mean, not Tabish, but like Hassan Ali there as well. So we have got a lot of fast bowlers right now. And if we're talking about team in 2 years, it depends on how these bowlers go about in the next 2 years. Who knows? Rauf might be. This might cause a bit of divided opinions, but Rauf could be a test bowler. Who knows? Like, we can't judge him without him actually playing test cricket. So you said Shaheen. Who was the second one you said?
Probably Hassan Ali.
Hassan Ali, and then I think maybe Hasnain. He looks like a good bowler. He deserves more chance as well. So I think that'd be my.
I'd hope Naseem would have got his act together by then.
Yeah, Naseem as well. He's got a few injury problems as well, hasn't he, Naseem? So hopefully that doesn't bother him too much.
Hamza, you keep your kind of finger on the domestic pulse quite closely, which is good. Who any names that we haven't mentioned just domestically in terms of seamers and fast bowlers that obviously we've mentioned Hasnain, we've mentioned Haris Ralph, we've mentioned Shaheen Hassan, one more you just mentioned, Naseem Shah, sorry. I think Musa's time has come and gone, Wahab Riaz's time has come and gone, Sohail Khan, etc. Who else? Who are we missing? Who
Muhammad Ahmed.
He who shall not be named.
Hamza, what's that? What's that fast bowler? The tall, skinny one. What's his name?
Domestic.
Yeah, I think he's from KPK.
Yeah, there's three. Irfanullah.
That's the one.
Yeah, so there's only 2, 3 possible. I mean, that's the thing. There's a lot of decent batsmen coming up, I think. Can't see too many fast bowlers. There's one in KP, Irfanullah. Looks a bit like his action's a bit like Shabir Ali. Is it Shabir Ali or Shabir Ahmed?
You mean illegal?
Huh?
You mean his action looks illegal?
Yeah. Oh, damn! Don't say that. But yeah, he's got that kind of action. Tall, skinny. He's got that sort of high arm action. Looks useful. There's another guy called Shahnawaz Stani. He's not too bad, but I think there's none of them you just look at him and think, wow. When you saw Naseem, you're like, wow, this guy looks special. Or Hasnain to an extent as well, because he was bowling at 150 kilometers an hour when we saw him in the PSL a year or two ago. So they're the 2 domestic ones, Shahnawaz Dani and Irfanullah, but they're not. Neither of them are amazing. They just look solid, and they've had a good season, and they're both quite young. And there's another one, Mohammed Wasim, but I haven't actually seen him. I've only seen YouTube clips of him bowling for the under-19s. And there's a clip of him, I don't know if you guys have seen it on YouTube, of him against the Scottish under-19 team at the World Cup. And every ball he's knocking the stumps out, which is, that's a talent in itself. I know it's Scotland, but every ball he's like the off stump or middle's going cartwheeling. So we'll see how he does. His name's Mohammed Wasim. I think Mohammed Wasim Jr. But people are saying he's meant to be good, but I've only seen one YouTube video of him. So, there's a lot of Pakistani bowlers that come along and everyone's like, oh my God, this guy's amazing. And then a year later, he's a taxi driver.
Yeah. So, I want to mention Zahid Mahmood, who is a bowler whose stats kind of intrigue me. I can't say I've seen a lot of him. 32 years old. Again, Hamza, I'm going to come to you. Zahid, what are your thoughts?
He's more of a white ball bowler, but he's solid. He's a bit old though already, and I think there's others who are ahead of him. Sort of like he's a leggy. Yeah, he's a leggy. So yeah, I don't think I'm not saying he's not international quality. I just think there's players ahead of him. Like we've already got Shadab, we've got Usman Qadir, we've got Zafar, got Sajid now, got Noman. Mohammed Zaid is probably he's not going to be a test option. I think he'll be someone we might use with white balls. But I think
I forgot about Zafar. He's been around for a while, hasn't he?
So have the selectors, by the looks of it.
I think we'll see more of Zahid in PSL. He got picked up by Quetta, I think he was, and he was an early kind of pick. So I think they were looking for him. So I think we'll have a more clear view on him when you see him fall there.
Looks like the players are out for lunch.
Yes. So players are back. So we'll get back to the game in just a moment. I don't know if there's anyone that can make the ball talk like Mohammed Asif. Unfortunately,
no.
Ticker, I'll call him Mr. Time. There's Mohammed Asif once in a generation. I mean, the way the things that he was able to do. I mean, hands up, who hasn't spent hours on YouTube just looking at Mohammed Asif videos? Because I know I have.
I'll admit probably less as I've grown up now because I've got a bit of a sour taste in my mouth with everything coming out. So I do see everyone pawning over him on Twitter, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, I am kind of over it.
Oh no. Yeah. Well, look, I mean, obviously everything that happened, it does leave a very, very bitter taste in the mouth, doesn't it? But just those wrists and the magic that would kind of exactly the magic that would come from them. By the way, speaking of the wrists and Naseem Akram commentary, I think I've probably spoken to a couple of you about it already, but he was brilliant on Twitter yesterday. He acknowledged the fact that people talk about and joke about him saying that he spoke with one of the fast bowlers in the morning, and he mentioned that I did speak to this fast bowler in the morning, which I thought was quite funny. One of the things I was going to mention, obviously that 1 hour's flown by talking about our team. Obviously, we've now got a settled test team for 3 years' time. That's obviously going to be number 1 in 4 years' time, and we'll say that we saw it coming. Just talking about other games, okay, so games not involving Pakistan, and we can talk about this while the game's going on because we're on easy street here, inshallah, we're going to win this. Best game you've watched, we'll start with you, Umar. Best game you've watched or best couple of games you've watched not involving Pakistan? Obviously not on TV or in person, either way, any format.
Probably.
I was thinking about this myself and I was trying to think what I would say.
I think
this year or something, or in the last year.
No, ever. Best game ever you've watched not involving Pakistan, as a neutral, sitting there thinking.
I'd say 05 Edgbaston, Ashes. It's probably up there. That's the one that sticks out more than most.
Edgbaston 05 or Headingley 2019 with Stokes?
Do you know what it is? When I was following that, it was about they needed 77. I wasn't watching it.
Oh.
What
So
happened?
Abid, yeah, it's kept a bit low, but that's not an excuse. He has played on, and his feet were nowhere. I think just watching that in real time.
Yeah, can we please ditch this guy? I'm just sick of the excuses for him. I just don't know where the excuses come. He's not young, not going to get better. His technique's rubbish.
That's not a good look, is it? Or are you watching? I know Hamza, you might be slightly behind.
Yeah, Tabriz, how many minutes did he last? How many? What's the context of the minutes? How many minutes did he last, Tabriz? Jesus, he's rubbish. You know, there's one thing when you look at someone, you're like, all right, he's got something like Inzamam, yeah. Before the '92 World Cup, the guy was flopping, but Imran watched him. Imran Khan watched him. He's like, he said to the selectors, he just looks good. I've seen him in the nets, and he handles the bowlers. Yeah, I don't care what his scores are in the domestic, and he picked him. You got to base it on something like, oh, I like the way he's looking. His technique's rubbish. Imran Butt looks better than him. You watch Imran Butt's, even in that first innings, that pull shot he played with confidence against Rabada, you just look at that and you're like, all right, he's got something. I'm not saying he's going to make it. He looks better than Abid. You've got to show something, man.
He looks more compact, doesn't he?
Yeah. Abid, his feet go nowhere. He hangs his bat out a lot. And the way he got out there, he does that too much. Like that bad technique. He sort of gives the it stayed low rubbish. No, it didn't stay low. It was just a bad shot. Your bat came down at an angle. That's what Jeffrey Boycott used to bang on that all the time. Look at the angle of the bat. It's coming down. You're going down the Piccadilly. You're supposed to go to the Waterloo.
Boycott from New Delhi or something.
This is the
Look
question.
at the way that bat came down. Angled. You're supposed to be hitting that straight down the ground. What a rubbish shot.
So this is a question. I say if we don't lose no more wickets, win the game comfortably, do you play Abid in the next test? Like that will cause
the PCB will not get rid of him. They are not mentally capable of doing the obvious thing from one test to the next.
Talking about specifically,
someone has to be like sleeping with your wife for you to drop him.
But if he scores 100, he might play.
And even then, it would depend on how much they like their wife.
Shazay, what would you do?
Oh, it's a tough one, man. It's such a tough one because just for some ball.
I would even ask Saud Shakil to open, even if we don't want Azhar to open. I don't know it's not an easy thing to ask a middle order bats, but he bats at 3. So, you know, I just say to Saud, look, don't worry, we're not going to judge you on this, but that guy's useless. So, and you're in form, open for us. I would literally just ask Saud Shakil to open. If Azhar doesn't want to open, if Azhar is willing to open, I'd move Saud to 3.
See, that's the thing.
Walking wicket.
Well, if there was 3 tests, I would play Abid next test. I'll give him another chance because there's 2 tests, and if we lose the next test, you know, we end up with a draw. That's the tough thing about it. Would I tell Rupp? Maybe because I really, maybe being a favorite here, I would want to see Saud Shakil play for us because I've been a big fan of him for quite a while, seeing him domestically. So I would probably let Azhar open because he's been there in the past, open with Imran Butt and put Saud Shakil third with the next test. But that's my opinion, and of course we all have our own opinion.
It doesn't look good when it gets worse on the replay.
That's how I mean, man. Just watching it, yeah.
That's exactly how he got out in the first test, and he got out like that to
New Zealand
Archer
as well.
quite a lot as well. And
What
New
would you do,
Zealand
Dr.
jabbing down at it.
Would you play him next test? It's a tough one, isn't it?
Who are you asking? Sorry, Shazay.
Both of you, whoever wants to go first.
I'll go first quickly. mate, I'm in a good mood and I'm a nice guy, so I'm not mentally strong enough to drop him. So I'm gonna keep up with him. But as I say, he's on thin ice. I'm not just gonna. You know, the one thing I hate is when people just back players because they like them, and you know, I want the team to do well. I couldn't care less who does well. I'd probably give Abid one more test, and I say, look, you need to sort it out because this is going the wrong way. But that's me being nice. Ahmed, what about yourself?
I'm gonna tell you after this ball because I'm a little bit behind you guys.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, fair enough. No worries.
It's really strange because like sometimes on my head and then sometimes I'm above. Like something happens and it's on virgin, so I don't understand. What would you? Are you asking me what I do or what?
What you would do? You're the selector or the captain.
Give him one more game. One more, just one more. He's got 2 innings. He's got 2.
I think so. The fear is okay.
What if he makes a 50?
Yeah, this is the thing.
He's gonna play a guy who's gonna flop you again. He's gonna let you down.
Oh, Imran is just
lads. Come on, man.
Swished at one outside off stump.
Oh god.
Bad shot.
Typical.
Oh, it's not. I'm sorry. We're not. This is not. It's not happening. Don't worry. We're okay.
At least we get to see Bobber back.
That's 23 for 2, so 59 still to win. This is Nokia. It was a very wide delivery. He didn't need to play it.
I think his eyes just lit up and he was like, "Yep, I'm having that."
The thing is, if he nails it, like we always say, if he nails it, we're saying, "What a shot! This guy looks for business." The only thing is, I'm just going to quickly wind it back. I mean, his feet weren't doing anything at all. Now, Virinder Sehwag made a career of his feet not doing anything. So you can play like that, but you just got to nail it. And
you got to nail it. If you don't put it away.
Yeah, like I said, positive thing is Barber needs a bit of time in the crease. He's been at the next test and he looked a bit shaky and obviously got out early in the first innings. But so in a positive sense, it's good to see him come out. Hopefully he can.
He's probably also thinking, can these guys not do it without me for goodness sake?
Exactly, 100%.
You know, my thumb's still sore, kind of thing. Just get 80 runs and do it without me. Or have you had your fake thinking time now about Arvid?
Drop both of them.
The thing is, we're in crisis again. We're back to our Pakistan roller coaster. We're in crisis. We need 3 openers now. Suddenly.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like. What I said about Abid, right?
Like, I've just seen the shot because I'm 2 balls behind everyone. Yeah, he tried to drive at it on the up. That was the other thing. I thought it was shorter. They said he slashed at it, but it was quite just a normal length ball, but outside of stump, and he just went to drive it.
See, this is Pakistan cricket. Literally, things change in one ball. People talk about a session and a day and a test match and a test series. One blimmin' ball.
I just don't understand why there's no discipline. Just
oh,
we got lucky there.
What did that hit?
Surely the way that ball flew.
The way he was squared up, it looked like it is pad.
That's all that matters. It's 4
off the bat. 50. No. Oh, what? No, it's not 50 anything. 61 still. Flipping out. I thought it was 50 something.
Canceling down, so even though it's only 88. But
this reminds me of, it's a really obscure match, like lots of our matches in the Emirates were. But there was a test match we played against South Africa in the Emirates where we kind of caught them on the hop in the first day, and we bowled them out for about 220, 230. We ended up needing to chase 40 to win, and Stani came out bowling like the wind. And I think we were like 8 for 3 or something, chasing 40.
Have you heard the Misbah story?
No, go on.
I want to see this ball first because I don't want to cry. Okay, Dan. Okay, so Misbah told a story. He said it was 40 to win, and who was the coach at the time? Was it Mickey?
No. It would have been Mickey.
Was it
Dave Watmore or
Dave Watmore? Yeah,
probably Dav. Yeah.
I think it was Dave Watmore. So Misbah comes out with his gloves and his pads on. He said Dave Watmore or whoever it was looked at me and thinking, "What the hell are you doing with chasing 40?" And he's like, "This is just my routine. Whether we're chasing 40 or whether we're chasing 4."
Lovely.
I love that.
Who was that?
Sure.
Azhar, I think it was.
It looked like a barber drive, but it was actually Azhar.
Yeah, it was Azhar. And He said 1 went down, 2 went down, 3 went down. I just looked over to whoever it was, picked my bat up and walked off. And I was like, it's probably like, yeah, exactly. This is why I've got my pads on.
Yeah, and I remember that. I'm sure it was 8 for 3, something ridiculous. And you think, no.
Surely not.
Surely not. We can't not chase 40. We need another 57 here. Yeah, never change, Pakistan. Never,
No, please change. Please change.
God forbid we ever have a time where we can just relax and put our feet up and say, we got this.
Oh, well, there's the next topic. When was the last time that did happen?
Yeah, you can accept openers getting out if they're beauties. But they're not beauties. They're just a bad shot for both of them. Bad shot selection.
Oh, I can remember one. When we made it 2-2 in England.
Yes.
Was it 10 wickets, 9 wickets?
I think it was, but it ended with them as a 6, didn't it?
With Sami Aslam opening. It was on 14th August. I still remember. I was on.
Yeah, that's the most underrated Test series of all time. 2016 Pakistan Tour of England.
That was a really good. To be honest, that Edgbaston test. I went to the last day.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I went to days 1 and 2 of that. Interesting. I didn't know.
Have you seen Misbah? Head in his hands.
I must have missed that just now. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, so my brother went to the first 4 days, and we went to the 5th. And as we're leaving the ground, he's like, "I went to the first 4 days. I did everything right. You guys come along. And you've everything up. Whoa, don't watch a cricket again."
For me, the first Test series that I proper followed every single day of every single test was the 2005 Ashes.
Oh yeah,
because it was on BBC as well. So, and it was a summer holiday, and I'd just come back from uni.
Channel 4, Hamza? Channel 4?
Channel 4,
yeah. Was it Channel 4? Yeah, all right. Well, yeah. But yeah, must have watched every ball of that 2005 Ashes. Just an amazing series.
I was watching bits of your guys' Stani Watchalong yesterday, and you guys were talking about how you got into cricket. And I think it was you, Doc, saying that how great it is when you start off watching cricket and Pakistan win.
Yeah.
Because Shazib was the 2 T20s in Edgbaston. I went to them as well. But then mine was the complete opposite. I started watching cricket in '99 for the sole purpose of my uncle. He had his face painted half green, half white. Pakistan versus Bangladesh in Northampton. He phoned my dad and he was like, I've just took a picture with the World Cup. I was about 7 years old thinking, what? He's taking a picture with the actual World Cup. I was 7 and I didn't really know what was going on. And
oh no, we'll never know.
Just to see if I could.
God, sorry, you just paused there just before the and you just broke up. So just go back.
Sorry. Just to see if I could spot him on the screen. And then I still remember we lost that game, but then every morning I'd get up at 8 o'clock and watch the highlights. And ever since then, I've just been up and down.
Oh, God, tell me about it. Absolutely.
And I still remember because my dad's got a shop, and before the 99 World Cup final, he had a life-size poster of Wasim Akram.
Oh wow! Oh, God.
It was literally like 6 foot. So
please tell me it was his pose as he was doing this.
To be fair, it was like he was in his bowling run. So he put it out in the morning, 9 o'clock, and by 12 o'clock he'd put it in the cellar. He was like, "We're not taking that out again."
Oh no. Mr. Ticker should know that if you're Pakistan in a run chase, book the day off. Don't think you're going to get to work without us losing at least 3 or 4 wickets beforehand.
I'm way less nervous when we're chasing 300.
Sorry?
I'm way less nervous when we're chasing 300.
Well, this is the thing.
You don't expect anything, do you?
It's the hope that kills you in all sport. It's the hope. When you finally got a bit of hope is when you start getting really invested in it. But
what on earth is Azhar doing batting at 120 strike rate?
Yeah, exactly.
What are you doing, please?
We've got next test coming up. Let's say, for example, let's say hypothetically we're going to win this game. We might lose another couple of wickets, God forbid, but inshallah we'll get there in 60-odd runs. We're playing in Rawalpindi, which I think, as far as I'm aware, offers a little bit more I do love Barbara's calling. His shriek when he says no is just brilliant. It's in Rawalpindi, which I think offers a little bit more for seamers. Certainly did last time we played there. Shazed, what changes are you making? Or are we going with the same team? Obviously, we mentioned the Abid thing, but what else?
For me, same team, just the Obey thing. I know it's, like I said, it's really, it can maybe put it as harsh, but we can't really make two changes to a winning team, in my opinion. So that's the only change I'll make. Say if it does favor Seamers more, for him bowl less in this series, and then maybe in the next series he can bowl more overs if you do need him. But I do think the bowling attack is balanced. Like I said, Fahim hasn't bowled much as well. If the pitch did offer, more to the pace bowlers, he can come on and bowl more overs as well. So the only change I'd make is South Shakil in and Abid Ali out and Azhar to open with Imran, but that'd be my change.
Okay, so Hamza, my memory is, again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, just watching the domestic stuff. My memory of Rawalpindi, my thoughts of Rawalpindi are kind of a bit greener, a bit more grass on the pitch. You might even win the toss and bowl first, possibly. Is there would you? I know he's just got a fifer, but obviously you pick according to conditions, because I think New Zealand might have dropped Mitchell Santner after they won a game. I'm not sure. So would you consider dropping Norman and bringing in Darvish if the conditions dictated it?
No, there's nowhere in Pakistan that's proper pacey like that. Like I know they say Pindi's more decent for seamers, but that's all relative. Maybe it's a tiny bit less crumbly than Karachi, maybe a tiny bit less variable bounce than Karachi, but there's really nowhere in Pakistan where I think you wouldn't seriously consider playing two spinners.
Then would your second spinner be Norman?
It would be nice if we had variations, like you go to Australia, some pitches are dead, some are good for spin, some are good for seam. The north of Pakistan is totally different condition-wise to the south. So it'd be nice if like Peshawar or whatever, or Pindi was like quick and green, and you come to the south and you go to Lahore, Karachi, or whatever, and it's like dead, perfect batting paradise. But it's pretty much everywhere in Pakistan is very similar with just slight differences.
Do we have faith that whether it's mediated by Wasim Khan or whoever's going to be in charge of that kind of stuff, do we have any faith that over the next few years, instead of as what has been happening, where all the pitches are one way or all the pitches are the other way, do we have any faith on that we might actually, via curators or what have you, get a variety of pitches that kind of challenge different skills a bit more?
I don't know. So if someone gets an interview with Wasim Khan, they should put that to him, because they're building a brand new stadium in Peshawar. So, there's a great opportunity there. So you could just say to the curator there, look, I want Peshawar to be a bowler's paradise. I want it to be green. I want it to look like a pitch in New Zealand.
But Hamza, didn't we do this 2 years ago in the Qaid-e-Azam, and it was just like mayhem?
Yeah.
No, 2 years ago it was a dead one.
3 years ago.
There was a season where it was double figures everywhere.
It was just chaos. Yeah, it was absolute just chaos.
No, just one or two pitches.
I think it has to be more than one, because I think one is just literally like, you're just gonna play. You know what to expect. I think if it's two, maybe two or three.
Well, obviously, I'm just saying, but one or two.
Yeah.
There's just a couple of quick pitches where it's not like just a dusty bowl after day two.
But one other thing is, I do think we need to sort out some tours for the Shaheens. If we can play at least 3 or 4 tours, even if it's home, away, wherever. Obviously, with COVID, it's probably not as easy.
Can we not play Wahab Riaz in them, please?
Yeah.
That was just unbelievable. I think he played every T20 that the Shaheens played against New Zealand. You're like, why? What was that about? This is supposed to be for the next generation. Jesus. There's some of the decisions they come up with.
Was Abdullah Shafiq retained in the 17-man squad? Who were the 3 that were dropped? Kamran?
Shafiq.
Was it
one of the bowlers, wasn't it? I can't remember.
Does that mean was Sajid? No.
Was he not dropped? No, I don't think he wasn't.
Let me check.
Because I'm just trying to think. Does that mean, just from a COVID point of view, does that mean that those 3 are out of the bubble and can't play in the second test?
No,
So I've seen Cameron Ghulam with the team. Actually, I've seen him with.
That was the whole point of the 20 man, so they'll stay in the bubble, so they can still play if needed in the second test.
Both quite fast, isn't he? I don't know how to pronounce his name. Nokia.
Nokia, yeah.
We haven't chat about phones earlier, just mentioning Nokia's name. He's really quick. Breaking news: this noughts and crosses game has ended in a draw, so they both get an Inverex. I don't know what's in that. I mean, because they're a solar energy company, so what the heck are they giving them in these blue packets? I'm not sure.
Probably a t-shirt. Probably a t-shirt.
I'm going to come to you on this one.
T-shirt.
What's in the Inverex pack?
A t-shirt. Oh.
I think you mentioned yesterday. I remember them sponsorship in PSL. That was the hair one. That was the funniest one.
Oh, what shampoo is that? We were talking the other day. What product is that?
I don't know what product it was though.
This is the thing. They're failing. Then their strategy is failing if we can't remember the name of the product. Come on, you're our domestic expert. What was the name of the shampoo that was advertised during the PSL? Is it Head and Shoulders? Because I was thinking it was Head and Shoulders.
I don't know.
That kept a bit low on Barbara. The thing that I like the most, which I'm sure we'll see after this game, is obviously we're going to have our J. Smart performance of the match. We're going to have our Brighto Bright Player of the Match, and several other awards that will mean.
Why can't they just do captain, man the match done?
No.
Do you remember when
we're never going to know who the smart player of the match was?
do you remember when New Zealand beat us? I don't think if you watched that long, and in the presentation they tried to get Kane Williamson to take a picture with the check, and he just threw it on the floor and he just walked up. He's like, forget this.
And then, of course, you've got the 11, kind of the team of dignitaries, like an entire 11 in itself, kind of CEO Brighto Paints North Africa division.
Yeah.
With no social distancing.
I missed the days where they used to give out motorbikes, man.
Oh, yeah. Do you remember that?
As if, man.
Well, I seen something on Twitter yesterday. Luke Wright got a blender.
Yeah, I see that. That was
I think that was in BPL or something.
Yeah, Bangladesh. I think. It looked like Bangladesh.
Was that a joke? Was that real?
No, it was real.
A blender. I thought that was like a joke.
We've seen mobile. I mean, I guess it just depends who your. I guess it depends who your sponsor is. I mean, we've seen mobile phones, haven't we? I'm sure. In the if not maybe not the PSL, somewhere else. I'm sure I've seen mobile phones given as a man of the match trophy.
They got the other one now in Pakistan. They're hitting the shoulder, I think, a couple of minutes ago, hitting the circle and getting $500. I don't think anybody's gonna hit that. It's too
no one's hit it. That's the thing.
I've never seen anyone hit it. Even in the PSL, I don't think anyone hit it. To be fair, they had it on there. No one's hit it yet.
Who fancies pronouncing that in Urdu? Because I can't quite get my hand around that. I don't know if that.
Kande, that's shoulder, isn't it? So,
yeah.
Morde is shoulder, isn't it? Or is that Punjabi now that I'm? This is my morda, and these are my morde.
Kande is shoulder.
So sorry, this is an important point. Sorry, we'll just skip past this. Probably the most important point of the day. So it was Head and Shoulders. So that's cleared that one up. I guess they've got bills to pay, haven't they? What can you do? You know, you sell yourself to the sponsorship devil. You've got to pay up. So it's just the technology one's the one that gets me. There are other ways. Surely there are other ways to advertise tea during a cricket match. New Zealand did it. They used to have the Dilmar tea break in New Zealand. And they used to just sit there drinking tea. But it was during the tea break. It kind of made sense. Here, you've got a team winning, needing 3 off the last ball, and we're just kind of watching a couple of lads pretend to drink tea. It's just not quite the right context.
Yeah.
There'll be a few more as well coming up in the BSL.
On another note, weren't the Irish supposed to tour Pakistan about a year ago? Is there an update on that? I haven't heard anything.
No,
I don't know, but I reckon they'll want us. Are we not? Was there not talks? I've seen that on our tour to England next year. Obviously, we've got the white ball games against England, but we were going to play the Dutch at some point. So I don't know if that's going to get rearranged for Holland. And I think we might be playing Ireland in England. I think.
In May, wasn't it? Wasn't it in May or something?
Yeah, and so that might happen, but I don't know when they're going to tour Pakistan. In terms of where's Imi, you got the B team today. Unfortunately, I don't know if Imi's going to be joining us for today. Hopefully, there isn't another session, so we won't need him. But yeah, I'm sure Imi will be back for the next test, which starts next Thursday.
You know, looking at the ball staying so low, I'm glad that we're not chasing on day 5. You know.
Well, I know. Imagine chasing
Double.
130. Well, double would. I mean, double's game over. It's not happening. Imagine chasing even 130. We'd still need 95 at this stage, which wouldn't be easy. As it is, we only need kind of 53.
Playing at the ball as well. To be fair, don't want to stay long. Azhar and Babar.
Oh, careful.
Yeah. Arthur's looked confident, hasn't he, in the last couple of games, man? He's looking. He had a period where he wasn't performing, but recently he's been doing well, which is good to see.
Yeah, I think it was that third test when he got the 100 in England.
Yes. Yeah.
And then before that, after the 100,
New Zealand, he did okay, didn't he?
Yeah.
He didn't all right. I think he was after Rizwan. I think up there with our best batting in New Zealand.
He was saying that he'd done a tweak to his technique and it was helping him not get LBW so much and not get squared on as much.
Yeah, and the fact that he's not captain, I think.
I don't think he's ever been captain material.
Yeah, 100%.
It's interesting though, isn't it? If you know, we give the coaches a bit of a hard time sometimes, and maybe unfairly because we're not on the inner circle. But for someone like us at his age to be able to adjust, because most players, when you look at someone like Asad Shafiq or whoever, most players when they hit that kind of downwards trajectory, it's very difficult to reverse it, and you're only ever 1 or 2 failures away. Because if a 24-year-old fails, you can say, "Oh, I'll give him time." But if a 34, 35-year-old fails, once you're out of the team, it's very difficult to get back into it. So fair play to Azhar for making a few adjustments and looking really compact and really organised. Please God, may he not just not get out. But yeah, he's looking good.
He's looking good, and hopefully he's got a lot of years left in him as well, because he's like 100% of the most experienced player.
Couple of years, I'd say 2 or 3 years.
But as long as you can.
So yeah, 37 for 2, needing 51. I for one am absolutely delighted that this is going the right way. It's just so good for Pakistan to win a test match and go 1-0 up. Obviously, being a football fan, I just love the fact that the scoreline would be Pakistan 1, South Africa 0. How good is that to be on top of that? I feel like dancing.
Or as Wasim Akram say, bring tablas.
Yes, yeah.
What's the birthday plans then, Doc?
Oh well, not very much, unfortunately. So I'd actually, because I'm just a big kid, I booked this day off ages ago before I think this series was scheduled. So I thought I'm not working on my birthday. That's ridiculous. But obviously now that the cricket's on, so yeah, this is going to be the main thing, to be honest. My other half left for work because she's actually, she's got money to make and bills to pay. She's left for work. So in lockdown, unfortunately, not a huge amount, to be honest. I feel like I need to catch up with some sleep. Obviously, I know we've all woken up at weird times to watch Pakistan, but it's one thing waking up at 4:35 to watch the game in bed or lying on your sofa. It's another thing to watch it and be talking the whole way through and talking to you guys, which is obviously very enjoyable, but it takes it out of you a bit. So I'm going to catch up on some sleep in the next few days.
I was just going to say, do you guys find this better, doing this better than actually watching it alone, or?
I really, I've mentioned it. I really enjoy it. It's good getting views from other people as well, because obviously when you're talking to yourself, you're always right. So when you have other opinions, it's good. It's obviously in COVID times, I don't know how many of us live close together, but in COVID times, it's about as good as it gets, isn't it, to be on something like this? So no, I've really enjoyed it. It's a different viewing experience, though, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Because normally I just watch it by myself, or there's not many people that you interact with. But this, obviously, you're watching with people that obviously normally watch cricket. They're not just World Cup fans and then that's it. Like this, they're as crazy as you. They wake up at crazy times and then
exactly.
reschedule the whole day just to watch cricket. So I do find it really good.
Yeah, same here, man. Like this is my second time on this. Yesterday was my first time, and as you mentioned, Doc, in the lockdown especially, it's good hearing other people's opinions, and these obviously will be on YouTube. You can maybe look back at it in a couple of years and
Yeah.
remember this happened, remember when that happened. Like it's good, man. I really enjoyed it.
Have you enjoyed it, Shazab? You're obviously newer to this in terms of the watch-alongs. Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, 100%, man. We'll definitely be hoping to come back on these in the next test, and whatever happens in the future. I loved it, man. 100%.
Yeah. Good.
You say it with some enthusiasm.
Yeah. Yeah. And I tell you what, the best thing about it, and I'm not just saying this because it's not as if we've got millions and millions of viewers, but the best thing about it is actually seeing the comments coming in and interacting and watching it with people who are watching it with us.
Yeah.
So it's really nice when you get when you get some nice comments. Like for example, Naz here. Surely not better than the commentary. We can't be better than. Yeah, we are. We are better than the commentary apparently. But no, that's really kind. Thank you. And anyone who is watching, it would be really good if you could share with other people. And we're always looking for more people to get involved and more people to come on because let's be honest, we've all got jobs and things to do. There's not going to be a time where we can all sit here and watch. So the more of us that are able to watch, I'm not aware, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not.
Oh, he's got hitting.
The cock's been hit in a very appropriate place, given his name. Let's just say
namesake. His namesake.
So, yeah, it's as many people as we can get involved with this is good. I'm not aware of. I know there are other commentary services available, clearly, but I don't know of any other watch-alongs as it come where as it pertains to Pakistan cricket. So, please keep interacting, please keep sharing and retweeting and all that stuff. And the more people we get involved, the more the Stani army will be known and the more Pakistan fans will have in the ground to help the team. So
something to think about. So let's talk about it. So Fahim, yeah, let's go back to Fahim.
How long
we
have you got?
had Grant Flower as the batting coach for a while, and he was working with Fahim as well, and Fahim was rubbish. Yunus comes in and Fahim suddenly becomes good. Is it Yunus?
No, apparently it's Yusuf in the NCA.
But don't you think we'd give the foreign batting coach credit if it happened like that?
Yeah, of course.
If that was Justin Langer becomes the coach and then suddenly Fahim bats quite well, we'd be like, oh, that's all Justin Langer.
Yeah, 100%. But even though I've been bashing on about him for the last few days, I do think he does need to improve his offside game. So sometimes he does. Sometimes he does seem to put himself in innocuous positions, and you're like, how did you?
By the way, it's not Cocoa Pops.
Have you mixed them again? Yeah.
Yeah, this time it's weird.
I tell you what, one thing I will say, since we're veering onto Head and Shoulders and Cocoa Pops because Pakistan are only 48 away from winning, and inshallah are going to do this quite soon. Cocoa Pops are a heck of a lot less chocolatey than they used to be.
Yeah.
No, honestly,
yeah.
Don't laugh, Omar. This is serious.
Oh, sorry.
No, honestly, because I used to be a massive Cocoa Pops fan, and now it's like having slightly chocolatey milk. So I don't know if that's as a doctor, obviously, I know I should be saying that's a good thing because it means they reduce the sugar content. But selfishly, it's just not as nice as it was.
I can't lie, I prefer underbread.
There you go. So Adil's just going to clear up what he said.
Oh, I get it. Yeah. Khande se bojh hata de. Yeah.
Relieve the stress. Fair enough. Thank you, Adil. Thanks for clearing that up.
Yes,
it's not good when you write it in English. It just doesn't come across.
Good shot, Barbo there.
4 runs off the hips.
Comment. Shazab, you've kind of mentioned this already, but your experience of doing the watch along.
Yeah, that's my cousin actually. Yeah, I loved it, man. Loved it. You could come on maybe as well one of the days.
Shazab, you're not supposed to say it's your cousin. You're supposed to say it's just someone random, and then there's an investigation, and we find out that there was some kind of cash for questions type thing here.
Like yesterday, yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Nah, it's been great, man. It's been great. Like knowing not being able to go to the actual games, happened in the past not couple of years, but in the last year. But watching with you lot yesterday as well with the Hulk, with Imi as well, and Cal. It's been a great watch, man. And
I really enjoyed having Atif Nawaz on as well. I know we haven't spoken about that, to be honest, but I thought he was he was really chilled about the whole thing, which is I really enjoyed talking to him.
Sure.
Well, you were watching. How did it come across? I don't know. You were on as well, actually. Sorry.
No, I was on. I was
Yeah,
on. I was on with him. He was really good, wasn't he? He was just like he's been on with us since we've started.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
It was good fun.
it's good when it, like, obviously he's obviously a celebrity or whatnot, or
Really?
he just comes on and he just fits straight in, doesn't he? Doesn't think too much of himself, and he can take a joke and he can give a joke. And...
Well, we're reading all your comments, man, and we're enjoying your comments. So thanks very much for bringing the humour. Please continue to bring the humour. We're not fussy. We'll take all comers.
We'll take anything.
We're happy.
What is it? Is it me, or do you not see Barber leaving the ball often?
He doesn't like leaving the ball, does he?
He doesn't like. I've just seen him now, and I was thinking, when's the last time I've seen him just let one go past?
Yeah, likes a bit of bat and pad.
I think you've got a fan here, Hamza.
Yeah.
Hamza, you got a lot of fans, man.
Is he one of my Instagram fans?
You're clearly an influencer, aren't you? There with your Cocoa Pops. Yeah, no, Barber doesn't like leaving. He likes to feel the
ball.
It was the same in the England tour. It worried me a little bit because look, the ball's not laterally, it's not doing a lot, is it? Whereas obviously in England, he was fishing at a few, and he did get. I'm sure he got caught a slip a couple of times, and it's going to happen to any batsman in the top order, clearly. But I don't know if it's something. It feels weird because Barber is held in such high esteem, rightly so, by Pakistan fans, that you kind of sometimes feel a bit bad saying that he needs to correct. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, I just want to said, nice on drive. You feel bad telling him that he needs to change this and this, but I do just wish he would maybe just tighten up a little bit more outside the stump.
What did you think of Barber's captaincy?
Someone else who wants to take that?
Of course, it's only been one test. I think he's done pretty well. Bowling changes, trying a lot of risks as well. Like sometimes being on Fahima out of nowhere. He put on Numan at the right time as well. Well, Numan Mania, what we want to call him.
That's the one.
Yeah. Bowling changes have been good. There were just some periods where I think he could have changed when, like, say, Rabada, when he come on to strike, and a few of the other bowlers as well, could have brought the field up more fielders around the bat. But other than that, he's done good, man. Like winning your first match as Test captain, no jinx. We surely got this in the bag. But winning your first match, can't complain about it. And as time goes along, we can judge him more on how he is as a captain. It's too early now.
I think his field settings were quite good.
Yeah,
He kept the field up. You know, one of the things that used to happen with Sarfraz a little bit.
Oh,
there you go. Typical Bob.
That's made my day. Lovely cover drive. Sorry, I meant that in a good way. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying his field settings have been good. I've liked his field settings. It's been positive.
because somebody mentioned it
in the circle.
Somebody mentioned it on Twitter yesterday, and they were like, if he had spread the field out towards the end of the day yesterday, we wouldn't have got them 2 or 3 wickets, would he? If he didn't have a silly point in, if he didn't have the extra slip in.
I think another point that a lot of people said when he got made captain is really affect his batting performance in general. But in T20 anyway, he's done a few games. He hasn't really been affected by it, and hopefully not in Test as well.
I wasn't happy with that one, Doc. I need to see the full face of the bat.
Yes, true.
It was
Another one.
He's just no. Barber shouldn't be scoring boundaries on the leg side. No.
Are you saying no to runs?
Yeah.
Is that what you're doing? When have you ever been in that position?
35 to win. Doing this, boys. We're doing this. 35 to go.
Perfect birthday present for you, Doc.
I know, right? How good is this? You know that, funny enough, that test match in, when was it? The test match in the India one in Karachi that we won, where Kamran Akmal, we were 0 for 3 and 39 for 6. Yeah?
Yeah.
That started on I think that started on my birthday. And do you remember 72 all out? England in the Emirates.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was on my birthday, but I could be wrong.
That was yesterday.
What one? What are you talking about? Sorry.
So the 72, it was on the 28th because I've seen it on the PCB's throwback.
Oh, really? 28? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Around your birthdays, we normally win, don't we?
Yeah. Umar, I'll tell you what else happened on the 72 day. Just we'll go to a couple of comments in a second as well because they're coming in, which is we're really grateful for any comments that come in. You just between me and you, Umar, the 72 all out, that test match, that was the same day as Liverpool Man United in the FA Cup back in 2012. I don't know if you remember, Dirk Kuyt scored a last minute winner.
Yes, was that after the Suarez Cup?
Yeah. So the league game happened, and then the cup game happened.
Yeah.
So it was a very bittersweet day because obviously you've got, well, for me anyway, you've got the ecstasy of going 2-0 up in a 3-test series against England, and then losing to Liverpool in the FA Cup just afterwards. But funny how these things work out. Let me just, sorry, having a few issues here. So just talking about the Pakistan technique, Naz quite rightly, I think, says that naturally don't leave the ball. You don't see them ducking short balls. Who was a good leaver? Who over the years has left the ball well? I think Azhar leaves the ball quite well.
I was just gonna say Azhar. Misbah?
Yunus Khan as well.
Misbah?
Misbah, I guess so. Yeah.
I don't think as bad as it is. I don't think Yunus was.
He was very exaggerated, didn't he?
But then he'd also flash really badly, and when
when you think about it, I think you got a point there.
What do you reckon? Good levers that we've had over the years.
Mohamed Yusuf?
Yeah, Yusuf was a good lever.
The
Yusuf. Inzi, he liked a good leave.
Yeah. But apart from that, I mean, I think the point from Naz is right, is that generally we struggle. And that might be because of, if you think about growing up in subcontinental conditions, the ball typically isn't stump line, is it? It's your ball kind of wicket to wicket. You're playing more. That's why Asian players, that whole kind of stereotype of being strong off our wrist, comes from kind of balls that are kind of a bit more straighter, aren't they? So yeah, that it's a good point. So Umar made a point earlier, and I think I know who I'm going to let take this, about Fahim being under bowled despite being the most economical, but also mentions about him losing pace. The pace thing, I will say, I agree. I'm sure Fahim, was a lot quicker than he is now. Hamza, what do you make about him being under bowled? Can you comment on this for Umar, who's desperate for your thoughts?
He really is.
Yeah. So
Hamza, 1 second. Along with the man of the match, the bright paint man of the match, you've also got the bright hope fan of the match.
Oh, yeah.
Fan of the match. Isn't it COVID? Where there's no fans?
I think it's online, and they retweet your tweet.
Well, we should have our Stani Army fan of the match. We'll pick someone, won't we? We'll pick someone whoever's come up with the best comment gets fan of the match. Right, go on, Hamza.
And we'll send you a life-size poster of Hamza.
Just reclining, having some cereal.
Okay, go on, Hamza.
No, yeah, he's definitely lost pace. I don't know if he's lost pace or if it's just, sometimes in test matches you pull it back a bit and don't bowl as quick, because I think he used to bowl about 86, 85.
Yesterday he was about.
Babur.
He's going.
You like this one?
Oh, yeah.
I love it. That was my point about him coming out to bat now. It'll be good to watch him again. It's been a while, hasn't it? You'll just love seeing Babur bat, man.
60 for 2 of 16.4 overs.
The YouTube compilations that you see of Babur, a lot of them come from the Australia test game in the World Cup. A lot of them come from the South Africa Test series against where he just took Stani to the cleaners, which honestly, just one of the most thrilling passages of play I've seen for a while.
Even though we were 120 for 9.
Yeah. Finishing off on Fahim, do you think he was under bowled, Hamza?
No, it's just that we didn't need that fifth bowler because the spinners were going to obviously do the bulk of the work, and then the other seamers are going to be used around them, Hassan and Shaheen. So yeah, it was right that they didn't use him that much because they wouldn't need him. This is the debate that me and you had, Akbar, about having a seam bowling all rounder. He's not going to be used very often. If you have two spinners, you're saying from the outset they are going to bowl 70% of the overs. So the third seamer is naturally going to be underused, especially if he's not a wicket taker. We were saying like Flintoff, you throw him the ball, get me a wicket. Do you throw for him the ball, get me a wicket? It's not like that. You throw him the ball to say keep it tight. That's all he can do, really.
Yeah, which he did. I'm just getting his figures up for the second innings because they were fantastic. They were 9 overs, 6 maidens, none for 8 for him in that second innings.
So literally, I reckon he's just getting told, just do a tuk-tuk. just do,
with the ball.
I just want outside off stump, keep it shut. That's it.
Yeah, the rankings as well. I want to see Bopper up there with top 3, man, in Test. Hopefully.
Can't really argue with a lot. I mean, the only thing I would say in the top 10, you've got Henry Nicholls in the top 10. Fair enough. I mean, he got a lot of lives. Henry Nicholls himself I think he got 100, but he was about 100 for 5 by the end of his innings against us. You got Stokes in the top 10. Labuschagne has found it difficult against India.
Lasagna.
That's the one.
Loose bus change.
Yeah.
Loose change.
Umar, it'd be good to know. Umar, thanks for the comments. It'd be good to know where you're based. Umar, a bit more about you and and how you came across us. So feel free to keep sending us messages. We enjoy it from everyone. So we've agreed that there aren't going to be too many changes to the next game. What do we think South Africa might do? I'm trying to think who else they've got in their squad. They went with 3 seamers and 2 spinners. So they went with obviously Ngidi, Norkia, Rabada, and then Linda, who's just coming on now with Maharaj. They were going to play Shamsi, but he had a back and didn't play. To be honest, that's probably worked misfield. That's probably worked for them because their seamers did a lot of damage. Do you think they'll change their team? Anyone in the South African squad? I'm just going to get the South African squad up as well. But anyone in their squad that we think might come in for the next game in Bindi on Thursday?
I wasn't thinking more of changing the squad. I was thinking about a change in the batting lineup.
Yeah,
I feel like De Kock is one place too high.
Yes.
So I think Bavuma might come to 5 and De Kock will go down to 6. As for the bowling,
who actually come in for Shamsi? You wasn't meant to play.
Linda.
Okay.
I think.
No. So I think they were going to play 3 spinners. So they were going to play Maharaj, Linda, and Shamsi. Cut away for none. And they were only going to play 2 seamers. I reckon they would have gone Rabada Norkia, and probably Ngidi is the one who played.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
I was thinking Ngidi.
Looking at the squad, the players that aren't playing, Buren Hendricks. So Mulder is actually, So Wian Mulder is. I read an article about him. He played in the Sri Lanka series, so he's a seaming all-rounder, and he bats 7. So I wonder if he might come in instead of one of the spinners, maybe, and they might go 1 spinner, 4 seamers. But to be honest, maybe Shamsi will come in as they had planned. I guess you've got to assess the conditions, but. Yeah, no, I agree with that. In terms of the batting lineup, I'm not sure De Kock's at Test number 5.
Definitely, I don't think he's got the head for it.
And I'm not actually. I know Bavuma maybe hasn't played so well in this game, although he played quite well in the second innings. Bavuma, I'm not sure Bavuma is a Test 6 either. I feel like Bavuma is probably deserves to be a little bit higher up. So I can see what you mean there.
Bavuma, hasn't he opened before?
I think he did against England.
He didn't he? That's what I was thinking. He's been mute up and down for South Africa, hasn't he?
I think that was in 1 days though.
Was he in 1 day? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Omar is concerned about the pace of our bowlers. Naseem, Fahim, Hassan, to some extent, Shaheen haven't been able to develop the outswinger, and also things that they've lost a bit of pace since Vakad become bowling coach.
I think
There's something we talked about a couple of weeks ago, a point I raised before that I don't know if you guys or the viewers remember, just before the Australia tour, they did an interview with Waka and they were talking about the fast bowlers that are coming, and Waka said, Musa, Hasnain and Naseem, these are really good bowlers and I want to work with them and I want them in and around the Pakistan squad even if they're not playing. And we've talked about this before, that I think that logic has hurt them because what it's done is, for example, Husnain, he's played 1 first-class match in his whole life so far. I think Musa hasn't played that many. And I don't think Naseem's obviously played a lot of Test cricket, but that's sort of very high profile and you can't learn on the job. You've got to be good on the job straight away. There's no mistakes that you can make. I think that's hurt them because instead of releasing them to play in domestic cricket and learn there, and experiment. You can't experiment on a tour to Australia. You need to just be hitting that off stump. Whereas they could have been learning a lot, and I think that's where they've missed the trick. And I don't know if it was Wacker's. He's the one who said it, so I'm presuming it's him saying I want to work with these guys, because it just reminds me of like, you're sitting down with someone and you're doing all of the whiteboard work. You're teaching them all the technical stuff. Like, this is what you're going to do. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. And you're putting it all on the whiteboard. And you're not letting them go out and implement it, because you're not learning much from net sessions. You've got to be bowling on a hot day, bowling 20 overs a day. And net sessions can't replace match fitness. And I think that's where Husnain's lost out. He hasn't progressed. I think Musa's lost out a bit as well. Naseem, I mean, he's played. I just think even Naseem is 17 years old. Should he have played this many matches? I just think he should be allowed to dip in and out of the white ball game and maybe the odd test, but spend lots of time in first-class cricket.
Yeah, we have handled the fast bowler as well, to be honest with you, the way you look at it. And the problem, I think we've talked about many times in the past, picking bowlers from the PSL straight into the test team. Like,
second boys.
Yeah. Didn't we start the Australia attack with Musa and Naseem? Did we play them both together in Australia? Because
that was in the second test.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, if it's just coming from the PSL, two youngsters that hardly played first-class cricket straight to the test team away against Australia, like, it was a bit of a madness that was. But we need to pick the right bowlers depending on who we're playing, where we're playing, and try to get all of them in slowly rotate, because we have got good fast bowlers, young fast bowlers that that are desperately wanting to play, and see how we go from there.
Do we think pace is something that we can can you develop pace? Can you train pace, as it were?
You clearly can, because I don't know if you remember Mohammad Irfan when he first came on the scene in 2011, and I remember this perfectly because the first thing I was looking at was his pace, barely touching 80 miles an hour. 2 years later, he came back, he was bowling at 90. Yeah, so you can definitely teach someone to bowl quick. He's the evidence that you can. Once he started working with the Pakistani setup, he was bowling at 90.
Is that Mohammad Irfan, the tall one?
Yeah, the tall one. If you watch the video of him from 2011, first time he played, it was in England. He was barely touching 80. 2 years later, we pick him on the tour to India. Remember when Junaid blew him away?
Oh, yeah.
That tour. And it was Junaid and Irfan were opening, and they looked untouchable.
Shot.
And Irfan was bowling at 90 in that tour. Imagine that 7'1" hitting 90 miles an hour.
Because realistically, it's coming from like 7'5", isn't it?
Yeah. And again, and he sort of, his injuries, you could tell he wasn't going to last long with his injuries and stuff like that.
He's got one of like the craziest bowling stats, hasn't he? Wasn't it in the CPL when he went for like 4 overs on 1 run or something?
Yeah.
2 runs.
Caribbean, yeah.
Yeah.
Irfan come back recently, not recently, but in the Australia tour. Didn't we try him in the T20 series? And it didn't work out.
Last year, before.
I was.
End of the 1965 for 2.
25 away. By 23, yeah.
23, we don't need any extra to change it. Just leave it 23.
Sorry, lads.
Do they need a drinks? Now, this is where David Lloyd would talk about get on with the game. Like, do we need a drinks break? We've just had lunch. There's 23 to win. Why do we need a drinks break?
One thing, South Africa might be forced into an enforced change with Elgar being hit.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I read about this. Apparently,
there's no break.
The stand is okay, but then I guess you don't have to break something to be out of a test match. So maybe, maybe he was. I'm trying to think who they again. That would need that would probably need a bit of a shift in their batting order. I'm trying to think from an opening point of view.
De Kock might open, maybe.
Yeah, this is the thing. I was thinking maybe De Kock would then open, and be a bit of a kind of a chancer at the top, and take it from there.
Saying that, Elgar did carry on batting after his thumb got hit, and so it'd be interesting to see if he does carry on.
It wasn't the same though, was he? Because he played that cut and was holding his hand.
Yeah.
played. To me, it made. I was very, very surprised that he didn't go off for a bit and then.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say.
Kind of scrambled his brain a bit. He went for that sweep. Brilliant catch, by the way, by Rizwan, wasn't it? Excellent catch. So nice to have a secure keeper.
People still want Azam Khan in.
Hamza, what are your thoughts on Azam Khan? We were talking about him earlier. I don't think you were on at the time. You're not a great fan of Azam Khan being near the team yet, are you? Have I got that wrong?
No, not a fan at all. I don't like the way he got into cricket in the first place. People need to not forget that he got a PSL contract despite having done nothing in first class cricket, nothing in list A cricket, nothing in domestic cricket at all. Basically, he got a PSL contract. This is the premier tournament that we have in Pakistan, and he got a contract because his daddy was the coach or manager, Moin Khan. We can't look beyond that horrid nepotism. That even the PSL is not beyond corruption, it seems. So there's that, and then I just don't think he's as good as people are making out. Anyway, like he's decent. You know, he's got in, and he's not useless. He's not a dud. Fine, but why do people need to elevate someone so quick?
His lower order hitting, as from what I've seen, has been pretty good, isn't it?
It's been okay. It's been okay for domestic cricket. I just don't. I don't see how he'd fit in. You'd have to drop Rizwan, obviously, and you're dropping who I personally think is the best keeper in the world. I don't see anyone who's a better keeper than him. You see people like Tim Payne and Joss Butler and Pan. I think Rizwan's better than all of them. Obviously, Butler's a better batsman, I think. But I think the whole package as a wicket keeper, I think we've got the best keeper. But yeah, I don't know. It's just we Pakistani fans. I don't know if it's us or these fans are a bit like that. We're so fickle with someone who just hits a few sixes.
Yeah, you know what it is.
Just put him in the Pakistan team.
It's the fact that we haven't got like a power hitter down the order. If we see someone hitting a few sixes, and then after emotionally be like, "Oh, we need this guy. But we've talked about it before. But carry on, Umar.
Well, it's for anyone. Would you open Riz in T20s?
Ooh, good shout.
I'd use him as a floating batsman for ODIs in 2020s. I wouldn't give him a fixed position.
So who would open?
Babar's one of them in T20.
Yeah, Babar and Haider. I just stick with Haider. I know he's flopped in New Zealand, but he doesn't, and he's only 19.
Can I say something controversial? I obviously Babar Azam, without reproach, is our best player, right? I want two nutters at the top of the innings, okay? and Babar isn't a nutter. Babar plays judicious shots, which is fine. There is room for that. Of course, there's room for that in the T20 game. Smith, Kohli, Root, all of that. They all play T20 cricket. But I want two complete risk takers. If you could clone Fuckard from 2-3 years ago, not the Fuckard Zaman that we have now, or if you could have Sharjeel back in the kind of form that he was starting to show. Yes, I'm not saying bring those players in, but I want two massive risk takers so that, and they won't always come off. Of course they won't, but that's why you have Babar at 3, because if you've set a great platform, he comes in and carries on because he doesn't need a long time to get going. And if you lose an early wicket or two, he'll come in and he can also play a stabilising role. That's a nice.
Omar's comment, Inzi was no slouch.
God. 4 runs, Azhar.
Shot from Azhar there for 4, yeah.
70 for 2. We're itching our way there.
There is a batsman in domestic who's making runs right now. I mean, when I saw him a couple of years ago, he was trash. But I don't know, he seems to have tightened up a bit. A guy called Ahmed Mukhtar. He's a bit of a basher.
Didn't he play for us? Did he play a few games
a
years
couple
ago?
of years ago, it was rubbish.
No, wasn't that Mukhtar Ahmed?
Yeah,
is that the same one?
Yeah, same guy. Is it Mukhtar Ahmed or Ahmed Mukhtar? I don't know.
It's Mukhtar Ahmed. He was an absolute. He was another Junaid Zia.
Oasia,
sorry.
Yeah, he was rubbish, but he's piling on the runs right now.
Oh.
Was he as bad as was it Rafatullah?
Rafatullah, oh my!
Oh, no,
it was like someone they picked up off the street before the game.
He had a beard, right?
Yeah.
And he was like 37.
There's Ehsan Ali as well. They picked not long ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
He wasn't really good. Like,
yeah.
I don't know how he got picked.
Anyway, I think Ahmed Mukhtar would be worth looking at. He seems to have. I only watched one innings of his, and he stopped swishing. That was the thing that he kept when he got to Pakistan. Everything was, I got to hit this on the leg side. So if you want a crazy batsman, maybe Ahmed Mukhtar or something. There's no one really at the top who's smashing it around. Maybe Daniel Aziz or whatever his name is, but he's more middle order.
Danish Aziz. Well, this is the thing about the point that Oman makes about these kind of the power hitting. I mean, that's the thing that we miss, isn't it, in Pakistan cricket is the finisher. And the thing is, we're not the only country, by the way, because finishing a T20 game is one of the most difficult things. You've got to calculate the resources you've got left, the balls you've got left, all that kind of stuff. It's one thing starting at none for none when the field's up, and it's another thing coming in when you need 60 or 30. You've got to go from ball one. So we're not the only country that's struggling. But yeah, I'm trying to think of who our finisher would be, and that's where someone like
a finisher. We should stick with Talat and Khushdil. I know Khushdil's looked a little looked like a bit of a struggle. He's too leg side-ish. But them two have got a nice partnership going with Southern Punjab. They pile on the runs, batting at 5 and 6. They're Southern Punjab's finishers. And I think they're a nice combination. Hussain Talat's just a quality batsman, and then you've got the basher, Khushdil.
Well, this is what if you go back to the national T20, that was the finish, wasn't it? Wasn't it Southern Punjab needed some ridiculous. What did they need? 160 in about 12 overs or something.
Yeah,
and that's
they did it.
I think it was Dalit and Khushdil.
Yeah.
One thing I would say though, in these games that are happening, the pitches are very small. Like that's why everyone's scoring so freely. When I watch the highlights on YouTube, the pitches are definitely helping the batsman. I feel.
Yeah, I said that to Hamza. Hamza reckons it's normal size ground. I don't think it is, Hamza.
I have to say, I think some of our domestic boundaries are bigger than some of the ridiculous international boundaries you see in the world. You go to New Zealand and you've got these kind of 55-meter boundaries. I don't think they're that small.
No, it's just this game, this tournament they're doing.
Overthrows.
Yeah.
Yeah, this tournament they're having, like they're playing on the same ground, ain't they? And
they're all in Karachi. One of the grounds has one side which faces a road, and so it's totally straight.
I see people's houses in the
short, and it's a short boundary.
Yeah. That's why all these teams are making 300 plus in it, and they upload on YouTube. I think you watching them.
But it's more like 400. It's like 370, 380.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's the big factor.
Yeah. But for T20s, ODIs, I want Talat at 5, Khushdil at 6. They're
Babar, lovely.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Hassan just sitting there going, "This is just unbelievable."
Yeah,
I just love it. Sometimes his facial expressions are just so funny.
Yeah.
So what are we thinking at openers then for 2020s?
It's a tough one because Fucker hasn't performed in a while. Even in domestic,
Zeman's rubbish. Forget him.
He hasn't even exactly. So
I'm against Sharjeel, by the way.
Yeah, fair enough. Babar will obviously be one of those guys who open, and then it's a question of who's going to partner him.
Oh, Haider. I just think Haider, man.
Yeah.
He's got enough passion and
I don't think there's one because I feel like we need someone who's fearless and can just go for the big shots in T20. Maybe one day.
The technical phrase is nutters. I do. I just think you look at most other teams around. Some doctor, calling them nutters. Sorry. The technical term. What was I saying? If you look at other teams around the world, most of them have two guys that will go from pretty much ball one at the top of the innings, whether it's Warner and Finch or Darcy Short for Australia, or we've got Sharma in India. They tend not to take too long. Whereas I see Babar more as a number 3. I don't think they'll change it. So I'm kind of.
He's made so many runs as a T20 opener.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I think
with Babar, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but the thing is, if Haider bats with Babar, one, he'll learn a lot from Babar, and two, hopefully with Babar being captain as well, he's got that extra authority, and he'll keep him under wraps instead of literally teeing off from ball one. Just tell him to keep his head and stick around for a bit longer. So I think that could work. But then who bats at 3? Who's batting at 3 at the minute?
Hafiz.
Yeah, he's been on form, hasn't he? Yeah, can't really say anything.
I think Hafiz 3, Rizwan 4, Talat 5, Khushdil 6, and then 7 and 8.
I'm not a fan of Khushdil. I think
I
he's
know,
got one
but like
shot.
you want to bash out the bottom as well.
No.
6 to win.
Oh,
Barber's been doing this quite quick, to be fair. What, 30
Yeah.
from 37?
So very quickly, we'll just come to one more comment here. Sorry, guys, just because when the guys take the time, we should acknowledge it. South Africa bowlers done well. Great shout with the lineup. Quinton de Kock. I'm just going to say, because Omar, you were mentioning about Barber's authority. Quinton de Kock, he looks like the most reluctant captain. His interviews are always really, really kind of cringe because he kind of struggles to even speak. And this is not a language thing, even in English or what have you. He was. I think he wanted assurances that he wouldn't. I've never heard this. He wanted an assurance that he wouldn't be the long-term captain. Like, I've never heard that before because he doesn't really want the job. And he's
I think they want to give it to Markram, don't they?
Yes, yeah.
he's basically there as a early.
Yeah.
Like you'd think he'd be a captain, but he's just not.
So obviously we're going to be rounding it off hopefully relatively soon because we only need 6 to win. So just going to go for anyone who wants to get any more comments in. We'll try and get some comments before we finish up.
One thing about
From anyone else, Umar, Umar, if anyone wants to add something, I'll go to you first, Umar.
One thing about the South African bowling, and one thing that's a worry for our bowling, I'd say, is the reverse swing. I mentioned it the other day. South Africa had it reversing for a good 20 overs, I'd say, and they picked up a couple of wickets.
Yeah,
And
I've
especially
seen
in
it
England,
before.
especially at Old Trafford, we didn't have that reverse. We had nobody to bowl reverse swing. In New Zealand, it was pretty dead as well. So,
but in this game, Hassan got a bit of reverse, don't you think?
Yeah, I think Hassan got a bit, and Fahim got a bit of shape as well. But it didn't seem like they were doing it to that level where.
Is this a boundary? Is this a boundary? I think it's a boundary. 2 to win.
And that's it.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, Barbara 30 off 38. Not mucking about, is he?
Yeah, good, positive.
Hamza, final thoughts and kind of thoughts on this game. Let's just focus on this game now because we've done really well to win it.
Yeah, so opening's disappointing. I'm happy for Fahim that he actually made runs. I'm not his biggest fan, but if guys in the team,
Yeah.
you want him to do well. There's only 2 guys who have ever wanted to get ducks because they've been so harmful. I'm not going to name them. Everyone knows who I'm talking about. Kamarak Marsha Malik. So yeah, so
come on, positivity. We're about to go 1-0 up. Come on, man.
yeah. So I don't know. Positivity. The team has been disappointing, man. I was hoping to get more from them. Spinners have been good. That's great. Nice to see Baba making some runs. And yeah, Mohammed Rizwan, solid as always. Happy with Fawad, legend, King Fawad. Yeah. Drop Abid and play Saud. I don't even care if we open with Saud. He will do more than Abid.
Cheers, Hamza. Thanks very much. Shazeb, thoughts? Final
Yeah,
thoughts?
I said before the games yesterday, I hope we do win 2-0 because it's been a while since we beat a quality team in Test cricket. About to go 1-0 up, can't fault anyone. There were a few drop catches, as you've seen. But good team effort. We're winning by 8 wickets at the end of the day. It's a big win. It's not like we've come in the last day just about one. It's a big win in the day. 2 runs to win 8 wickets. So can't complain much. And let's hope we can come back as well, winning the next test and win the series.
Yeah, definitely. Do we think Azhar here is going to let Barber hit the winning runs just so he can do it as his first test as captain?
Maybe. Who knows? How many balls are left in over?
Because we only need 2 to win. He hit the first ball for a boundary. I don't know how many balls are left on this over, but he's blocking. Another block. That's the end of the over. So maybe Barber
He could do an oval. Hit a 6 standing around.
Yeah.
I think
thought?
Azhar's performance shouldn't be overlooked.
Definitely.
First innings coming in at whatever, silly for silly, and then now a little bit of a wobble. So yeah, good performance all around. Hopefully get a little bit more from the Pacers in the next game. They were a bit disappointing.
Yeah.
But overall, good start for Barber, good start for Pakistan, and onwards and upwards.
Definitely. I tell you what, the foundation for me was that batting on the second morning, because we were 33 for 4, and you lose a wicket and you're 40 for 5, 50 for 6. This game is done, possibly the other way. So so for me, I would say the batting on that morning, which was Azhar and Fawad. Obviously, Fawad went on to, Azhar unfortunately got a 50 and got out, but Fawad went on to get 100. So we've got Maharaj coming in now to Babur. Oh, good shout. And he's given him, for goodness sake.
Oh, for God's sake.
Come on, Baba,
He
Maharaj.
reviewed it. He has reviewed it as well.
Feels the same way he got right, it feels like.
Oh, that's a shame, isn't it?
That's
Well,
all Azul's fault. He should have just finished. Well, I guess it's fitting Fawad can hit the winning runs.
Has he hit this? If he's not hit it, it looks very out. It's gone quite close to the bat, so we can't tell. Player of the match.
Noman? Fawad? Yasser?
This is
What
quite
set,
I'm going forward under pressure.
for me, what set the game up? He's not hit this, has he? No, he's not hit this. This is probably going to be out. For me, what set the game up was the 100 from Fawad. Without the 100 from Fawad, this game goes in a completely different direction. Whereas I feel like without Noman's wickets, Yasser probably gets some. Without Yasser's wickets, Noman probably gets some. So for me, I'm going to say Fawad Al man of the match. But yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think coming in at 29 for 4, I think he took the game away from South Africa, if you look at it in that kind of sense. A lot of individual performances, to be fair, like you just mentioned, but for me, Fawad edges it with the man of the match.
Here we go. Red, and this is going to be hitting, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Barber's doing a bloody Kevin Peterson. Remember a few years ago when everyone realised KP doesn't have a clue against
I was
West Ham?
thinking that.
Is that what's going on here? It's the second time he's done that.
Actually, that's true. I just remembered he got him in the first innings as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
In the same way as well, he looked to defend. And
Can anyone see if Eunice is making some notes about this?
Hmm.
South Africa will be thinking, our next innings, how to bowl. You know what I mean? There might be.
They might get Shamsi in even more likely. Shamsi will come in.
Yeah. Imi's absolutely right. This is absolutely the birthday one. It can't get better than Pakistan winning a test match against South Africa, can it? So I'm hoping somewhere, somehow, via the medium of Twitter, one of the guys knew that it was my birthday and they've always had to play up because of that. It's probably unlikely. And Imi thinks Fawad man of the match as well. Yeah, I would agree. Just in terms of final thoughts, I agree with everything that you guys have said. Really, I just think it's brilliant to see Pakistan kind of go behind in a test match, which we were at the end of day one, and come back so well, and be 1-0 up against a big team. When was the last time we haven't had any test cricket in Pakistan for so long against big teams like South Africa? So as I say, for that scoreline to be Pakistan 1, South Africa 0. It's just brilliant. It's made my day. It's going to make our week until the next game, isn't it?
Yeah, until the next week. That's the key thing, he said.
Well, this is the thing. And if you think back to a few series where we've gone 1-0 up, sometimes that second game, I mean, England over here in 2016, England over here in 2018. Other examples I'm sure will come to my mind as well, where we win the first game and it just dips a bit. But I'd like to think it's different when you're a touring team. I think being at home, I'm less concerned that will happen. Yeah,
I hope so. Like I said, I wish there was more tests for what's coming out, which is good to see.
I'd love for us to play a bloody 5 test against someone. It'd be so nice to have a 5 test series, just to sort of
but who
really make some changes.
Who would you play 5 tests? Oh, I don't want to play 5 tests against Australia away.
No, like
New Zealand.
I don't know, like at home. But anyway, I'd take a 5 tester in Australia. I don't care.
West Indies, maybe.
What's your fear, that we just lose 5-0? Would we not learn something though? Or you just think once you get to the 5th test, you're just mentally gone?
The 5th test. I'm talking about the second. The second there, the first test. No, but honestly, like I think our team. I feel like us and South Africa are at a similar stage. A lot of newbies in, just rebuilding.
I think with more tests in the series, well, it gives us a more idea of how good the players are and where we need to improve. If we play 2 test matches, we won't learn much, would we?
You're right, and it gives you an idea. Like for example, if this was there we go.
Oh no.
So if this was a 4 or 5 test series and Maharaj kept getting babbled out, God forbid, then at least you'd see a weakness and you'd learn from it. Whereas now he might not. You can't sort out your weaknesses until you find them, as it were, until they come to light. Cut away. And Pakistan win.
Yeah, there we go. Fawad getting the winning run. Love it.
Fittingly Fawad Alam with the winner.
Well done, lads.
I'm surprised how few overs Maharaj bowled in this second innings. I would have brought him on straight away his first change.
Yeah, man.
This is the thing, isn't it? This is when it's worth it. This is when the 4:35 wake ups are worth it, and the lack of sleep and the headaches and God knows whatever other health problems will come from watching Pakistan play. But it's worth it when you get a win like this against a good team, not the best South African team ever, but a good South African team. Brilliant. Well done, boys.
It's a good win as well. Like because we dominated most sessions. Probably had 1 or 2 sessions where they were the better team, but at the end of the day, we won fair and by a big margin, 7 wickets.
So congratulations to the guys. Congratulations to all the Pakistan fans that have watched throughout the watch along, that are watching now, that are sending you comments in. Thanks a lot, guys, for all of them. Mubarak to Imi, Mubarak to everyone who has been following this game and has been watching Pakistan win. We are going to be back, inshallah, for the second test that starts on the 4th of February, I think. Missed that out, yeah. Well, this is the thing. Look, we can't get too down when we lose, and we can't get too up when we win, because the next match is only a week away. But I think for a first home test match against South Africa, or a big team in a long time, that's a heck of a start. So unless there's any more comments from anyone else, I will say thank you to Shazeb. Thanks for joining us for this test. Omar, thanks as always. Hamza, always good to chat. And yeah, inshallah, we'll see you guys soon, and we'll do another Stani Army watch along. And inshallah, that'll be to watch Pakistan go 2-0 up.
Yeah, see you all in Bindi.
That's the one.
Pakistan.
Zindabad.